still inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a spark that sets the world on fire. And I will rise again and again, 'cause I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
네, 우리원 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf for this one, where sometimes we have the final day of a season, and it means still a whole lot for the standings. Other times, they mean nothing at all. And that is one of those times today, where we're not really playing for anything outside of Bro not wanting to be in last place.
Yeah, we'll take a look at those standings and show you guys where everything will end up here at the end of the regular season. As Bro, if they lose with any scoreline, they would have a weaker score than DRX, so they will end up in 10th place. If they win, however, they will not be able to close the gap between themselves and Nongshim. FearX, similar story, a win. They're too far away from Quantum Freaks. There's a whole extra game gap there. And for a loss, you know, they drop down to 5 and 13, but they still have the extra win over Nongshim. So there's no movement here for FearX whatsoever.
Yep, FearX are locked into 7th place. That happened after Kwangdong Freaks managed to win their match against DK, which would have meant that, you know, if DK had have actually been able to take that, then our next match tonight would have actually meant something. But as it stands, it does not. But this is all about movement towards summer. As you can see down here, two teams who must raise the expectations for summer, and that is exactly right. I think FearX have shown some development. I think that Bro have played with a lot of different players, and we'll see what's going to happen in this one, as well as we do have a little bit of a change-up in the roster for Bro in comparison to what we saw last time around.
Top laner solo kill number 2 at 15 is clear, and then Morgan has the most POG points in his team, has 5, so he has definitely been the key player for Bro here. Has had a lot of great games of Cassante. His Renekton is obviously quite strong, and that is very meta right now, so the top lane is a matchup we'll definitely be focusing on quite a bit going into today. And then, of course, as you mentioned, do have some changes here. Doive and Effort will be in the starting lineup today. No Pulbe just yet. But it's been the first time in 53 days since we've seen this lineup. You saw in the picture earlier, moving into the matchup itself, that they have played together, actually. They did it earlier on this season. And maybe Bro just giving some additional playtime here to these players in their final match.
Yeah, and also maybe reacting to how well Effort has been playing in Challenger as well. Recently, the Challenger Twitter brought out a thing saying that Effort was the hot player of the week. So maybe just trying to leverage some of that in their final match of the season. But first, we're going to introduce FearX into LoL Park. Their final bout, as of course, they are locked into 7th place. Not a whole lot to play for, but they can definitely raise some expectations moving towards summer. And we know a lot of fans really like this team. They are crazy in a lot of their games. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they have prepared for us here today.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not about the standings. Sometimes it's about that final interview you get to do in front of the crowd. And you want to do it with a win, not a loss, when you say goodbye going into the offseason. And to lose to Bro after having such an incredible win streak over them would also be a pretty unhappy note to end on if you are FearX. So a lot on the line for them there. And then for Bro, it's just trying not to get 10th place. I mean, you look at this roster and we know that they have been capable of toppling some top teams. I mean, they were able to take out Guangdong back-to-back. They pushed some of our top teams to the brink in games, just weren't able to finish them in the end. And Bro is a team that, you know, if you think about what this roster looks like, and not even just this starting roster that we have today coming out with Doiv and Effort, but you know, players like Morgan on this team, Karis, who are veterans, but they're, you know, if they win this match, they can stand above players like Teddy and some of the best DRX Challengers players, right, for DRX. And that itself is a small accomplishment as well.
Yeah, and I think that they already stand above most other teams. Doiv is absolutely gigantic. That guy's massive. And I think what we're realizing as we have a look at our key player matchup between Henna and Envy, of course, Henna previously the Bro 80 carry, and so wanting to get some revenge against his former team. But to go back to my previous point, maybe there is a combined height limit in the LCK, and that's why they can't field
Palu as well.
Palu and Doiv at the same time, because that would be way too tall.
Clear is also very tall. I want to talk about Henna a little bit going into the series, though, because Henna has been really one of my favorite 80 carries to watch in the last few weeks of the LCK. He's been really, really good at doing efficient damage. You can see his damage per gold is actually second highest in the LCK right now for 80 carries, and he, in his role, has performed incredibly well. He's not getting caught too often. This has kind of been an old Henna thing that we've criticized a lot, that he would, you know, be overextending or being a little bit too aggressive and get punished for it. This Varus, in particular, has been very standout. So I really think that Henna coming into this matchup has a huge edge over that bottom lane.
Yep.
And, you know, Envy has been arguably our weakest 80 carry here in the LCK. So that's definitely a real sticking point going into this series for me, for FearX's win con.
No, I would 100% agree, and I also think that Henna really does like to play for the early game, play for the lane, and often has overextended, sometimes to his detriment, but sometimes actually gets opportunistic kills down there in the bottom side, and Envy plays scaling champions almost exclusively. He does play the Varus as well, but he's got his most games played on Smolder at the moment, and so I think that being able to take advantage of a weaker early game on the bottom side of the map is going to be a huge boon here for FearX. And we'll see whether that is something they can leverage up against Bro in today's match.
Certainly a big factor coming into this one is also going to be what Execute is playing, because
very true.
We used to talk about Closer and how his champion pool is quite small, but he has very strong picks. I think that, weirdly enough, less than Closer this season, it's been kind of dictated around what Execute is playing in terms of how the playstyle is going to show, like what color they're going to show with their comps, like what type of composition are they building, what the draft is pushing towards. Because if he's on an Enchanter, the team plays way less aggressively. If he's on an engaged support, you know, Closer might be following up with something like an Orianna, more dive-oriented picks, as well as his melee picks that we know he's very good at. So Edgar taking the stage for one last time here. See if his team can, you know, avoid disappointment on what will be their final best of 3 here in front of the crowd. Got the fans back this week. And you know, this is, again, so important. Nobody wants to have that interview at the end of the season where you say goodbye to your fans after a loss, especially if you're FearX an upset loss as well.
No, exactly right. But let's jump into the draft here for the very first game of the series. FearX on the blue side. Okay, Brion on red this time around. Some counter pick options, but not with a Renekton. R5 Renekton going to be taken away immediately. And an interesting thing is, I would expect that FearX would be a team that would be very happy to ban Lucian. Because I think that Lucian would be a huge weakness for them, not because of, you know, my bias against Lucian just in general that I have had recently, but largely because they need Execute to be on Rel or something like that. If he's on Nami, it's a disaster, and if you pick Lucian, you have to kind of pick something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see him on Sona either.
No.
So I'm with you on that.
Those flash crescendos, though, you know, some Ghost of Pepper-esque play, or Edward now as he's known. As Callista going to be the final ban, so they're not actually going to ban that one away. Let's see
No.
whether OK Brion do at least pay the center tax.
Well, yeah, I
This
think
one.
it's very likely they will have to because the Smolder's already banned. And yes, Nautilus is available and you could pick it away, try to run something to deny that, but Tahm Kench also being open means that I think Execute would be happy to actually be on a champ that has extra gold and try to do Tahm Kench things. So going down to the wire on this one, it will be a Twisted Fate ban instead. So Senna is available here for Henna, and it's going to get locked away straight off the bat. Let's see what the answer is going to be here, because I think you do have to take the Nautilus away. Just too much power for Execute if he's on that pick.
And yeah, I think you have to deny Nautilus, but then Tahm Kench is very easy to pick. You could also pick the Maokai, which I think would add a little bit more than a Tahm Kench, which is a lot more reactionary, not necessarily the Execute vibe.
They're just going to give it away.
Yeah, they are.
They're just going to give it away, Atlas, and they're going to lock Oriana. Now, Karis, he has been so Azir-focused throughout his entire career, but this season as well, he's been really hurt by the global ban. And, you know, they didn't ban any mid-champions, but he just wants to make sure he has a pick he's comfortable with here right away. But now Closer gets Talia. You have the Santa Nautilus, and in return, it's Lee Sin, which is a strong pick, but not one that you can really build your entire comp around. Meanwhile, FearX can delay objectives with Weaver's Wall. They don't feel like Senna is online just yet. There's a lot of cool things you can do with this comp, whereas Lee Sin, not so inspiring. And we'll see both solo lanes locked up here right away as the Udyr will come through now. So keeping Envy's pick a bit of a secret for now.
Yeah, I feel like FearX have kind of got the nuts so far. This is looking extraordinarily good. We've seen Talia have so much flexibility, and when you pick it into a Lee Sin, you know you're feeling absolutely fantastic with how the game is going. Of course, Udyr and Oriana not too worried about rocks being scattered on the ground. They have step on Lego protection by not dashing.
And also,
Lee Sin gonna have a rough time.
Notice that they're not even going to ban the Lucian here. They feel like the Santa Nautilus is going to weather that lane so easily. I mean, they may end up banning it in this final spot here, but they're much more concerned about something that could skirmish well early, like a Jinx that gets excited in one of those first few Dragon fights. Vi also banned away here. I think this is smart. The Cassante is so common with the Senna. Might end up being an Aatrox that comes through here for FearX. Let's see if they ban that Lucian or if they end up going another way, because Karma Ezreal is another lane you probably wouldn't want to play Senna Nautilus into. Maybe they just ban the Karma here.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to challenge range. Like, I think that I like the Jinx ban just because it does mean that Senna will just have free reign over the map. Already, they have a Talia for keeping the others at arm's length, and there is the Caitlyn ban.
Yeah.
So they are just going to focus on that. It was a big smirk from Envy, though, so maybe he's got something planned.
Oh,
there
he's just going to play Lucian.
The good old Lucian into Talia.
This is going to be really tough. I'd much rather see the Zeri. And the Ezreal Karma, I think, is a lane where you can at least punish, get some prio, but ultimately we'll go for the Zeri pick here. And there's a lot of setup for this. You have a decent front line with the Udyr, but definitely feels like, again, FearX just got 3 S-tier picks, and you're otherwise shuffling around a lot of options that don't have great setup, as Xin Zhao will come through here as the jungle pick, and we'll see if it is just going to be clear as Aatrox to round out this composition.
Yeah.
You have such a great front line. You have a really nice cross angle you can set up with. You have Weaver's Wall to control objective fights, and the Aatrox just feels so simple here.
I mean, I feel like he could just pick
Or-
anything that he wants. I think the Gnar is probably one of these other options. You do have an extra wall added to the map, so another thing to throw the Udyr into. Often just does get through lane quite nicely. Ever going to lock away the Rakan as the final pickup here. And I look at these two drafts, I look at these two teams, and at the very beginning, I would have thought absolutely FearX come in with an edge. And now, I think that FearX, if they lose, it would be a massive upset.
Oh, yeah.
Given this draft.
I mean, the draft gap here is quite large. And
yeah.
I mean, there were so many picks that Clear could have gone with here that I would have been okay with. The Aatrox was the big standout. Obviously, the Gnar is great into the Udyr, and even Rumble I wouldn't have hated in this composition because you have so many ways to control and warp the team fights. But the Gnar is going to guarantee you a win in that lane. You have the Talia, which have played well, can get some control of mid, and is always going to be stronger than Oriana in those first few fights if you can set up the skirmishes properly. And then you're against Lee Sin, Zeri, Udyr, and Oriana. So in order for team fights to work for the side of Bro, you're really going to need to have great Oriana engages consistently, or you're going to need to get a pick, and then 5v4 where Zeri gets into that scrappy fight where she's going to be able to slide around and carry things and pop off in a big way. Probably Runan's Hurricane, I imagine, coming into this draft. But if you get to the late game and you have not crippled FearX, they are just going to roll you over.
Yeah, it is looking relatively doomed. And looking down at how this draft worked out, like the Talia really is something that we noticed, but Breon, I don't think they did, because they've got a Rakan last pick, and we've seen just how devastating having rocks on the floor can be for this gentleman. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Breon, full voices here as they cheer for their team, FearX as well. See who's going to be able to take this one down. And we can talk about drafts till the cows come home, Wolf.
Yes.
But
it is FearX versus Bro.
Exactly, and it's about execution.
Yes.
Not to, you know, really call out execute on this one, but it's about how these teams are going to be able to utilize their comps. And we've seen, you know, like, you did say, rightly so, that Nara is good into Udyr. You know, you can utilize your range advantage, at least after a few levels when you do get a bit more of that. But sometimes, you know, like what happened to Doran could happen. And
True.
You can look at the Udyr into Gnar matchup and think, man, that's impossible for Gnar to ever get anything done in. That's just how it can work out. Another cool thing is that Willa has chosen the Rathalos armor skin as well, which is really cool.
I do appreciate it.
It's the first time that I've actually noticed that that skin is super Monster Hunter-esque.
Yeah, it is very. It definitely has some MH vibes. As we see Morgan come over here, we'll get some additional vision. As now he's going to have all the information that Willer is pathing top. And on the opposite side of things, there is a ward, of course, dropped for FearX on the Raptor camp, which will give the same information. As you can see, some of these picks here, closers 2 and 4 on the Talia. That's another caveat in this draft. Again, you put the nameplates on, you're like, well, he's definitely not one of our greatest Talia players that we have in the LCK, but it is a strong pick if used properly, as these aggressive traits here will eventually start to favor FearX because they have healing built into the Senna kit.
Yep, I mean, Effort does have the Gleaming Quill. But we're going to see that the victories for the Senna Nautilus are continuing. 9 in a row for this particular pairing. Of course, Senna did have her first couple of losses relatively recently.
Rakan, on the other hand,
yeah,
not on his best streak.
And it's sort of super obvious, right? With the fact that players have gotten so good at piloting these Talia compositions, doing the same thing with Rakan on the other side is just so hard.
Not to mention we've seen so much Rakan with Xayah, which I think everyone knows our opinion on that pick right now.
Yeah, I prefer not to talk about it, Wolf.
Yeah.
Like, let's just leave Xayah. Because if we say Xayah, then Envy is definitely going to pick it in the next game.
I don't want to see any more Xayah for the rest of the season. So we got up to 6 potential games. But I hope that doesn't happen. Maybe 4. We will see.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, like the Rakan is going to struggle into the Talia pick because the rocks on the ground is also going to struggle into Nautilus in team fights.
All right, there's a bit of an engage here as Envy just jumps over the wall. Execute is going to be lit on fire and otherwise is just not going to care about what's going on here, as we can see.
Yeah, not too concerned, as it does have a Doran shield. Execute does to heal up some of that damage, plus the Senna, so a bit of an all-in attempt, but won't end up getting them anything but a free back here. As the mid lane, we haven't really watched it, but you can see it looks like a small advantage goes to Karis right now with his mana.
Yep.
And everything else is just pretty standard. Morgan going to go for an early back here. Picks up a Dark Seal and Boots. Try to put a little bit more pressure on. I do like to see that.
Ooh, and Doiv is going to spot Willer out, who is taking this Rift Scuttler. Becomes Lightning just to make sure he secures it. And now Doiv going to make his way down towards that bottom side. You can see indicating that is where he wants to go.
He wants to go there. That's his arrow for sure.
That's definitely, he's like, Scuttle, give it to me.
And he will just taxi through the mid lane here, and it will be his Scuttle, because they have bottom side control right now. The back coming through for Henna, so double Scuttle. Or, well, actually, he didn't secure the top one, but he did attempt for it.
He did see it.
And we'll go grab that second Scuttle. But I will mention, too, the other weird thing about this draft for me for Bro is that they're playing Doiv and not Gideon. Gideon's best pick has been the Lee Sin, and they highly prioritize the Lee Sin in this draft.
We have to remember, though, that this is Korea. Everyone's best pick is Lee Sin.
That's true. I mean, that is a good point that you do mention. Just, it feels a bit strange. The priority, when there were so many other things available, they could have picked away the Nautilus, for example, instead, but...
We see it so many times, though. You know, like, I could imagine, like, Poolbay coming in and subbing out Karis and then playing Azir. You know, like, that would just happen.
Yeah.
And we have seen it in the past. even so early on as like Faker and EasyHoon trading
True.
places where you're thinking, oh, EasyHoon's going to play the Azir and Faker is not.
I do, but
and Faker just plays mostly Azir.
I do look at those times, though, and Azir is a pick that is kind of always extremely relevant in those drafts and extremely powerful. And I look at Lee Sin in this meta right now, not quite the same way.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking about some of the picks that could have gone over, right? Like they could have denied the Nautilus, which we'll probably be spending a lot of time talking about for the late game team fight. So we'll see when Execute is tanky.
That was a little bit sad. Morgan's not actually able to stop Clear from going home. He's going to teleport immediately back in. Morgan holds on to his. So, possibly important, as Henna is going to find a little bit of a snare onto the new jungler, who dives on forward. Effort looks for the grand entrance and gets a flash for it. Very nicely done here by Bro, and some proactive play. You'll love to see it.
Yeah. Really strong early game here around this control of the Void Grubs. We'll clear this ward out. And the fact that you have this Udyr here is really frustrating to deal with here as Fearx, and they're still running a Senna composition, so it's very difficult to team fight at this point in time, especially when she's not here, as Willer is going to get pushed on.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash his way out of here. Not even going to be able to secure his Grump or anything like that, and didn't have Smite, so definitely wasn't going to be taking it.
I like to see this level of proactivity here. I mean, they had a lot of deep vision. They wanted to push onto the Grubs and then see if they could get anything else. They find Willer's flash there. Pre-6, he's not going to be able to keep himself alive there, so really nicely played, and now they will also, of course, still secure these Grubs. Morgan going to come over here and get some of these sustained from this plant as well. And so this topside prio, they're playing around it well. Though, is it enough of an advantage just getting one flash? No, but at least they're looking for the fishing.
Flashes, Wolf.
Well, yeah, I mean.
So Willer and Henna both having to flash. I reckon it's a big advantage. But they, like you say, they're going to have to keep going pretty hard. And you saw the amount of investment as well. Bro had wards everywhere on that top side of the map, thanks to Jonah Strong for demonstrating for us as well. So a lot invested into making sure that they could get the bubs. They only get 2 of them, and that extra experience does go over to Willer. So not exactly a huge advantage, but 100 gold in the lead. And Bro's in the lead, right? So that's what we need.
Yeah.
They're winning right now.
Very slightly.
Yeah.
It is a step in the right direction. We'll see how much more winning they can do, as the Dragon has spawned. That's been up for a while here, but they haven't actually committed because they spent all those resources topside. But Fearx, with no bottom side prio, weren't able to trade objectives. Of course, decided instead to try to scuffle for the bubs themselves. And now, really trying to push this lane and not going to look for a fast Dragon take here. There is a ward in the pit. Doiv may come down here after he clears this Gromp, but just hitting a Nautilus isn't really using your prio too aggressively just now. And finally, we will see that move over to the Dragon.
Yep. Morgan going to get hopped on momentarily as they trade pretty evenly at this point in time. Swifty's there for clear, just to make sure that Huni is as annoyed as possible. He is on the space today.
Yeah.
Definitely great that we do see that item choice, as Bro going to be starting up this Drake, and now a flash comes out from clear. Good pressure being put on by Morgan, still utilizing this early power of the Udyr.
Yeah, and that Dark Steel, I mean, adds a little bit of extra stats that's going to help you continue to put that pressure on. They do end up getting the Dragon there. No flash for Willer. Nothing he really could have done there. They have 3 wards around the pit as well, so being very diligent about making sure there's no weird shenanigans that are going to happen. No attempted steal from Henna or anything like that, who also is flashless. So they have no real way to contest, and they do not. As now that there's no flash on this Gnar as well, there's a potential opportunity for Doiv to get something done here now that he goes and clears his top side. So nice control here for Bro. It's a small advantage, right? And it's not enough for us to say, well, I think they've really gotten the maximum value out of what this comp could do in the early game, but it's at least a start.
Yep. And the thing that I'm worried about here for Bro, and I think that everyone sort of feels it as well, is the fact that Execute's going to have so much more health.
Yes.
Being able to instantly murder Execute has been a path to victory for a lot of teams against Fearx. In this game, though, he is going to have items and gold and all that good stuff. And that is very dangerous. One of the reasons why Senna has been powerful for this squad. It wasn't necessarily picking up all the victories.
He's got already 2 thick shirts, you know, and he also got a pot. And he's going to sell it and get a Frozen Heart.
Wow.
That's a really fast one. That's a 930 Frozen Heart. He's farming pretty hard. He's only 8 CS behind Envy right now. It's clear, no flash.
Yeah, but is in Meganar, does have the Crush available, so I don't think that was going to be much of a gank opportunity. Still, Morgan controlling this lane very, very well, even if he is behind in farm, based on, I think, movement in the early game.
Yeah, I think the only way they could have made that work is if he takes the Sonic Wave and then insects him into Morgan's waiting arms, and then maybe that ends up being a play. But again, tough to execute with the timing of that Gnar, availability of the Crush. So he thinks better of it, which I think is the right call. And now we're fighting here around the Dragon Pit.
Yep, and Willer is just going to take the Shellfish. So no scuttle for you.
Yeah.
We're going to have to give up on that one. He thought the bottom scuttles were his. And that was not actually the case, as Morgan creates a circle and walks menacingly.
That's what he's doing. Speaking of circles, the scuttle is going to make them also walk more menacingly towards Bro here.
Oh, man, there's a lot of menacing circles.
Yeah, and that is going to give him back Prio here around this Dragon Pit, but it doesn't matter all too much since it's still 2.5 minutes until that one spawns. So the one thing I think FearX need to make sure they don't do is opt into a poor fight and let Envy actually get a huge gold injection, because he's already going to have the call to finish here very shortly, and then Zeri will slowly become more relevant in this game as time goes on, and will be actually pretty good in mid-game fights against this composition before the Senna starts to get her additional range. So just don't let the Zeri have her moment this game, and I think things will go smoothly for FearX, as one Mountain Dragon alone isn't really going to feel like you need to fight for this next dragon. So make sure if you're going to fight, you know you have full control. The Wave does not have control meanwhile.
No, he does not. Sonic Wave going to miss, and it looks like Willa wants to even out the bub count between these two squads. 3 apiece. Not going to have Void Mites. A little bit of a shame, but that is all right, as one of them is going to reset. A little bit of extra damage is going to be missing from the bubs.
Yeah, just a little extra damage, as down in the bottom lane, Zeri is just hitting a Nautilus, and that's going to be her life for a while.
Ooh, does have the cull caching in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's going to be on his path to relevance. He's gotten that one pretty quickly to finish your 5 CS away. Was able to buy that one early and has put some pressure on in the lane. No, additional gold obviously outside of that one plate. So just don't let Zeri end up taking a skirmish where she kills you, and you're going to be feeling really good about this next fight. FearX, let's see what they could do with this Weaver's Wall as well, because we've talked about the power of this Taliyah so much in the draft, how so much of the reason why we think this is a draft gap is because of obviously Senna, but then the Taliyah that can warp team fights, and Closer will have to execute it well. We've talked about execution as well so much in this first game, because it is, 5-12 versus 3-14 final regular season game between these two, and the execution hasn't always been there, but I think that Closer has so much agency in this draft to make it happen.
Yep. Effort is going to find a Gleaming Quill onto Closer, who does just throw some rocks at him just to demonstrate that he does have the answer to the Rakan. I think in 35 seconds we may actually have a battle over this next dragon. I think FearX not wanting to give Bro any sort of positional advantage when it comes to map movements and macro. And if they even out the Drakes, certainly an opportunity to do that.
Teleport came in from Execute, so he's just trying to get his way into the pit. And I like this kind of back off from FearX. You don't have a ton of control right now. You're not going to be able to wrestle that Prio away with a Nautilus fighting against this area on the bottom side. You didn't have control of the pit itself, so...
All right.
Okay.
Going to be used, but not really finding too much more.
They're going to have to try to push on one of these sides and get something done if they want to contest this dragon, because just walking towards the pit itself isn't going to work. And Closer, again, has Weaver's Wall, but he's not going to elect to use it here.
Yeah. Karis is going to teleport back to mid lane as well. Does have his Archangels now completed. Some item spikes actually coming on through here for Bro. Static Shiv is there. Archangel's now done. Doesn't have the transformation to a Seraphs or anything like that just yet, so it's not a huge item spike, but just completing some items here might deter FearX from fighting for this second Drake.
Closer's not going to be here. He doesn't have teleport. Looked like they wanted to delay for him to back and then TP back in, but the timing of this is so razor thin. But if they can continue to delay, there is an angle. He obviously has Weaver's Wall. He can come in. He's got his Seraphs now finished as well, or Archangels, that is to say, but...
That's a lot of wards.
Yeah, that's a lot of wards. And they're not actually starting the dragon, so they're giving enough time for Closer to just return over here, and they could go for a last-minute contest. Again, this is not the fight you want to take unless you have perfect setup and effort on this Brush. Does have his ult and flash available.
Execute can just kind of face check all sorts of things if they do not have vision, and that is very important because they do not have vision. That is absolutely true. He's going to get engaged on as there's the Dawning Shadow, has to flash to get himself out. That's a big ulti from Willer, but it's the Zeri that locks down the first kill in the fight, and then Willer is just going to execute them. Flash out from Effort, that gets him to safety, and Envy did get that one kill, but they trade down, and it looks like the Dragon will belong to the Xin Zhao.
Very scary moment there for Bro. I thought that for sure, or rather for Fearex, I thought for sure this was going to be the moment I feared, and Envy was going to be able to get some cleanup kills, but a really nice angle coming through there from Closer, and they do end up zoning Karis out, dies without ulting in the fight. And I think if he was involved in that skirmish a little bit more directly, then Envy actually has his opportunity to pop off. Might have ended up walking out of that fight with 3 kills, and then, you know, my greatest fears for Fearex would have been realized, but instead it's actually a double that gets picked up here for Willer. As Execute, you know, like you said, he's very tanky, so he can kind of walk up here, and he has to be the one to kind of close the gap here and get some information. He's the one who gets engaged on, but as you said, he's so tanky, buys so much time here, is then kicked into the back of the team, but it's the Weaver's Wall and the flip here from Closer and the follow-up from Willer that ends up being so huge here. No Shockwave to come out in this fight at all. I think they were just caught a little bit by surprise by the Talia engage, and probably shouldn't have been, but yeah, they put so much into the tanky Nautilus, and sometimes when Execute dies in a team fight like that, you're like, well, definitely he was in the wrong angle, it was a wrong idea. This time he knew that his team could turn on him.
And it was a 3 versus 4 at the beginning of that moment. So definitely great weave as well from Closer to make sure that he gets there in time. Understandable the Bro takes the fight, but Fearex were ready for it. And even though they did have to burn a whole bunch of summoner spells, still going to be valuable as Clear is throwing Morgan around as best he can. I think he's getting to the point where he's starting to be okay with trading 1v1. Not wanting to trade 1v3 though, as there are bad guys very close by. Closer has teleport. Doesn't look like they're going to fight for this Herald that is being a bit frustrating, resetting all over the place as Execute is moving in, so never mind. We're looking for another 5v5, slow down onto Effort as in goes Willer. They look for the Rakan and throw him backwards, but he's able to battle dance his way through, not able to get the rocks down in time, I don't think. Was Closer as Morgan trying to tank this one up, but he's taking a lot of damage here for free, and there is the hook that's going to connect. Weaver's Wall going to separate Envy as he's fighting Clear on the top side of this fight. Meganar comes in and he flashes out of the wallop, but still Closer is going to go down, and Execute and the rest of Fearex are going to run away.
Yeah, that was not the greatest setup there for Closer. He ends up getting a big shove, but there's no follow-up damage. It's still early game here for this Senna. And now health bars are low and they still want to contest.
There's only 3 of them. Clear does have teleport to try and get back into this fight, but this Herald is going down exceptionally low. That is going to be the secure for Doive.
And they're going to TP Clear back in here anyways. He shouldn't be able to get anything out of this, but can just run back up to top side here. 2.5 minutes until Dragon. Very extended, messy fight there, but once again, Bro end up coming out the slight victors of this one, as we'll be able to pick up the Herald and that additional kill for Karis, but very much a little bit concerning how Closer engaged there. I was watching the fight, I was thinking, is he going to get punished for this? Because this is a little bit crazy that he just kind of went into the entire team. As we will see, watch this again, as looks like, okay, Bro are trying to re-engage back in here, then Closer decides he is ready to get in there and look for the shove. Clear's on the angle as well. And if he has Gnar here, this engage could have been fantastic, but he just jumped right into 4 people. And then they eventually do punish him here. So very messy, broken up fight where Clear's not able to get in. Envy kind of keeping him at bay. And I think if Closer plays this a little bit slower and a little bit more poke-oriented, maybe they end up winning that longer fight, but kind of just went headfirst into all of Bro.
Yeah, and wasn't like able to manage his rocks very well.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Effort kind of could just do anything that he wanted to in that fight, and you're just not supposed to be able to do that into a Talia. So maybe Fearex just need to sort out how to make this one work, as Senna is going to change up how we look at money differences towards the bottom side of the map. You see the 2.7k advantage is still going to be ahead as far as bottom lane versus bottom lane is concerned, but not exactly to a number like that, as he does skate over the wall. Execute is very, very tanky, as now Doive is coming in, looking for a little bit of an engage, as he will get slowed down. Into the mist they go, and Effort not able to actually find him. And look at this, Execute engaged on multiple times. Look at his health bar.
Yeah, he just doesn't care. He also is not afraid to engage, so this is the perfect type of tank Nautilus that you want to see. He's the greatest player, you know, you're going to see in terms of always going in, whether it's scary or not. He's never scared.
Oh no,
he's Fear X, Fear X Execute.
Yep.
And prio for this Dragon, you know, is pretty tough for Fearex. They're backing right now. There's a little bit of ward control here on the entrances to the pit as well as the entrance to the river here for Bro. And Karis has teleport, Morgan has teleport, and they have the Herald they can try to utilize here, which is just a lot for Fearx to deal with to try to actually group up and contest this dragon when it spawns in 15. It's a Cloud Soul, so will feel really nice for Bro with the Zeri and the Udyr in their composition.
Yeah, I think that Closer are going to be pretty happy about that as well. Can definitely run around extraordinarily quickly after the Weaver's Wall does come on through. Not to mention Execute being able to get in range for that passive. So I think everyone going to be fighting for it.
Runins is done now for NV2 for this fight. That's a big spike for him, as they are just not able to get him into position, though. He's catching waves in mid, and we do see Clear coming down faster despite the teleport disadvantage. Let's see what angle Morgan wants to take on this, because Bro still have Prio, but without this area, it's tough to fight out. Fearx just going to walk away.
They just get out of there. So they secure Banana Brush control, and they understand that that is the most important thing.
That's the W
in the game.
Yeah, that's the win right there.
And I think that Bro are probably going to try and take that back. And then Fearx not wanting to let the Banana Brush go uncontrolled by them.
Yeah, they have to come back in and contest it. Come on, Atlas, they're not going to just let that go.
That's what you have to do.
They know there's a ward in there. There's got to be.
All right, Closer, put a wall in there. That's going to be the only answer here, as Willa is on his Raptors. It looks like they're just not interested in this Dragon. It's only Dragon number 2, so not end of the world, I guess, but still. Looking for an opportunity. Maybe Will is going to go in, and of course he is audaciously charges with that extra range, and Karis walks away. That's the response.
Effort's flank angle there also was so potentially deadly for the side of Fearx. If he had caught anybody there, Closer, speaking of, might be in danger.
Yeah, there's a grand entrance. Not entirely sure about that one, as the quickness is going to get effort out of there. I really like that, utilizing the quickness instead of any sort of dash when there are rocks under his feet. So nicely done. Still, had to use the ult.
Yeah, it was a really nice idea there to try to catch either Closer or Henna on rotation from Effort, but we'll just end up having to ult to escape instead, as Willer was still there, stayed around. And now they're going to push this wave in. Karis should be able to handle this on his own.
This game is pretty slow.
It is slow, and it is also like a lot of almost action.
Yeah, that's a nice little flick back onto Effort. Does take 50% of his health bar, and that's a nice shockwave in response as well, as Karis now just going to get flashed on. Look at that. No hesitation here from Execute, as Dawning Shadow not going to do nearly enough damage to lock down that kill. As Doiv quick on the kick button to get rid of this Nautilus.
All right, so again, almost action, almost kills, but is just going to be a turret going down. Some summoners burned, just one in Execute's case. We'll commit that. The shockwave was actually really smart from Karis there to clear the wave and, you know, just basically deny them from diving. They commit anyways, as the turret is so low they can actually finish it off. But I like that Karis wasn't afraid to ult there, because I think that did really help them stave off the push quite significantly. And I'm just sad that it's going to be a little while before we have another fight, very likely. Here's the Herald is now dropped as almost an afterthought here for Bro.
Well, let's see who's going to start piloting it. Is it going to be Envy? Is he just going to dive in? That's a nice little flick onto Morgan, as he's the one driving. All right, there we go. Where are we going? They're just going to kill it, and he's just going to get out. Is not going to be CC'd up from the hook. And
very silly.
Not able to find the target. Yeah, it's far too silly, I would say.
Yeah, that was, nobody's really happy with how that went on Bro's side, I don't think, as Fearx are also going to get a ton of control of mid-prio here, and might even be able to put some vision down. You can see some pings going over. Execute's going to come over here and try to continue to secure this. Will not allow Effort to deny his ward there. And, you know, the game is slowing down again. We had a almost fight around the Herald. No Weaver's Wall having to be used or anything like that. Just a little bit of a focus fire.
Yep. And Morgan having a bit of a wild ride. Thankfully, Fearx did destroy the Herald before he got underneath the turret, which could have been devastating. As now he's going to get thrown into a wall. Clear just walloping him here, and you can see throwing houses around and the kitchen sink and all that stuff that is just not really doing meaningful damage, as we could see.
Yeah, Morgan's got the frozen Arthur's fist in his inventory.
Yeah.
He's very angry about what Clear is trying to do to him, but he also will not be very hurt at all. Yeah, that's just going to be the most interesting thing that's happened in this game in the last minute or so. It was a little bit of a trade of our top laners. Maybe a play here on the Closer. Maybe.
We'll see.
Turret's low.
The problem is that Doiv is the Lee Sin, so therefore Closer is able to put down rocks, and he can't really do anything. There's a flash in, all right. Karis going down exceptionally low, as Closer not quite able to get in close enough, and so not actually going to see any result in the fight, but
Yeah,
there
no,
is
it was
at least a lot of buttons pressed.
A lot of action. Oh,
Karis is going to say, all right, I will stop my back if you would like me to.
all right, now they have to defend the counter push on this top turret, and Envy's coming up, so Furex need to be very wary of this.
Oh, well, unless Effort takes most of his health bar and damage, not going to be able to do too much there, as now Willa spots Envy, who's
I
getting
feel like
towards his quick blades.
The thing we've seen happen in this game is teams taking turns, grouping up to kill a turret.
Yep.
And the other team almost defending it, but not quite. And this is going to happen here now for a third time, as Furex will be able to take this turret down. Morgan does come top and tries to actually stop that. It looks like he might be successful. In fact, we're going to see everybody back. So, okay, successful defense now, finally.
Yeah, and 35 seconds. And we'll have another Cloud Drake.
And we do not have the Leandries for closer just yet. End up going Crypt Bloom second, whereas Leandries is done here for Kara. So he does a lot of damage long-term in these fights. Let's see if closer can make some value out of that Crypt Bloom in this upcoming fight here, because Leandries definitely would feel pretty nice against this Udyr frontline for Bro, and then the longer fight in general, because they still have a Senna that's not quite stacked up and ready to be the long-term damage dealer here. So need to be really crisp with how they use this Weaver's Wall for this Dragon contest.
Yeah, Henna is level 11 and Envy's level 15. So the difference between these two damage dealers is quite large. As the Gnar does have teleport available, is going to be able to split on that top side. Dove now getting to work on this Drake, but FearX, they're moving towards him. I don't think Dove is going to be able to stick around. I think that Bro either need to start a fight or just move themselves back, and starting a fight is probably not going to be their favorite thing.
Clear is pushing inner as well, and he has teleport.
Well, Hook is going to connect here from Executors. They chain the CC onto Karis. He gets a big old shield though, and now Effort diving into that backline, but not a massive amount of value as, oh no, Envy just gets hopped on here as immediately he's over the wall once again. Not much of an R-bar, but Clear doesn't need it. He's an AD carry as well, I guess. And that is going to be a beautiful connection, and the wind becomes lightning from Willa. He takes down Envy, and that is going to be the end of this fight for Bro. FearX, they just demolished them.
And Karis was just so patient with his shockwave. He had so many different angles. He had so many different times where he could have actually used it to turn the course of the fight and give Envy the space to actually get the first kill to come through, but just kind of waited, and when he did toss it out, it was okay, but it wasn't really the high value when it could have been at the beginning of the fight. Just so timid to press R, and then Clear coming in with the teleport flank is really what seals the deal in this fight, because he's already pressuring the top side here. And this is once again Execute gets onto Karis here, and Karis doesn't drop ult right in this moment, where he could have actually pulled Willer in and split up this fight for when Clear comes through, and then Envy, of course, has to flash the wall when Clear comes in with a TP, and he's actually so big on this Gnar. Like you say, he's like the real AD carry in this fight, and that's going to be the Dragon. Good connection here from Willer. Does get into range there of Envy to finish him off, and Effort, of course, just the final casualty. But I feel like the setup was pretty good there for Bro, but they didn't win the fight fast enough. They didn't utilize the Orianna, because they kept putting the ball in really nice spots. Like, okay, there's a choke point here, they can't approach. Then I put it in another choke point, but he never pressed R on it.
Oh,
he did here.
Goes entirely wide, and Clear just going to celebrate with a little bit of hopscotch.
That's not what I meant by press R, Karis.
Yeah, sometimes you press R and it doesn't really work, but it is actually a epitomization of what happened in that last team fight, because FearX just straight up outplayed Bro at every turn. There were max range hooks, max range wind becomes lightnings from Willa to make sure that he could take down Envy. And this Zeri just didn't have any space to do anything, because all of the FearX buttons were just hitting, you know?
Yeah. You have to win these fights decisively as Bro. You can't just win the longer one here, or you can, but not if the Gnar is huge. He's on 3 items now, and the closer is also going to be a big long-term damage threat here pretty soon once that 3rd item does complete. And the Senna is stacking, and this is just so oppressive what FearX can do now in terms of even vision control on the map. As you can see, this win in this fight allows them to push up vision all the way past the inners across the entire map that now Bro have to slowly and carefully clear. So watch this moment again with Clear.
Just going to find the Orianna.
Yeah. And by the way, like, no Mega Gnar until the end. Not even required here. Just simple as that, I guess. And just be Gnar, be big.
And using the walk strategy as well to avoid the shockwave It's a bit of an epidemic. The
It's
walk
been
epidemic.
quite overpowered this season.
Yeah, it's very, very strong.
I think we need a global movement speed reduction across all champions.
We don't. We need more Cloud Souls. That's what we need, more Cloud Souls.
All right, so what if we buff Cloud Soul, but then reduce global movement, so Cloud Soul is even more important?
Oh, I like that. But I do also just like movement speed in general, because this game has been way too slow.
The Cloud Rift's going to make everybody go a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's true. So there is, as long as we just stick around in this area, we're going to be feeling better. Maybe there'll be more engages. Maybe there'll be more fights.
Willard did walk away from the extendo beam very quickly.
Man, walking, dude. OP. Bro may not actually opt in for another 5v5 for the rest of this game, and their Nexus may explode. It might be one of those games where the space is like, but aren't we supposed to have more than one highlight? Well, no. I think there might be just that one, and then it's kind of the end.
I mean, they get that Herald fight, you know.
Oh yeah, maybe that one.
If I'm spacing, I'm like Herald fight, last Dragon fight, or the previous Dragon fight, you know, maybe they go that way. Depends on if they want to kind of criticize Fearx for the one mistake, or if they want to just give 2 Fearx Ws. You know, that space has to kind of figure that one out.
Yeah,
we're casters. We got to cast this game, and
we don't have to worry about, you know, the post-match narrative.
No, yeah.
We're worrying about the right now narrative, and that
isn't happening.
Yeah, that this is a very slow game that has had 1 point of contention between the two teams, where we did discover that Fearx could win a team fight. They did, and now they are setting up their minion waves for a bit of aggression on the Baron. And there's Doiv getting caught out of position. It's about as elementary as that, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? As Doiv goes down, that's the jungler. That is going to mean Baron. Dawning Shadow also means Effort is going to go down as well. And Karis just walks this one off. Fearx.
That should be Baron.
Yep, should be able to take the big purple worm and secure the game.
A lot of this was just the oppressive vision control I was talking about moments before, where Fearx just have so much vision pushed up, and they're 4-1ing with the Gnar that's so large in the side that it's very impossible for Bro to actually effectively deal with clear. So they need to get in here and start clearing up vision, otherwise Baron could be gone just under their noses. So Doiv does kind of get in there and check, and then eventually he dies. And it's a very boring way to win this game as Fearx, but it's a very correct way and a very good strategy, a good plan to just kind of sit around in brushes and wait to see who checks. And that's kind of the story of this one, is Doiv is like, I don't know. I don't have any information about Baron right now, so we need to get towards that pit. And then he has jumped on. Effort tries to save the day. That's why he's lurking around here, is maybe they can turn this with a shockwave with a big ult from the Rakan if he gets caught. But no, they're just too far behind, and that's the end of that. That Baron should allow Fearx to further more map control. They should be able to get soul point off of this as well. Up until that pick, I was going to say, if Fearx play it this slow, there is a chance Bro get that one big Zeri fight with a nice shockwave, and they could still win this game. But now, with a near 10,000 gold lead in Fearx's pockets, I just don't see it.
Now it's looking pretty doomed, and Execute has just hit these hooks, man, all game long. This guy's Nautilus looking way better than it did in the past. I think he was 2-5 on this pick. So far, has been criticized for going in too much, like we say, but we don't like seeing him on anything else. So having a performance like this, where he's managing to find these hooks at exactly the right times, that's the sort of evolution that we want to see in these players.
I didn't realize it until just now. He's also got Warmog, so every time he goes in and he doesn't get a kill, he's like, well, I'll just heal that up. It's no big deal.
He walked in front of Envy, lost half of his health bar, and just straight up did not care about it.
He just does not care at all.
Well, now, Bro, they care, because they're losing their base. Morgan trying to keep the minions away from the bottom inhibitor turret, but that is not going to save mid. And there is another minion wave actually conga lining towards his top lane as well. The amount of homework that Fearx have been acing so far has been really, really good, because getting control of that top wave means that they're going to be able to continue this pressure. And just naturally, I think that Clear should be able to get control of this bottom side. Very difficult for Morgan to defend against this Baron buff.
Yeah, and I mean, he's just struggling. He's got good wave clear, but meanwhile on the top side.
Yeah, there's a massive engage from Execute. Finds 3 with the knock-up. Effort cannot do anything about this, and Henna is just raining down these auto attacks. Another inhibitor will go down, and I think this is just going to be the game. And I think a lot of people are going to say that this one was boring, but man, was it clean.
It was clean.
Like, the amount of, like, ticking of boxes that Fearx did, they did exactly what you're supposed to do in a late game. It was beautifully done.
It really was, and we didn't get to say that about Fearx all too much this season, but team fights, definitely not the cleanest, but the macro, that was good in this game, and a lot of it was clear, setting up these waves. Willer?
Right, that's a nice little kickback. It's going to mean not a whole lot as Doive does go down, but he does demonstrate that he can do that if he needs to. There's a flash forward from Clear. He finds Envy, pushes him into his own Nexus as he's on the fountain now, trying to keep himself alive. The flick is good onto Morgan. A teleport in the middle of the battle for Execute. That sort of tells the tale of this man as a player in general.
Yeah.
Beautifully played, especially towards the end for Fearex.
It was Doive who kicked Closer. I thought he was going to kick Wheeler there, so I was a bit confused, but he ended up kicking Closer in one last-ditch attempt there. Well, they're not able to secure the kill. Onto the Taliyah. Closer's performance left us scratching our heads in team fights a little bit, but overall, the team just played it slow and steady. They knew that if the Zeri got online early in a poor team fight, then that was their way to lose, and so they did shy away from those early Drake fights unless they had full control. The teleport from Clear to come through, and the big game-deciding fight realistically there was Execute also hitting the hook, Willer hitting the Wind Becomes Lightning onto Envy, all of it coming together. You love to see a damage graph like this as well, where everybody's kind of sharing the burden of crushing a team equally, as no one's really making mistakes, no one's really popping off in the late game. It's not like, oh yeah, well they lost because of Sen. No, they just lost because Fearex played the map better.
Yeah, they did. They won one team fight and then suffocated Bro out of everything else. They made sure that they stationed themselves in the enemy jungle to make sure that they denied the Baron. Really beautifully done here by Fearex, and it is now time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down. We'll have game number 2. See you there.
아까 막 있어?
이거 우리
아,
노플 제일 노플.
뭐야?
그냥 천천히 다 치면서 해, 이거.
오케이.
우리 안 해도 돼.
오케이. 스킬 아껴봐 다들.
타 투쳐.
어디를 천천히
앞라인. 빨리지 마.
타 투쳐봐. 얘 들어야 돼.
원거리도 타 쳐줘라, 가면. 미스 찾고 이거. 미스 노플이야. 나가자. 제리 노플.
제리 봐줘
제리.
오리 잘 끌린다.
기지.
너네가 더 잘하니까 자신감 있고 여유롭게 알았지?
네.
긴장하지 말고 편하면 되겠다.
아이. 잘하고자.
화이팅 하자.
파이팅.
야, 숫자 보면서 할게, 이거.
문 쳐줄게.
숫자 좋다, 이거. 자, 맞아.
큐따로 해줄게 이거. 나 끌리겠다.
맞아.
얘 노플이거든 얘. 노플. 마우 노플. 그다음에 얘 프레시 있다.
해보자.
아리 킬이다. 나이스.
나이스.
나 탈게 이거.
오늘 00연계만 생각하자.
나 봐줄게.
봐줄래?
싸워 좋을 때. 한 번 더 잘 맞아라, 이거.
쭉 가봐.
짜오. 아 근데 바로 나왔다. 이미시 시원했는데 정훈이 형?
나이스.
잘 걸었다.
쳐서 부르자, 이거. 그냥 치면 될 것 같은데, 지금.
잡을게.
잡아.
싸워보자. 이거.
또 천천히.
마우 빼고 한번 빼고.
나 다시 맞을 수 있는데 이거.
맞아.
천천히 봐.
천천히.
잘 받고.
다시 한번 볼게 이거.
골카 가져 골카.
나 골카 3초 골카 3초 맞아 맞아
천천히 해봐 천천히.
스몰도
노플.
어우 잘 봤다 나이스
그냥 이렇게 계속 핑퐁하면서 안 많이 쳐. 그냥 얘네 녹는다 이거.
나 막아볼게 막아. 봐줄래. 끝내자.
좋아요.
아 드디어 이겼네
좋다.
드디어 이겼네.
아 진짜
나 이게 기억이 안 나.
주현 씨 고생했어요 정한 씨 드디어 이기네요
정환 씨 수고했어요. 드디어.
야 마지막 한 판이다. 파이팅해서 잘해보자.
저스트 화이팅이야
저스트 파이팅이야.
현주이 너 오늘 솔킬하면 들어가고
몇 번 따요?
한 2번만 다. 2번이면 충분해.
그냥 따요 예?
키워서 먹게.
좋다 아보자 화이팅
파이팅. 아 미드 리신. 이플만 조심. 근데 아리 그 리신 큐 없어.
지렸는데? 나이스.
야 노틸 탑 갔다. 바텀 다이브 안 돼?
네네네네.
써볼게. 막아.
난 죽어.
아니 안 죽을 만해.
나이스. 좋아.
미드 좀 세게 쳐봐도 돼.
마공령 조심.
쳐봐.
괜찮아. 나머지 깨면서 다이브 해도 돼.
리신. 내가 맞았어. 내가 맞았어.
자 이거 살려. 아 좋아. 제리 노플. 앞에 거. 다 바꿔.
나이스 우리 팀.
그냥 미드로 뚫으면 되고 얘네도 칠 수도 있어. 하자. 야 노틸 먼저.
나가.
노틸 먼저
맞아. 노틸 먼저 맞아.
제리 딜 못 넣어.
야 제리 노플.
제리 노플.
야 스몰도 지켜줘.
제리.
스몰도 지켜줘 얘들아. 스몰도 지켜줘. 야 살아 너. 너 그냥 살아.
잘했어.
아 텔 밖에.
나도 텔 살게 이거. 타워 칠래 타워? 타워 깨면 타워 킬게 그냥. 끝났다. 나이스. 잘했다 진짜. 잘했다. 나이스.
Do you have so little faith in your own light? Only you can save us. But first you have to try. Once more.
I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1 of FearX up against Bro, and that one took a while to get started. Was a little bit sleepy there in the beginning. I'm Valdez, joined by Hooney and Chronicler today. What do you guys think of that game?
I mean, it was like definitely a slow-paced game, right? It was like, as you said, I mean, the early game was like going kind of 50-50 until like 20-minute over. And it was, we were just waiting until the breaking point, and I think the middle point there, like I think the Wheeler and Executed, especially those two, were like the main member.
Yeah, there was one breaking point, and it didn't even really feel like a breaking point. It was like, I I guess the game is done now when they had the one fight in jungle. And it's an iconic Bro special to just kind of be sitting there, waiting for your moment, and then the moment never comes, and then you just lose.
Yeah, it's kind of what happened. We can talk about the draft. Your Reeby friend fell asleep, by the way. Let's talk about this draft, though. So I was just very surprised that Bro kind of gave them everything that they wanted as well. That was kind of confusing for me in the draft. What do you guys think?
Yeah, really, the only thing that for Fearex you look towards as he was falling asleep, it's a Bro game, it happens to everyone, was the Taliyah, like giving up Taliyah. And then they picked Rakan into it, so you're like, well, even Closure can get value out of the Taliyah pick that way, even though he still did not make it look too good. But outside of that, execute on an engage support with resources. Henna played a great game. I don't think he was the focal point, but he doesn't need to be in this style of composition. Wheeler on an aggressive pick, and Clear on Nara. So like everything else for Fearex, you're just looking at it and going, yeah, that looks great. That ticks all the boxes. Again, except Closer, who didn't really matter, so who cares?
I mean, as you said, it's just like the Senna nod. It's just like, it's so easy to execute. Like, it's just like you just go kind of 50-50. You're really fine. We just, oh, they got the Herald. We're okay. Just keep farming the soul. We just keep farming the gold. And eventually, Nara will get the silent prio, especially, and the Senna Nautilus will be able to impact the map with the ulti. And they have a great setup for Closer, too. Like, sure, Closer is not going to be the greatest player for the Taliyah, but they already have a Nautilus, which is like, it's so easy to just put the chain CC on. That's how they won, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. And when we did eventually get to those fights, that's kind of the way it did play out. We should talk about the 26-minute Drake fight, which is kind of the moment, Chronicler, you were talking about before, where the game kind of just ended here.
Yeah, they're really attempting here to do a cool turnaround with effort going in, and the problem is just that it's very disjointed. Envy goes in, immediately is rooted, and has to flash out from the get-go. And the problem is that it feels very disjointed. There just isn't enough damage at this point in time. And then the shutdowns come through, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 26th minute, as we mentioned. It's just like, it's so smooth for just Fearex, just controlling the area and just like waiting for the Nautilus to hook one time just landed. You can just go keep going until it actually landed, and it's like you just kind of have a free win. You're just waiting to... the Bro is just like waiting, just, oh, I guess you guys got a hook, and it was, oh, we can't fight anymore.
It's just so hard to get through tank Nautilus with Senna sustained for the entire team plus Taliyah. Like, actually getting on top of them and Xin Zhao as well is just a nightmare.
It's pretty much impossible, and the Xin Zhao, as you mentioned, was a really great pick. Let's talk about this fight in the jungle that we did have as well, because, you know, Fearex were controlling the entire map, and then they went in as a team, they catch the enemy jungler here, and it kind of just... that's the fight.
That's it. Yeah, you really can tell that we were struggling.
I mean, it's just like really great showcases that like both teams are actually just kind of waiting for enemy team to make the mistake. I mean, that's why I feel like this game were so slow-paced. Even like the first Herald, even the second, like all the objective control were just both teams just waiting. Oh, I guess you guys did a mistake. We gotta punish.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. The Nautilus for Execute felt very nice in this game. Let's take a look at the POG, though, for this one. Will it be Execute? No, it will be Willer on the Xin Zhao.
Willer really benefiting from the shift in meta. Do think that Execute should get some shoutouts as well. I think played a really good game of this aggressive Nautilus, dying where he needed to be. But Xin Zhao in particular, I think, is a pick that when you do get going feels so oppressive, because you can really dictate the flow of fights by going in really deep, as you see here, taking up a lot of resources, and then tanking so much with his ultimate. If you look at how much damage he takes there, or rather doesn't take because of the ult.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the Execute, like, I think just really deserved enough to actually get more votes as well. Like, just trying to fight there was really good, but also at the same time, as you mentioned, the Xin Zhao, the ulti timing was really great.
Even a based media vote, because Clear actually did have a great game. I quite like that one as well. Also saw that Wolf went for
Media
that
Wolf.
one.
Media Wolf as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just saying, you know.
Just saying.
But it's a good vote. I like it. I think that Clear really continuing kind of the upward trend that we saw of him in round 2.
I think that's fine, and we do have Bro moving over to the blue side, and they're going to have a very special player moving into the mid lane for a little sub, which is going to be pretty interesting, with Polbey coming in for the mid lane instead of Karis. And, you know, this guy's been in Challengers for a while. Happy to see him finally get his chance at the LCK.
Yeah, I'm containing my energy, but internally I am screaming. I'm really happy to see Pool Bay come through. Now all we need is Thanatos. Surely we'll see him. We'll see him in summer, right?
Sure, it's a last day, but you know it's a great chances. It's a great opportunity. Just go on ham.
Do we think this is going to help Bro win the game? I am curious.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Hey, no, keep the expectations low.
Good. He's pretty good. We'll have to wait and see how he does in this game number 2, guys. But we are done on the space. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. And I do want to say, Media has made a huge turnaround over the last couple of weeks, and I think it is because Orcs joined the Media group chat.
Yeah.
We've seen Orcs really team up with Media over the last couple of days.
I was tag teaming a little bit in that first game. Looks like.
I really do think that they're leveling up, and I think we can take full responsibility for that. So the based Media clear vote coming on through alongside.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
So let's talk about Pool Bay. It's time. He's here. It is time for the Pool Bay debut. He joined Bro this year earlier as at the turn of the round robins, and we thought that was going to be the moment that he was going to come in as instantly as soon as he was eligible, but he actually didn't, and he's played only 2 recent series. He's played 4 games of Orianna in recent times against Kwangdong Freaks and DRX. He is 4-0 on the pick so far in Challengers right now. He's known for picks like Akali, for his iconic flanking game. And Swain as well, true. He's a very strong player, and I think he has a larger champion pool than Bro and Challengers right now are utilizing him for. But
I thought you were going to say he has a larger champion pool than Karis, and we're like, oh, he can play more than this year. All right, nailing it.
Yeah, so we'll see what he ends up playing, but this is a really exciting moment. It's definitely one that we've all been waiting for. It's not going to turn the season around for Bro, but it might turn this series around if he has a better performance than Karis, who did, you know, not do a whole lot last game on the Orianna, to be frank.
Yeah. Definitely rolled a hula hoop around a few times, but that was about it. The Senna going to be banned away alongside the Smolder. Fearx just not wanting to see any of Envy's champions, and it does make a fair bit of sense. Kalista actually being banned on the blue side is curious.
Yeah, that's interesting to see if this final ban ends up being... I mean, there's a lot of different things you can go for here. The Kalista gone, the Senna Smolder gone, Varus stocks are kind of up here for Envy. It could just be a Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu situation if one of those picks is not banned in this final slot, but it will be the Varus. And Pool Bay, he's a good Lissandra player, but yeah, we're going to play Orianna. So now it'll be his 5th game of Orianna in a row.
There you go.
And also, Bro played Orianna last game as well, so we'll see if the level up does happen here. As Zeri coming through.
An understandable pickup, although it will mean that Execute is likely going to be playing Lulu, which we're not super psyched about. Let's see whether he can actually make that one work.
They could go Zeri Nautilus.
True. Or Zeri Rel.
Yeah, I like that as well. Keep the Rel flex.
Uh-huh.
Because if it is just going to be... I mean, they're definitely not going to lock the Lulu in now, but if they lock in a jungle pick right now, for example, then we know what's coming.
Oh yeah, I think we already do. As this one too has actually been really strong on the red side. We've actually seen Zeri Talia come through in a couple of our recent series and has worked out very well. So just have to see what the response is here from Brion, as Lucian Nami is pretty likely, but Renekton up and available for Morgan.
Morgan's Renekton. He gives a little nod. He's continuing to give a little nod.
Yeah, it's a lot of nods. Like, why haven't you locked it in?
There it goes.
It is.
Okay, so it's not gonna. We're saved from the Lucian Nami for now. Seems very unlikely it's gonna come through. As we'll see what this final pick is going to be. Jungle priority can just go to Doive here. If he wants to pick up the Lee Sin again, that is certainly an option for them. Does work out well with this comp. But we'll go to the Jax here, face up. I'm not a huge fan of the Jax jungle right now. I think only players like Canyon have really gotten maximum value out of it. It's also, in this draft, not being utilized as a flex, so it doesn't feel very powerful in this rotation. But let's not judge it, I guess, until we see it on the Rift. As Vi left open this time around, looks like he's going to go to Willer.
It's kind of crazy that they opt in for the Jax jungle when Vi is available and they're staring down a Zeri. So it's, I don't know, just kind of confusing. Does also mean that the Lulu is not going to be locked away, something that we'll see whether Brion actually ban it. Because I actually think that if FearX picks Lulu, they're weaker.
Yeah, I think that FearX should ban the Nautilus 100% here. So many different 80 carry picks you can run with that right now and find success into this Zeri, and it's an old favorite of Effort's. He was actually quite well known for a good Nautilus back in the old days.
The very old days.
Yeah, Effort has been around longer than I think a lot of people realize because he's been on Bro and been in Challengers so much recently, but T1 player.
Yeah, they also wanted to forget some of his times on T1 as well, because it was sort of the dark ages.
It was the dark times. As Lucian will be banned, so that's also a vote against the Lucian Nami Zeri Lulu.
I think that may not happen. The Lucian Nami Zeri Lulu might be dead now.
But does this mean that Execute is planning on locking up the Nautilus himself? Is the question, because they have so much great engage and setup for the Zeri now. A Rakan ban. This feels like a pretty free Nautilus angle. And, I mean, because the Renekton was picked so face-up here early, you don't necessarily have to lock that in right now. You could just wait, but it's really about whether you're going to give the Nautilus over or not, since you could already just counterpick the Renekton here straight up. So we'll see what they decide to go for.
I think that eventually they will want to just lock in Lulu. I think the Udyr does make a little bit of sense. It's not exactly the flashiest pick, doesn't spark a lot of joy, but should be able to survive in lane.
Oh, the effort hover.
Yeah, has
you love
to
to see it.
And picking the Rel away, I actually think is really, really smart. Alistar going to be the consideration here. Let's see what Execute does actually do as he goes through a couple of hovers.
I do like Alistar into this Jax jungle as well. Very sturdy, very good at knocking the engage away. Poppy is curious.
Oh, do it.
Don't do it, actually. I do not want to see that.
Oh,
it would have been fun, but I don't know. If Delight can't pull it off, then I don't know if you're pulling it off in this case, Execute.
I mean, the level of opposition might help him out, but yeah, I think it was a little bit of a gamble.
Yeah. So the draft of Bro, the OK Savings Bank Brion draft, could not be more summed up than like there's not much else to say except it's circles and dive.
It's a dive.
It's a dive composition. Yes.
I love it.
It goes in. There are circles. The Kai'Sa tries to blow up the Zeri. You hope you lock the Zeri down. If you fail in the mission to kill Zeri, you lose the fight every time. And the problem with trying to kill the Zeri is there's a few different obstacles that may try to block your entrance. Like an Alistar that's great into both the Rel and the Jax here. And of course, with his ultimate, will be able to tank up a ton of damage. There's a Vi that can engage on, as a counter engage, any diving champion. So if Kai'Sa goes in and Vi just clicks on her, that's the end of that. So very difficult for this one to be played out here for Bro. But I think the Orianna is going to be the potential X factor here. We did not see Karis have game-changing shockwaves. Maybe Pulbay can pull it off because there's so much setup in this draft for him to actually be the main character, and then Envy is just cleanup. But it is going to have to be, again, as we said in Game 1, about the execution.
Yes, and we've said execution many, many times. I want to apologize just because it is a bit on the nose given the support player for FearX. That's all right. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rifters. We saw Execute there, actually.
Did he forget to buy items?
Yeah, he may have, but we skipped ahead just to make sure that he is going to be spared any embarrassment. And he made it back down here just fine.
That was really funny. I don't think we've ever seen that before. Like,
yeah, like
on the run out, somebody goes back.
Yeah, the Execute's like, no, actually, I'm not interested. Very good.
That's like me every time I'm trying to go get water and I forgot my key card. I'm like, oh, hold on, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Why are you back so fast? Well,
and you've already said the goodbye and stuff like that, and it's like really awkward. It's like sheepishly you have to come. Oh, I forgot my phone. Yeah, it does happen. As Execute wearing his pajamas, feeling pretty good about being a cow.
It did happen to me today as well when I walked all the way down to my bike and it wouldn't start because I left my keys in my coat pocket from yesterday. Yeah. Everybody knows that feel. It's the worst.
Yeah, it's not great.
But at least he realized in the initial part, not when he got to lane, because we have seen it in international tournaments even sometimes.
We have actually seen
forgetting to buy items.
It is a real thing. And it's not just for those of us who, you know, be right back in a loading screen, you know, and then have to be very rushed as they just run out of ace.
So it's Pulbe's first pick of Orianna for LCK, as it's his debut, but he has played 4 games of Orianna in Challengers 4-0 on it this season for Bro.
Yep. Has also been playing for a really long time in Challenger as well, as part of that amazing D+ roster that we saw find a lot of success that we talk about every time Lucid does something good in any game.
It's crazy how much that roster really mirrored in so many ways the D+ roster that it was playing below.
Yeah.
In terms of its dominant jungle, mid jungle being super strong, Lucid and Pulbe very, very good at controlling the early game. And that team was just so extremely dominant. Pulbe was a huge part of it. Then later on, even he was overshadowed by Thanatos and Lucid, but it was a huge part of that roster.
Yeah.
And Rahel kind of being the Ghost-esque bottom laner who was good in late game team fights, but otherwise, you know, you didn't really pay attention to him all too much.
Yeah, wasn't really the main character of that roster, you have to say, is Doive. All right, let's see whether they can do anything meaningful here to Clear. Good stun is going to come forward, and Clear is just looking for a solo. It's not going to happen. Morgan still had to flash, but that is going to be first blood going over to the Jax jungle. High value here for Bro, and Doive in a good position to start carrying.
Whenever you get a Jax ahead this early, it can really warp how the early game goes, and this is going to be just a little bit of a poke here. Effort going to chunk execute down.
Oh, that minion crushed.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Not really finding too much else otherwise. So, kind of just trying to deal with this harassment as best he can.
Willer going to come over here and see if he can interrupt the clear.
Level 4 for Willer, so does have a bit of an advantage here at this point in time. And not going to be able to secure his blue buff is Doive. So, does manage to get first blood, but hadn't been back to buy just yet. So, doesn't actually have any added power.
No, and also he's spent a lot of time in the top lane, so lost a lot of his clear, and he's fighting against a Vi, right? So the camp clear here, massive for Willer right now, doubling his farm at the moment. So even though he got first blood, he's not massively ahead of the curve in terms of the jungle individual matchup, but still, he's thankful he got it, considering how much time he spent up there. It was a really nice bait from Morgan as well that Clear just completely fell for, and still, Clear reacted well and almost got the solo there, but Morgan flashes and they end up getting the big win topside, but opting into an extended trade against Udyr is never what you want as Renekton at these early levels, but Clear was like, okay, he's opting for it, just didn't quite realize there was a Jax on the way.
Yeah. You can see Clear still going aggressive, trying to utilize the early power that he does have, and with the flash going down, certainly an opportunity if Willer does head towards the top side, but I think is going to, the majority of the time, hover around this bottom lane, try and make sure that Henna is kept safe. We have to remember that this is his Zeri as well. He's very happy on this champion just in general to see whether he can have a good performance. Yeah, this was the good bait from Morgan.
Yeah. Just has to flash there. Doesn't quite have his Q up for the heal in time. We're not sure he's going to be able to get enough out of it, so flash is just for safety guarantees. Doive is going to be the one who gets the kill. Would have loved to have it himself, but a Jax getting a kill ain't half bad, especially like we mentioned before with his current state of clear and clearing the jungle. Talking about execution and clearing and stuff like that with these players, it's always a little...
There's a lot of puns.
Yeah.
And there's closer as well, and so when you say that things are getting closed and then it's a Doive composition, it's just hard.
When there's a Willer, there's a way.
Yeah. Yeah. You had to put a bit of effort into that one, didn't you?
Yeah. I hate Knight. I envy you because you went for the early, easy one with effort there.
Yeah. And then you just say Morgan, and that's all you've really got. Doive coming on over and is going to be able to grab one of these bubs. Just going to be gentleman's agreement between these two junglers.
Yeah, this actually does happen quite often, as Willer does not want to fight 1v1 to Jax there. Prio to Pulbe in mid.
Envy's actually ghosting back to lane. I actually really like this. Something that has been around for a while. Just instead of having, teleport like a lot of people use to get back to lane, you just use your ghost to try and get back here a little bit faster. There is a cannon, and he didn't miss too much of this CS.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's definitely worth it in this case. I like it when players are willing to use summoners for not intended purposes to get other advantages.
Yep. Envy going to be chasing down Henna here, but not actually going to find any meaningful damage, and a plate going over to a Zeri. Not the greatest of news for Bro, but nothing has gone awry just yet. 700 gold is the lead for Bro.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that we're going to see anything that really is going to change the game state for another 18 to 25 minutes.
It's really going to be, once again, I think for these comps about what the Zeri gets done early. And if she doesn't get a whole lot done, that doesn't necessarily mean she's not going to be super relevant later, but
it just
that will
means the game
accelerate the
isn't
game.
decided.
Yeah, it just means the game will get more interesting because FearX will actually be confident enough to fight early. Whereas for Bro, you know, you can give this first dragon up here, but you really don't want to be giving too many of those up with your composition really spiking in mid-game. Man, the late game is going to be much inferior.
Ooh, there's a big ulti out from Morgan, just trying to be dominant, assert his dominance, as it were. And Clear is just going to run away, using the walk tactic that we mentioned earlier on.
Yeah, the walking is quite effective for Udyr. He's
Yes.
very good at it.
It's more like jogging, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
not really walking. He goes very fast.
He is really constantly going on a jaunt, isn't he?
He is.
He's
He is.
never really slowing down. Remember the Chemtech Udyr?
Oh yeah, the Chem Tank?
Chem Tank, yes. I always get that item wrong when I say it out loud, but yes, that was a fun time.
It certainly was. I think Chem Tank Akali was,
Yes.
that was the best. That was when you realized that that item had some issues.
Yeah, that was when we were like, okay, so we've really strayed further away from the intended purpose, haven't we?
Yeah. It's Katarina's job to like use items very weird in comparison to everybody else.
If you look at the gold graph that was shown there for every lane, the top in... Oh, hey, I'll close her?
Yeah, he's gonna get shockwaved right on the edge there. Pullbay going aggressive.
He does not have teleport advantage, pull base, so that was an interesting choice. Let's see what they can make of it. Raptors.
Yeah, like that.
Tempo ult for Raptors. That's how you, as a mid laner, help out your jungler. Sometimes the jungler helps out the mid laner, but not in this case.
Willer is going to spot that his Raptors were taken away. Very sad stuff here. And he's actually going to wrap around. Look for a little bit of an ulti here. Does manage to find it as closer. Gets the flick back onto Pullbay. Willer happily tanks up about 4 turret shots and is able to take down the Orianna. Great punishment there.
Yeah, you don't have ult, so I'm going on you. That was a really good call there, as Willer is like, my Raptors are gone. What happened? Closer told him the story, and he was like, well, let's get revenge.
And now the red buff should actually go over to Doiv. You could see they were actually pinging that one out. Might actually look for an attempt onto Clear. Once again, Morgan is baiting. And this time, Clear not going to fall for it. Or maybe he is. Or maybe he just doesn't really care whether there's a Jax there or not.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think he cares that much. No teleport from Pullbay, as mentioned before, when he went for that ult. So doesn't get any sort of tempo advantage in the lane. Dies then, and we'll lose a plate and most of that wave. So Closer's kind of equalized CS now for the most part here. Definitely a big whoopsie there and a great play from Willer on the follow-up. So he knows that Pullbay does have flash, but does not actually have his ultimate. And the only reason why he can go this far into turret range and not feel bad about it is because he knows there's no shockwave to hold him in place. If he did have ult, probably would have been a 1-for-1 there. But
yeah.
He's very aware that it's gone.
But that was the only reason he went for that play as well, and that was on vision. So Pullbay sort of saw him walking over. It's just the engage range on Vi is so incredibly large that thought he was safer than he actually was. FearX now moving down into this river. 2 minutes until there's anything here to really fight over. So Henna and Execute just going to head back towards his bottom lane. Stop Envy from just farming freely. Does have a big mini wave pickup down there as well, as Morgan is continuing to be frustrated by Clear, who just sets up circles and walks and does all of that annoying stuff.
Yeah, Doiv is doing the Void Grubs right now, so can't really assist in any sort of additional push of this advantage. They also had a ton of mid-prio, despite Pullbay dying there, so he could have come up and helped out, so they're just going to have to let those go. The timing of this works out really well for Bro as they secure this topside objective and will be able to group bottom. And now we get to see what Envy's made of in this game, because obviously last game, you know, made some aggressive plays that did not work out with his team, and this time around he's going to have to rely once again on his teammates engaged to be part of the dive that we've been talking so much about. He hasn't really been on screen that much, otherwise just pushed in by a Zeri all game so far. But as we get to these first few fights, it'll change.
Ooh, another fight here, as Morgan has pressed R and Clear has booped him after pressing E.
Yes.
The circle battle continues as both of our junglers see each other. And that is about it. Morgan, I think he really wants to dive this turret. But
He
it's not going to happen.
Also is like, if I ult, maybe I can get a plate. and he can't quite get the plate either, unfortunately. Even with 5 Void Grubs, not able to hit it. I think 1 or 2 more autos probably would have done the trick, but now that Clear is back, maybe he gets his chance. Nope, TP. Down here, maybe something?
Yeah, Effort just going to get headbutted, and FearX just wanting to clear out the vision where they can. Crash down from Effort isn't exactly fantastic as he gets knocked up. Magnet Storm comes on through, and they are just going to kill the Rel. There he goes. Now there's a stun onto Envy as Execute with the Unbreakable Will is just very, very tanky. Doib not able to get here in time, and that is just a freebie.
Well, that's right before the Dragon as well. This is really not great for Bro. Losing Effort there, kind of disastrous. You have to respect the Zeri in the early game. I feel like so many teams haven't realized. They're still thinking like it's release Zeri, where everyone thought the Zeri was just super weak and you could punish her early, and then people found out after subsequent nerfs that, in fact, yeah, she's still really strong at early skirmishes when she has her ultimate and 2v2s, 3v3s.
There's a cease and desist. In comes Closer as well as Effort just can't get on over. It's a decent shockwave, but I think Poolbay is still going to be dead. Closer locks down that kill as now Doib. He's the one that's going to take his turn to die, and Henna is going to lock that kill up. I think this game is heading towards certification, Wolf, and it's a bit of a worry.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an issue, and I'm not entirely sure why Bro thought they could contest that Dragon. They're even standing near the pit is not safe, as this is Effort denying a back is how this all starts off, but, you know, yes, you are Kai'Sa in the early game, but it's a Kai'Sa with a Shiv, and they really hard force it. Like, this is on Effort. Like, Envy is like, okay, we're done with that, and Effort's like, no, I got the angle. Yeah, you got the CC, but they have the Zeri, and Envy was so far away, they lost so much damage there, isn't going to be able to proc his passive. And then Poolbay here is on a ward, and I think they wanted to come over and see if they could do magical Rel things here, but they certainly were not going to be able to. Of course, Poolbay didn't know he was on vision there, so can forgive him a little bit for that, but a really nice proactive play from Willer to just say, well, that guy's in my ult range. I guess I'll take him out.
Yeah, and Willer once again having a fantastic game. This guy has looked so good today. That is continuing here on his Vi. And of course, Vi has been one of his favorites for quite some time. And it's been on the ban list, I think, against FearX in a lot of their games. Is now he's going to find the mid laner here for Bro. And Willer is so incredibly strong. Sundered Sky already completed. And Poolbay, he's running the wrong direction. Seismic Shove is going to miss. And Poolbay doing the walk strategy very, very well. But still, Vault Breaker is going to come through. And
he's flanking them!
He is definitely flanking them. And the minions! Minions going to be taken down here as Poolbay will tank up the turret. And there is a last Vault Breaker. Home goes Willer now, and he'll spend all of that money that he just made.
I don't think Willer spent... Okay, hold on. Doib?
Yeah, goes in, does find a counter-strike, as now Henna has ulted as well. Still Execute with the Unbreakable Will is trying to tank up, but it's just not going to be enough to deal with. The 3 of them raining hell down upon him, and Henna not able to dissuade them from killing his cow.
Nope. Well, you know, I don't know if there was some bad blood from the Academy days. I don't think Willer ever played with or around Poolbay because he joined the LCK a long time ago. He was on that Hanwha roster back in 2021, but yeah, seems personal. Willer is just like, nothing personal, rookie, but
and Closer also just had no horse in that race at all, just didn't care about it. It just led him about his business and continued killing minions on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Said, off you go, Willer, have a good time.
Yeah, well, I mean, this game is completely blown out of proportion. The ways in which Zeri can do things in the late game are, you know, we talk about it a lot, but Henna is now in a place where he's going to comfortably cruise through this mid-game. Execute.
Oh, yeah, Envy going to have to flash out of that one. Execute gives him the thumbs up. That is Execute-approved flash. You love to see it. And Willer is going to collect Shelly, and they are just taking everything all over the place. This is what didn't happen in the last game, right? It was choose an objective and spend 25 minutes trying to take it. This is choose an objective, you go take that, I'll take this one over here, and we're just going to continue being very aggressive. All right, that was an odd little maneuver. As Doib jumped over the wall, but not actually able to find too much there.
And the weird thing about this draft for Bro is, once again, they just locked up their solo lane super early, didn't choose the Vi, they picked the Jax, and you look at how this draft played out in the early game, it's just kind of disastrous. Like, the Udir's great to the Renekton, the Orianna here isn't doing much for Poolbay as closer, maybe in trouble, possibly.
Yeah,
Observer's keeping it hidden.
He's skating down towards his bottom side. Still out of turret available as Execute spots that Doib is here and sends the Gromp away. Still enough damage there from Doib before it does lose its patience. As Clear, more circles. More Morgan doing circles as well, I guess, as he spins around, presses Q there. And we're not really going to see too much of anything other than that. So good to see that the top
We
lane
keep
is still
watching
the
it
top
though.
lane.
Yeah,
I was waiting for the cutback to move the conversation to something else, and here we go. Henna is now farming in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're having a conversation, or we were moments ago, about like, oh yeah, like they picked a Renekton face up and Clear gets Udyr, and it's pretty strong in this matchup. Yeah, like, we keep watching it. I'm like, I don't know, it just keeps showing up, so I'm telling you guys about it. Execute is on vision.
Yeah. Willa wasn't though, still just going to throw down the Herald. And that should be this outer turret on the bottom side of the map taken down.
Both of these games, Fearx have just gotten an advantage and just run it all over the map. And I mean that in a good way. They've just basically taken all of these critical positions. They've then put deep vision around this turret so they could set up for this play. And, I mean, there's just not much that Bro can do. A dive comp from behind just doesn't operate, unfortunately. But Fearx are really just not playing this slow. They're playing it very aggressively. They're pushing their advantages. Plus, they have the late game Zeri to fall back on here. So, I mean, look at these gold leads here. The Zeri is the least of Bro's worries in terms of money, but she will be, in terms of threat, the biggest later is...
Oh, this could be a bit of a problem as Execute decides to pulverize as Closer flashes out. And, of course, Closer was the one under more threat. So they are going to be able to get themselves a Summoner spell from good positioning. Very good stuff as Envy versus Henna, but around the inner turret here. And that is a very aggressive teleport. Clear just going to come on over, and he does now have his Sunfire Cape completed. This will be a large influx of money. And there it is. Inner turret taken down now. Effort looking for an opportunity, but he's headbutted away. And I think Execute might have a little bit of trouble here. Is still going to be able to flash to get to relative safety, and Clear is a huge brick wall to stand in front of Bro. Ulti here from Henna, who's looking to try and turn it. Has to respect the orb as they are standing on it for the moment. Envy still looking for an opportunity, and it is a dive comp wolf, but they're not using it like one. They're playing it like a front-to-back composition, and that's not really what you want to see.
I think they're so scared of the Closer teleport coming through and splitting them in half, they decide to back away, play it really slow, but it's Kai'Sa. It's Kai'Sa with the Shiv. You know, she's not going to be doing any poke damage, so... a little bit unfortunate here for Bro. They can't make anything of the play. There was a nice attempted punish onto Execute, but he's got Hex Flash. TP coming through here for the Orianna.
Yeah. Kobe coming back, does have his Flash and Shockwave available. His Effort taking a lot of damage. Cease and Assist actually invested onto him as he just goes up into the sky. It's a fantastic Shockwave. Can they find more though is the question as Morgan diving on in. It's a double kill for Envy. But that is still the Vi locking down the Crocodile. And Clear is still up and available alongside Henna, who does do a fair bit of work. Still, Bro get control of this dragon area, and first Cloud Drake will belong to them. Back-to-back Cloud Souls, by the way, everyone. Isn't it a beautiful day?
It is a very nice day outside. In fact, very few clouds, so I guess they're just all on the rift. As a contest?
Not able to actually lock anything down here as Clear sets up the circle as he is wont to do. That's a big shutdown as the Vi goes down, and now Doive, he's looking for even more. Henna trying to throw these burst fires out, and Clear is the one that does it. He stood there, and the circle took him down.
If they had gotten there a little bit faster and actually secured the dragon, this would have been a huge disaster for Bro. It's still a pretty big disaster. As it turns out, they at least are able to kill Henna, so he doesn't get that last kill. But that is a massive swing of gold going over. And everything looked like maybe it was going to be great here for Bro, as Pulbe ends up finding a really nice shockwave in this fight. Look at that one, the three-man there, and then Morgan gets on top of them. He's a big Renekton here, and this is almost enough. The problem is, as we talked about in the draft, you go in, you got to kill the Zeri. They didn't kill the Zeri, and then Henna does a ton of work on the back of this, and then they decide to come over here for the contest, knowing that Pulbe still doesn't have Shockwave. Willer isn't able to get the smite here, which again would have been so disastrous, but he sacrifices himself, and then Henna just does an insane amount of damage here. And if he actually doesn't go down and gets this last kill on the Pulbe as well, it's even worse, but Clear does clean up. He did so much damage before dying. Henna's just been so good this season at these crazy long fights.
And there's been a lot of them as well, because of course Fearx do like to skirmish as often as they can, and Henna, even on Bro, was very good at the Zeri. So just, this is his wheelhouse, and he's just having a really good time. Bro, though, they haven't been that great at team fights as well, and so this is probably the best opportunity for Henna up against his former team, and really just having a good time of it. Still, Envy does have 4 kills now after that team fight. So it is a 3,000 gold lead for Fearx, but if Envy is able to press his ultimate button to near someone and just kill them,
especially Zeri,
yeah, that would be definitely the priority target. He could be really, really dangerous, but Quick Blades are now done for Henna as well, and Henna is only going to get more and more difficult to take down
I mean,
the game progresses.
The other problem too for Pulbe is that he broke his arm guard in that last fight. So that was one that he wanted to use to change a team fight, to stay alive, and then be able to set up for a good shockwave. Now he's not going to have that, so that's one of their big tools gone here, and he invested so much into it. As we're just going to start Baron on Vision. They don't know.
The ward right here is getting a whole host of value. I just don't know whether Bro can actually make their way over here. Let's see whether they can utilize this dive composition to dive into the Baron pit, because that's what they're going to need to do. Is headbutt out. Raw Doive is now in they go. Good shockwave is going to connect as Closer just flashing into the back of this pit. It is a catastrophe as Doive locks down the Baron. And now, FearX, can you actually punish them for stealing your stuff? As Effort able to limp his way out. Fantastic flash over from Morgan to execute that kill. And now Henna left in the pit, out to dry. And Morgan's going to chop him up. FearX, that was a throw.
That was a huge throw. A huge one. And in Henna, he can do so well in these extended fights if there's no CC to lock him down at the end of it, but there was there, and he still did a lot of work, and if he was on 3 or 4 items, maybe they actually end up winning that fight, but it was just super broken up. You didn't have any control over the pit. One headbutt was all they had to try to keep Doive out of this one, and they used it too early. And then Pulbe's Shockwave here ends up doing so much damage to the backline. The follow-up is just so easy. Effort gets in here, and then bam, there goes the steal. And even if you don't get the steal here, it's probably going to be a win in the team fight for Bro. So they were feeling pretty good about their chances of making this one happen. Effort slides his way out here, and then Morgan gets on top of Closer, stuns him up for the kill, and then Henna just doesn't have any options here. Eventually gets diced there by Morgan as Pulbe is going to be able to walk it out. So Pulbe's had some big shockwaves here, but I think that was really just set up by FearX. I mean, that was a really greedy call. And now, Bro, completely in control of this game. I mean, just like that, now they're going to be able to put deep vision up. This dive composition can finally operate as it was supposed to. The Nashor's Tooth is done for Envy, so he can have a little bit more presence in neutral. This is the turn of the century basically for Bro.
100%. I don't know whether it actually means anything as far as the outcome of the game. It just means that Bro are going to have an honest team fight for the next few objectives. Morgan also able to split push here on this bottom side. That inner turret is definitely going to go down as now Envy possibly out of position as Clear moves on over. Defensive vision was set up here for Bro, but not for very long. As are we just going to trade
bases?
The base trade scenario is probably not good for anyone as we're going back, says
FearX are super slow to respond to this. They only send Clear back, and Closer was already there, but like,
yeah,
you're going to lose an inhibitor, and then you're probably still not going to be able to secure this dragon. We were really praising the macro of FearX in Game 1 and the advantages they pushed in Game 2, but one bad Baron call and then dropping the ball all over the place here. This is Morgan just, you know, utilizing that Baron for extra pressure, but I think he got way more than he bargained for.
Execute is flanking, but the rest of the team nowhere nearby, so he's not actually able to make use of that Pulverize at all. And the blue buff going to be secured here by Bro.
So they get an inhibitor and the dragon, and FearX, Wither got scuttled.
Yeah, and they also got a control ward on the red buff in the Bro jungle. So, I mean, don't underestimate the power of that. That's a bit of money.
Yeah, that's some money that Bro will pick up.
5.6k Rebel Baron power play.
Yeah, I mean, it's
at the end.
Like I said, it could not be a bigger turn of events here. Like the huge gold swing, the map control that comes with it, and like you said, I mean, now they actually get to have honest team fights that we thought we were never going to see. His Closer was in a very dangerous spot there.
Yep.
Now his Weaver's Wall is on cooldown, but at least there's no objective where that'll be necessary.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes until the Baron is going to be up again. And FearX, they just need to reset, you know? Morgan is on the Raptors on a ward, and in comes Willa. Execute not actually going to hop on over, and Morgan I don't think was going to die in one rotation. And so therefore, they do let him live for the moment.
I think there's still a lot of carrying that, you know, Envy is going to have to do with this squad in terms of, you know, picking off single targets, because FearX can still win this game despite the gold deficit if they get map control back just one time, if they win just one team fight. It can be a huge swing because, yes, it's a huge gold lead here for Envy because he's got, what, 7 kills now in this game?
Yeah, he's
But he's quite large, but he's still Kai'Sa. So if the fight goes long and Henna has the agency, he still wins those despite a gold deficit. As he doesn't win these apparently.
Yeah, and apparently red buff is just too powerful. Still going to be able to lock that one down, but it was looking a little bit rough, especially with Doive in the area.
The luxury arm guard here for Envy, I think, is quite a nice purchase here, considering the rest of his team is also, you know, getting pretty big too, so he doesn't have to, and because he's Kai'Sa and more of a follow-up and a little bit of a poke here, doesn't have to invest in building another item just yet, because this next fight is going to be what they need to win to close this one out. And having that arm guard means that when he dives in, he has a little bit more wiggle room there when the shockwave comes through and all that damage is layered, so he can then hopefully kill Henna and win that fight.
Well, Execute going to be spotted out here by the Void Seeker. And there's another one. He has been sought well and truly.
We don't see Kai'Sa all too often, but if you, for those who don't know, once you have the Empowered W, which you can get from finishing Nashor's Tooth, if you hit people, it gives you a cooldown reduction, so every time Envy hits one of those, it's very frustrating for Fearx to know another one's coming. Envy?
Well, in goes Willer. Is going to have his ulti popped, though, and they dive on top of Henna. Not able to finish him off, though, as you can see now, Closer finally making his way into the fight, but Willer is already dead. Bullbay taken down exceptionally low, but Henna is dead. The red buff is going to lock that one down. Killer Instinct from Envy, and he knows that this fight is pretty much done. It's a great flick, though, as Closer, still a fair bit of damage on him, threads the volleys through. How did Fox actually make that one work?
Insane. There's just not enough long-term damage in this composition here for Bro, and Closer pulls it off in that longer team fight with some of Execute's help. Still a trade of 2-2, and they are going to have to deal with these super minions here, and at the end of the day, it's not going to be a big win for Fearx, and Bro should be able to reset and get back map control. But this arm guard, we just spent a bunch of time talking about it, gets insane value here for Envy, because now Willer is just basically engaged on himself. He's put himself in harm's way, and he is going to get burst down here. And then Effort, yes, he goes low, but he tanks a bunch up. And then watch this after the ult comes through, or rather after the knockup comes through from Execute, Envy can just follow up on this and start cleaning up. And then the turn happens. Clear actually, as he's going down here, ends up doing a ton of damage to the Bro members, and actually Closer is just constantly threading these through. Clear lives, and just way too much Udyr damage. They end up all burning through there.
Yeah, and I feel like Envy was really scared of Closer, really didn't want to get into range of a seismic shove or something like that, and so therefore was just not able to auto-attack halfway through that fight, just didn't do anything at all. So a little bit unfortunate, wasn't actually able to utilize that Killer Instinct because he dived in, and I was like, well, I guess this team fight's over, but wasn't really able to do anything. A lot of respect paid to the members of Fearx.
Doesn't want to give that shutdown he's holding now as well over. He has finished his Zhonya, so he will have another stasis. And some of those AP stats will be valuable for his Void Seekers as well. So not going to be, you know, that's the cool thing about Kai'Sa is you can just build AP and still have value, and that's what he's going to try to do as they continue to siege here. 45 seconds before the next Dragon fight. Baron is also up, so some tough decisions to be made here in terms of what they're going to do with this mid-prio right now. Bro haven't actually cracked this turret, which is so frustrating. If they did that, this dive comp would be so much stronger. They got value in bottom and got the Dragon out of the Baron, but somehow didn't get outer mid. And this is so frustrating, as that's the crux of what this comp needs, is actually that extra space.
Well, Willer could be the engaged target, but Shattering Strike is not going to land. Void Seeker does, but that is not going to be enough to get any sort of engage. So Clear moving down towards this bottom side of the map, definitely the longest lane in the game right now, as he has teleport available. That might spell Bro heading over towards this Baron. They do walk on in there. Vision now going to be set up, so Fearx know what's going on.
Okay, it's really tough for Willer to get into this pit. He does not have flash.
Yeah, Effort probably going to be spotted here on this flank angle. The Baron goes down very, very low. They're not wanting to flip it. And Clear going to get in here and push Effort away. He wants to find that angle, but it's going to be so difficult. And now the charge up is going to come through. Not sure about the Crocodile as the main target, who does press that Dominus button, and he's still going to go down, so never you mind. If you all have the same idea, it is just going to work out. It's a double kill for Closer. Killer Instinct into the backline for Envy, though, and he's now going to have to try and fight it, but that seismic shove he was so scared of is going to kill him in the end. And Fearx, yeah, they had a bit of a hiccup, but, you know, they just they win the glass of water and everything was fine.
I guess they win in the end, as, yeah, Willer maybe don't engage on the Crocodile, but he didn't really have any other option there. He wanted to get his way out, and it bought enough space for the Zeri. Henna ends up having a massive ultimate there and coming through, and Closer big improvement this game around on the Talia in terms of what sort of impact he can make in team fights. Actually doing a ton of damage in the last one, and this time that final shove does Envy in. And they're going to push to end. No Baron, but they think they have the damage, and with only effort here, I think they are correct in that assumption.
They absolutely are. They're just ignoring effort entirely. Some casual pulverizers, some headbutts as well. It's pacifist mode, as now they're going to look to focus down this Nexus. They should be able to do so, as Closer is going to be on in there. That's a double kill. Make it a triple for Morgan as the Lord grabs a few on his way out, but that is going to be exactly that, his way out.
Tragic loss for Bro. OK Savings Bank Rion finally brought it back. They brought us to a close game, but they weren't able to close it out in the end. And frankly, Atlas, you know, this is exactly the type of loss you do not want to end your season on, as oopsie daisy there for Execute. The engaging stops when the League of Legends stops Execute. But yeah, great win here for Fearx. They clutched it out in the end. And it was very scary for a moment. They did throw everything into that Baron pit, and that lost fight made it seem impossible to win, but the tenacity was there. And I guess in this series, the moral of the story is don't do Baron, or it's gonna be
Baron is it's just not what you want to do. This guy on the top side of the map, I'm becoming an Udyr believer again. Udyr has had a couple of recent decent performances after looking a little bit like a paperweight for the last little while. Willer also an absolutely amazing game. His Vi has always been really, really good. And one thing I do want to mention is you saw effort there, really like patting the shoulders of his ex-teammates as he walked past. You can see still good friends on the side of Bro for this guy. But he had a great game on the Zeri once again. And Fearx, I think this is exactly what they wanted as a final series before preparing for summer.
Yeah, no, this is the kind of game where you do turn it around. You have some really good team fights as Closer. Execute had a pretty good series. Hannah, you know, the guy is so stable right now, I feel like, compared to what we've seen him in the past. I'm a real Hannah enjoyer, as everyone on the space knows. But, you know, for Bro here, I think you got really close. And Doiv had to have, you know, he came back here, perhaps on short notice. He had a decent performance. It wasn't the greatest, right? But he's playing up against Willer. Pulbay's debut, a little rough around the edges, but some good shockwaves. Yeah, and I think Pulbay's got a nice career ahead of him, but it started off a little rough. I think that there's definitely a lot of growth we need to see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he was very Pulbay. It was the exact Pulbay experience, right? Like, just not exactly making the most careful decisions, as we see here in the earlier stages of the game. He went 0-3-0, but then had some game-changing ultimates, and that is what Pulbay is, right? He's like similar to Dundun, but with a little bit more mechanical skill and a lot of clutch factor when it comes to some of these big fights.
Yeah, so
happen.
The state of this game and the story of this game was definitely, the early game was amazing, and then it went very bell-shaped, like down to the bottom. Like, oh, it was not so good after the Baron that
like this one.
This one right here, yeah. But then the end was very good for Fearx as well. So
some undulation.
Yeah. The beginning and the end. Skip the middle part. You know, maybe the space will cover a little bit of the middle part, but maybe they'll just do a little bit of revisionism on this one and be like, yeah, Fearx had control from start to finish. As this fight here was, I think, where a lot of the wind was pulled out of the sails of Bro, and this allowed Fearx to actually even have that attempt to stop the Baron in the first place. And you know, a lot of this fight looked like it was all done and dusted. Look at how much Clear does in this moment here with Execute. It's actually insane the damage he does, and Doiv ends up paying for it here, trying to go in for that final kill.
That whole fight was just Execute. Like the flash pulverize, and then to survive to get a second pulverize off in the fight, absolutely huge.
And then Henna's positioning here, he slides over the wall to get the first kill there, and then he's just able to free fire. Yes, effort gets on top of him eventually, but the fight is already over, and then the shove to make sure Envy doesn't have any chance of turning this one around. He's Kaiser, so the chances were minimal, but great shove there from the Closer. We'll see these final moments here as they push to end.
Yeah, let's just take the turret, take the turret, take the turret. I think they're going to say ignore effort.
Yep, they literally did say that, yes.
No, we don't care.
And just focusing the turrets, of course. Yeah, Clear's like, I'm dying, please hit the turret. I'm curious what the comms are going to be at the end when Pulbay comes out with ult.
Please, 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 please. They do manage to get it clear. I do really like his cheeky grin. As we'll check out the damage numbers here as well. Envy doing the most in the game, but unfortunately didn't really matter. And of course, that's largely to do with Void Seekers.
Yeah, I mean, Pulbay I think if he had a better early game, maybe this is a different result. If Doiv was able to do more, then get that first kill, and then unfortunately make lower impact than Willer all game, maybe there was a world, because that one gift that they were given on the Baron allowed them to actually play the comp the way it was supposed to. So I got a little excited, like maybe this is going to work out, but they themselves had a bit of a Baron whoopsie.
Yeah, it wasn't quite that. But we haven't heard the last from Bro, and in fact, we'll get the full team interview after the full FearX team interview as well. But before that, we need to head over to the space to see what they thought about that game.
Yes, up next is the space, indeed, to break down that game number 2. And Bro, nice try. I liked Pulbay. His debut was actually quite nice, and outside of the mistakes early on. But he's a challenger player. He'll learn how to get through that kind of thing, and he will get better. But yeah, 2-0 from FearX here. Kind of what we expected at the end, at least the victory from FearX.
Yeah, the way in which they went about it was a little, which we'll see in the highlights as well, and if you watch the game, you know exactly what we're talking about. A little bit rough, but for me, again, the difference maker was Willer. I think him on a champion with a lot of agency, deciding when to take fights, just works so well for this team. And they also put execute on an engaged champion, and it's almost as if we'd been asking this team to do this the whole split, and maybe they would have made playoffs and not been at the mercy of other teams had they done that before. I still think closers to Leah is not it, but the pick is really strong right now, so I guess it makes sense that they wanted to take that. But outside of that, I don't think this was really about drafts as much as it was just about individual gameplay looking a lot better on the side of FearX.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like the game 1, like it's like draft is like where it was like kind of one-sided, I would say. This game is like actually about like the coordination between the mid jungle, especially. I think the Talia Vi, and just keep attacking the Bulbe where it is, and it's just like from the first kill, I think it was like really nice setup for FearX, that just making sure they get the mid prio, and then it's like they can actually use to until the mid game and impacting the side lane with the Talia side, the ulti, also by catching the people, and the rest of it was like kind of smooth. Like as long as the Zeri just keep farming on the road, and I think the compositions, like everything was so ready for the Zeri to be able to carry the game. Like they have a Talia to have the safe tool, and Udyr in the front lane with the Alistar. I think it was like pretty fine compositions for FearX to order to win.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, and I was happy to see the Kai'Sa coming back as well, even though, mixed results there for Envy in the game. Let's take a look at this early fight for the side of FearX. They were able to get it started 12 minutes in on this one.
Yeah, here, the start of this fight is Effort going in and dying, and then Pulbay's like, you know what, maybe this is how we do things here in the LCK. So he walks up, also dies, as does Doiv, and these are exactly the type of decisions that I think for Doiv and Pulbay, you're like, you give them a little bit of flack, they're going in one by one, trying to recuperate on a lost play. But as the cost is highlighted as well, I think for Effort in particular, if you come back after playing in Challengers for a while, this just makes me go, I wish Polu was there as well. But I guess the height quota doesn't allow for him to be there because these type of early game deficits, particularly against Zeri comps, just make the game really hard to play.
Yeah, I mean, other hand as well, I think just like the closer, just actually just having like these types of this ulti and also divide. Like as a just team call, the FearX was just straight up better today. So I think they were, really well deserves. It's like only win with this type of the calm, and it's like be able to just keep leading the actually until next 6 exploded.
Yeah, it was a very nice fight for the side of FearX, really utilizing the power of their composition, those picks that you guys did highlight. Let's take a look at the final fight, which was around the Baron. We did have kind of a broken up one, and then FearX kind of put 2 and 2 together and ended it.
Yeah, they did throw a Baron, but this is such a good fight angle here just because of the timing, because there is no effort.
Yeah, and also I think I really like where actually the Wheeler was sitting in the brush, and that was like really sneaky, and making sure like they were like this is the locations that enemy team were not expected, but FearX was 100% ready. That's why all the backline was like so separate, and it's like the target selection was way better on the FearX side.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and that was essentially the end of the game. They did rush down the middle lane, and they slowly took down the Nexus. Got a little bit close. We were watching the game, we were like, are they going to end it? Are they going to end it? And then just a couple of autos right there at the end with, I think it was Clear, right? On the Udyr. They just didn't kill him for some reason. And the Udyr got the job done. We do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who just pick it up here for game number 2. Will be Willer again.
He was the one deciding all the fights. He was the one who found the final flank angle that ended the game as well. And some of them were some freebies. This was after he was spotted on vision, pool base showing his inexperience. But a lot of the fights outside of that, I think, really just testament to this player's ability to set up fights for his team. It really is telling whenever a team feels and looks good, it's always the same player leading the charge. And I think for FearX, Willer is the heart of this team. So not shocked that he is able to get the POG here as well.
I mean, I really like how high rated today, like the Willer performances. I really like the I didn't really see any like hesitations like from he's actually making the proactive play. Let's just not talk about the one Uzi on the Baron. That's it.
So we did have a bunch of votes. There was a vote for the Zeri. Everything else, I think the closer votes are fine. Kind of like the Talia and the Vi putting one-on-one together and making a lot of plays happen.
Great combo.
What do we think about right media guy?
He's just
Alice said he was.
He's just being himself. He's just being silly.
He's been there forever, so like it's not really surprised. He likes Zeri.
I thought they were like, they had improved a little bit. Yeah,
no, that's just
taught them media Ox.
No, that's just what they want you to think.
Maybe that is Ox. Maybe Ox, he's not working today, so he decided he would show up and vote for the media. Maybe he's the third media vote, and we just didn't know. That's why they're always.
Someone go back and check the votes
right now.
And then when he's working, he's already like,
He's already been there. He's doing on.
He's always got the same vote. I think we figured it out, guys. Enough about the media votes and whatnot. We do have the very long team interviews, and I'm going to hand it over to Deer for that translation.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the end of the season interview translation, joined by the players of FearX. Please welcome Clear, Willer, Closer, Hannah, and Execute. First off, Clear. With the last match of the season, what kind of mindset did you come to the stage with? There were opportunities to climb even farther that we unfortunately lost, but the mindset that I came with today was that we would like to finish off strong. So this was actually the first time you played all matches as a starter this spring. So what's something that you learned? I feel like maintaining this position was very difficult. It was a hard fight. There are a lot of moments that I definitely grew from, so it was a great opportunity. So you were the second, you were the top lane with the second most solo kills. So what's something that you want to work on instead of relying on luck, I want to get even further ahead and stay on the top of the ladder with pure skill. And Willer, we had such a good comp in Game 1, and your Xin Zhao was unstoppable. So you got the POG for the last game. How does it feel? I was able to finish off the season with a POG, which makes me happy. There are a lot of moments that I regret when I look back at the season. Of course, the guest winner of Who Are You? You were so clean with your performance today. So, as the team captain with a new roster who has to build synergy, what's something that you wanted to work on? I feel like trying to figure out what the players' play styles are and what their own temperaments are. That's just something that I try to focus on the most. And we have an exciting news. It looks like you will be a part of Loli Night with Closer. Honestly, we're not very eloquent when it comes to talking, but we'll make sure that it's as fun as it can be.
그럼요.
Clear? Are you confident with the content you guys are going to be part of? No, not really, but I'll try my best. And Closer, this is your third year at FearX, and unfortunately you didn't make it to the playoffs. So how was this season for you? I think, yeah, my biggest regret is that we didn't make it to the playoffs. We'll make sure that we put in a lot of effort into making the summer season a lot better. And for game 2, or for the last match of the season, we were wondering if we would get a Irelia game. But you ended up playing Talia both games. Were you satisfied with today's play? Yeah, so it was very aggressive in terms of play. And I was wondering, yeah, maybe I should play Irelia, but I think we did really well with Talia. And what can we look forward to from FearX in the summer? I feel like every individual player has really high ceilings. So I think we'd have to fix some of the mistakes and supplement some of the lacking aspects that we have as individual players during the time that we have between now and summer. And Hannah, this was your first regular season in FearX's uniform. What was the goal of this season, and did you accomplish it? My goal this season was to make it to the playoffs and play better, but I unfortunately didn't accomplish that goal. And I'd love it if the fans can look forward to my summer season. And Hannah, you had so many great moments in spring, but you never received POG, which might be pretty disappointing. I feel like, yeah, I just didn't do that extra, I didn't go that extra mile to be a good player to receive POGs, but I hope that I can do better in the next season. And for the future, what kind of AD carry do you aspire to be? My teammates are very aggressive, and I want to complement that and be more proactive and bolder. I want to be the AD carry who pulls a lot of damage for the team and execute. After playing for the LEC, this is the first season for you in the LCK. What are some takeaways from this season? I think one thing is that I grew a lot from the laning phase. Your synergy with Hannah must have been really good. Yeah, at first it wasn't very good, but over time we grew synergy. And I think we were very confident regardless of the matchup that we were facing. So execute, you are all about flashy engages. So what's the most memorable play this stream? Against DRX, there was a moment that I landed a 5-man, and that's the most memorable thing. And I look back, and Closer actually gave me a shout out about that. Yeah, I was so shocked. It was my first time seeing a 5-man ult, so that's why. And what kind of support would you like to be? I want to have a clear strength and not have any flaws as a support. And lastly, as the team captain, Willer, what would you like to say to your fans? For everyone who came to site today, and including all the people who are watching us outside of site, but I want to say that I'm very thankful and grateful for all of your support, and I want to make sure that we become a strong team all together. Please give it up for FearX. Thank you so much for the interview. And next up, we'll have the players of OK Savings Bank Brion join us for the interview. Please welcome Morgan, Gideon, Doiv, Karis, Pulbe, Envy, Effort, and Polu.
야, 이렇게 8명 선수 전원이 함께하는 만큼 무대가 꽉
So it
차고
looks like we have
있는데요.
8 players that are filling up the
볼 수
stage
있지만,
today.
네, 천천히 무대 위로 한번 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 지금 팬분들의 치어풀이 또 보이고 있는데요. 브리온 고생해서 응원할게 이런 치어풀이 보이고 있네요.
The fan sign says, Brian, you worked hard.
자, 인터뷰 준비가 되셨죠? 네, 그럼 인터뷰 한번 진행해 보도록
Now we're ready for the interview.
네, 이번에는 OK 저축은행 브리온 선수분들과 스프링 시즌을 마무리하면서 인터뷰해 보도록 하겠습니다.
We'll have the end of season's spring season interview with OK Savings Bank Brion. First of all, Morgan, you were the defender of Brion's top lane. How does it feel to finish the spring season?
시즌이 끝났다는 거에 일단 한번 놀랐고, 근데 이제 저희가
I feel like time flies. The spring season has already come to an end, and we had such a long losing streak, and we were able to continue with a good momentum from picking ourselves up, but I'm really disappointed that we weren't able to accomplish that. And now you've played with Brian for 3 years. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans? It's been 3 years with Brian, and this was my first time being a team captain. I feel like I wonder if I was a good team captain to my teammates. So, do you guys think that he was a good team captain? It looks like they all agree, and they think that you are a great team captain. And Gideon, this is your first season after joining OK Savings Bank Brian. What's something that was most memorable of this season? For our first win against Kwangdong Freaks, I think that's the moment that I remember the most. I was seeing our fans go wild. What's your goal for summer then? There's so many parts that we need to work on, and we want to make sure that we improve on those aspects and make sure that we display a better performance in the future. And Dave, you debuted in the LCK this spring, and you played as a starter for the last match. Was there any nerves today? No, I was not nervous today. I was just trying to finish strong today. So what are your goals and resolutions for summer? My goal is to become better and to become good enough to play in the LCK. And Karis, you are the heart of the team. What's your overall evaluation of the spring season? Yeah, it was a tough time going on a long losing streak, and we wanted to go build a momentum from that to win streak, but we weren't able to, which is something that I'm disappointed of. But I believe that we were able to display an even better performance for the summer, so I want them to look forward to that. And what's something that you want to improve on? Just from watching VODs, I think there were some... We lack on making good plays in the laning phase, so I think that's something that we can work on the most. So it's team fight and macro play is something that we can look forward to Brian making an improvement on. And Pobe, with the swap in Game 2, you stepped foot on the LCK stage for the first time. Please introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Pobe, mid laner for the OK Savings Bank Brian.
선수분들 다 잘 챙겨주셔서 편하게 게임할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I think I was able to play really comfortably due to my teammates taking such good care of me. So Pobe, you actually have the same name as Chovy. What kind of mid laner would you like to be?
하겠습니다.
I want to do my best wherever I am.
응원 부탁드립니다. 자, 이어서 MB 선수 만나보겠습니다. MB
Next up, we have Envy.
시즌이기도 했는데요. 돌아보면 이번 스프링 시즌 어떠셨나요?
This was a comeback season for Envy. How was the spring season for you?
좋아하는 선수들 있는 PX전 사실 1라운드도 그렇고 2라운드 때
Yeah, so I have a lot of my endearing former teammates at FearX, and it was a complete loss in our last match, which makes me a little sad. But looking back, I feel like there are a lot of tough moments mentally throughout the season when we were in our losing streak. But for our next season, regardless of how hard it may be, I want to make sure that we are consistent with our plays.
LCK에서 보니까 너무 좋더라고요. 그렇다면 또 팬분들도 오늘 많이 응원을 해주셨는데 팬분들께 하고 싶은 말이 있으시다면요?
So anything that you'd like to say to your fans? Our fans, regardless of, despite us going on a winless round, I feel like they are always so supportive. So I'm very grateful of that, and I want to make sure that we can repay them by giving them a good performance. And effort will be next. It's been a while since we saw you as a starter. How was the spring season for you overall? As the oldest brother figure, I feel like I'm very sorry for my teammates because I wasn't able to play too well, but I think I was able to come this far thanks to my teammates. And anything you'd like to say to your fans? I'll do my best until the very end, so I hope that you'll continue supporting me. And we'll talk to Polu now. How was the second half of spring for you? I feel like in the beginning we were able to get a momentum with the 2 wins, but there are moments that we actually got a little lost, so it was an overall pretty regrettable season. And Polu, what kind of support would you like to be? I want to be a support that doesn't have any flaws and someone who can be versatile.
자, 이렇게 해서 OK저축은행 브리온 선수분들과 인터뷰를 나눠봤는데요. 마지막으로 이제 주장인 모건 선수가
And
팬분들께
as the
감사 인사
last
한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
question, Morgan, would you like to say anything to your fans? This is the end of our spring season. I want to focus on making our summer a better season for us as a team. So thank you so much for all the support. And this will be the end of the interview with the players of OK Savings Bank Brion, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, for that awesome translation. A mammoth one with both teams and many players there on the side of Bro, bringing out everyone that played this season. And FearX is going to finish off in 7th for this one.
Bro in 10th, but as we all know, they don't. This is part of the plan. This is part of the. So the glow up in summer will hit even harder.
I mean, definitely saw the possibility, opportunity. They just have to find the right place, right time, and gotta do it in summer next season.
Just gotta get it done. Maybe the Bros will. I'm sure they will earn all of your channel points regardless. Guys, we do have Lane Mates Mid Episode 2 coming up during the break, so make sure you catch that. And then we'll have KT up against Kwangdong Freaks for our last match of spring. We'll see you then.
대회 드디어 대망의 마지막 미드편으로 돌아왔습니다. 안 보신 분들로 여쭤볼게요. 안 보...
저안 봤습니다.
안 보셨어요?
저는 미드가 아니면은 저도 사실 안 봤는데.
뭐야 이거 뭐야? 본인들만 사랑하는 진짜 최초거든요 지금.
네, 맞아요. 어떤 라인을 추천하시는지 한번 들어보고 싶은데 일단 토비 선수 어떤 라인 추천하세요?
한 달이에요?
한숨 안 돼요. 한숨 안
혹시
돼요.
롤을 추천 안 하시려는 건가요?
그러면 같은 팀 해버립니다. 안 됩니다.
초보에게 미드라인 추천한다 안 한다로 한번 또 손 마찬가지로 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 네. 두 분이십니다. 그러면 다른 분들은 어떤 라인을 추천하시는지 한번 들어보고 싶은데 일단 초비 선수 어떤 라인 추천하세요?
롤 처음 했습니다.
한 달이에요?
한숨 안 돼요. 한숨 안
혹시
돼요.
롤을 추천 안 하시려는 건가요?
그러면 같은 팀 해버립니다. 안 됩니다.
조금 깊은 고민을 하다 보니까 일단은 라인 추천을 하는 것보다 좀 소거법으로 가겠습니다.
네.
소거법 좋아요.
좋아요. 수학적이에요. 예.
이제 저는 일단 정글이 좀 독자적인 영역이라고 생각을 해서 정글 빼고 한 번씩 다 해보시면 자신에게 맞는 라인을 찾을 수 있을 거라고 생각을 합니다.
나야. 나 정글? 나 정글 빼고 다 하다가 나 황족 미드야.
아 그래?
네.
자 그리고 불독 선수는요?
저도 다른 라인 다 한 번씩 가보고 내가 맞는 데 어딘가 찾아본 다음에 선택하는 게 맞는 것 같아요.
일단
근데
경험해봐라.
근데 선수분들 좀 잘 모르시는 게 있는 게 초보자분들은 나한테 맞는 라인이 뭐야? 이런 고민인 거거든요.
맞아요.
그냥 뭐 하다가 재밌으면 그게 본인 라인이 아닌가.
제일 재밌는 거.
재미를 찾아가라.
오케이.
어떻게 보면 게임이니까 제일 맞는 말이네요.
그쵸,
재미를
그쵸.
찾아가라.
네.
카리스 선수는요?
미드를 안 추천하는 건 아닌데 그래도 맛있는 걸 저는 늦게 먹는 편이라.
그럼 제일 맛없는 뭐 정글이나 서폿부터 하라고 지금 얘기하시려는 건가요?
탑을 하다 보면은 정글에 대한 호기심이 생기고 그래서 정글을 한 판 해보면은 또 이게 미드가 좀
그렇죠.
또 거슬리니까 이런 느낌으로 약간 한 입 먹다 보면 또 결국에 미드에 도달하지 않을까. 그래서
결국 메인 디시를 찾아갈 것이다.
처음엔 탑을 추천을 합니다.
탑을?
처음엔 탑을 추천하셨고.
제카 선수는요?
정글을 좀 추천드리는 게 사실 이제 정글은 AI랑 그냥 1대1로 싸운다고 생각해서
좀 말이 심하시네. 말이 심하시다. 알았어, 너는 뭔가 써보자.
솔랭 기준으로 AI랑 이제 싸우다가
네네.
갱만 가면 이제 킬 먹을 수 있다 생각해서 정글을 좀 추천하는 것 같습니다.
그래 언니. AI랑 열심히 싸워.
네. 잘해요. 브론즈에서.
미드를 시작하면 제일 위에서부터 시작하다 보니까 제가 초보자일 때는 소라카를 하면서 시작했는데 되게 좀
어머니의 챔피언.
소라카를 해서 이제 황종 미드분들 딸피 때 궁 써주면 되게 좋아하시더라고요. 네, 그런 맛을 느끼면서 천천히 아래부터 시작하면 되지 않나.
좋네요. 네. 좋습니다. 오늘 한 달 된 유저분들에게 좀 도움이 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 그래도 저는 답변 중에는 가장 재밌는 걸 해라.
맞아요.
네, 이게 가장 도움이 될 만한 답변인 것 같습니다.
네.
자, 이제 다음 질문 받아볼 텐데요. 초비 선수가 한번 읽어주실래요?
내 안에 무한한 힘이 넘친다님의 사연입니다. 이름이 멋있으시네. 안녕하세요. 한 선수의 속사포 랩에 반해 좋아하게 된 LCK 팬입니다. 제가 응원하는 선수는요.
체력 4,700, 방어력 329, 마저 201인 챔피언이 저지불가 쉴드, 경 넘기는 거 있고요. 에어본 있고, 심지어 쿨타임 1초밖에 안 되고, 공격력 개수가 있어가지고 W가
쇼메이커 선수가 신드라의 매력에 빠지게 되면서부터 시작합니다. 신드라 스킨 설명회를 하고 나만의 상점이 뜨자마자 스킨도 구매하시더라고요. 신드라가 그렇게 좋다기에 직접 플레이를 해봤는데 연패 지옥에 빠져버렸습니다. 쇼메이커 선수에게 도대체 어떤 점에서 신드라가 좋다는 건지 다른 선수분들이 생각하는 좋은 미드 챔피언, 센 미드 챔피언은 뭔지 궁금하다고 사연을 보내주셨습니다.
자, 일단 쇼메이커 선수에게 박수 부탁드립니다.
연기력이 일품이세요.
아니, 뭐 아나운서 하셔도 될 것 같은데요.
너무 잘 들려요.
딕션이. 네, 그렇습니다. 쇼메이커 선수가 생각하는 그 신드라의 좋은 점 좀 다시 한번 천천히 설명을 좀 부탁드릴게요.
좋은 점이 뭔지 이제 까먹을 정도로 좋다고 생각합니다.
사실 모든 그 이유 중에 그냥이 제일
맞아요.
중독적인 거잖아요.
다른 선수분들도 신드라 어떻게 생각하시는지 좀 궁금합니다. 소비 선수부터 한번 답변 주실 수 있을까요? 신드라.
저는 일단 신드라를 잘 안 맞더라고요, 저랑. 이게 안 맞다 보니까 손이 안 가고 예, 악순환이 반복되어가지고 예, 저는 좀
그러면 어떤 챔피언 추천하시나요?
요네?
요네를 추천하신다고요? 아, 큰일 났다.
열심히 해야지 뭐. 열심히 해야지.
강한 거 할 거면 요네.
초비 선수의 요네를 추천해 주셨고요. 카리스 선수는요?
쇼메이커 선수의 신드라 이제 상대하고 한번 신드라 좋아 보인다 하고 한번 제가 해봤는데 잘 안 맞더라고요. 그래가지고 이제 맞추면 재밌어 보이는데 못 맞추는 경우의 수가 너무 많아서 그래서 약간 사람들이 많이 안 쓰지 않나. 그래서 강하고 쉬운 거는 미드에 좋은 게 한 개 있는 것 같아요.
뭐예요?
좀 미드 카르마가 되게 쉽고 센 것 같은 것 같아요.
안 쉬워요, 뮤지컬. 죄송합니다. 죄송해요.
혹시 그 본인 기준에서 얘기하시면
속박을 절대 못 하더라고요. 오케이. 네. 페이커 선수는 신드라 어떻게 생각하세요?
원래 신드라 장인이셨잖아요.
신드라의 장점은 신드라를 하면은 또 상대방의 그런 심리를 좀 잘 읽을 수 있게 되는 것 같아서 그게 좋은 것 같습니다. 또 미드 챔피언 추천하면은 저는 맨날 미드 가렌 추천하거든요. 정말 쉽습니다.
큰일 났다.
미드 가렌. 아하. 솔랭 주의보 같았습니다, 여러분.
이제 이 발언으로 이제 미드에 얼마나 많은 가렌들이 나올지.
좋았어. 나도 한번 해보겠어.
좋았어. 이런 게 관심 받고 싶은 거예요. 그럼 쇼메이커 선수는 신드라 말고 또 추천하고 싶은 챔피언 있으세요?
아니요.
신드라.
신드라를 향한
신드라
신으로.
네. 신드라 홍보대사예요. 좋습니다. 그러면 사연을 보내주신 분께서 공식 결론을 받으시면 좋을 것 같아서요. 미드 모임장이신 우리 페이커 선수가 최종 결론을 한번 내주시죠.
네, 강한 챔피언은 이제 여러분의 손가락이 만드는 걸로 결론 내겠습니다.
좋습니다. 자, 여러분 연습만이 살 길이다. 자,
명담입니다. 명담입니다.
예, 맞아요.
맞아요.
네.
챔피언이 무슨 죄가 있겠어요?
신드라 듣지 마. 우리 신드라 듣지 마. 내가 못했어. 신드라 잘못 아니야.
고민 보내주신 것들 저희가 읽어봤는데요. 보내주신 분들께 꼭 도움이 되셨으면 좋겠고 저희는 다음 코너로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이번 코너는 LCK 랭킹쇼입니다. LCK 선수들의 설문조사를 토대로 만들어진 랭킹을 저희가 준비를 해봤는데요. 표를 보고 각 랭킹에 들어갈 말을 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다.
맞습니다. LCK 랭킹쇼에서는 안 보신 분들도 계시겠지만 한 가지 벌칙이 있습니다. 그래서 벌칙은 마지막에 공개가 되니까요. 문제를 열심히 맞춰주시기 바랍니다.
첫 번째 주제는요, 이겁니다.
미드라이너가 경기 중 가장 많이 하는 말은?
정답.
오!
1위 미드비아.
미드미야.
아닙니다.
정답.
네.
3위 미드비야.
3위 미드미야.
정답입니다!
이렇게 딱 정확하게 순위까지 맞췄어요?
아니, 미드미아를 써주신 분이 바로 페이커 선수 그리고 클로저 선수인데요. 페이커 선수 1위는 아니었습니다. 미드미아 평소에 많이 외치시나요?
왠지 많이 할 것 같아서.
클로저 선수는요?
저도 이제 많이 하실 것 같아요.
많이 하실 것 같아서. 네, 좋습니다. 그럼 1위와 2위를 이제 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다.
2위.
아니에요. 의욕이 대단하죠. 자, BDD 선수.
2위 과조.
2위 봐줘.
봐줘가
뭘
이게
봐줘?
봐줘 용서해줘.
뭘 봐줘?
많은 의미를 담고 있는데
네.
나 봐줘.
나 좀 봐줘.
나 봐줘. 아닙니다. 네, 일단 초비 선수 갔다가요.
미드 살짝 케어하는 쪽으로 좀 봐줘.
이렇게 구체적으로? 자, 다시 뭐라고요?
살짝 그 팀원 케어를 필요하다는 듯이 좀 봐달라는 듯한 도움의 말 느낌.
땡!
정답.
네. 페이커 선수?
1위 가는 중.
1위 가는 중?
가는 중?
2위. 나만 테리서.
나만 테리서.
2위 정만 테리서.
네, 이거 힌트를 주고 가야 될 것 같아요.
좋아요.
아까 BDD 선수가 말씀하신 거랑 좀 비슷해요. 나 봐줘. 나 봐줘라고 하셨는데 BDD 선수가
정답.
네? 페이커 선수.
미드 봐줘.
정답.
아니야. 몇 위?
2위.
2위 미드 봐줘 정답입니다. 야.
미드 봐줘.
네. 2위 정답은 미드 봐줘였습니다.
아, BDD 선수 아쉽네요. 하지만 1위 한번 맞춰주시기 바랍니다. 자, 그렇다면 1위가 이제 남아 있습니다. 예우 선수.
걸게 1위.
아니 비슷한 맥락이
비슷하긴 해요.
정답.
네.
갈게.
어딜 가요?
나 갈게.
나 갈게. 땡. 제카 선수.
다이브 갈게.
다이브 갈게. 비슷해요. 앞에 두 글자는 이거입니다.
그리고 싸우는 상황입니다 지금.
네. 예우 선수.
이거 볼게.
이거 볼게.
근데 볼게.
이거 걸게. 이거 걸게.
걸게. 땡.
걸게 볼게. 예.
네, 콜미 선수.
이거 보자. 이거 보자.
지금 미드 선수 중에서는 콜미 선수 그리고 불독 선수가 투표를 해주셨는데요. 실제로 본인들이 많이 사용하는 말인지 궁금하네요. 먼저 정답을 맞춰주신 콜미 선수.
스크림 경기나 연습 경기 때는 이거 보자 하면서 들어가는 것 같아요.
그런데 광동 프릭스에서는요 불독 선수 이외에는 다른 선수들이 한 명도 이 답을 안 써주셨다고 해요. 그러면 뭐라고 써주셨느냐 봤더니 두두 선수가 이제 불독 선수가 가장 많이 하는 말로 미안해 내가 못했다.
뭐 무슨 상황에서 많이 하는 건가요, 그게?
어떡해,
네, 아니,
귀여워.
궁금해요.
저희는 살짝 룰 같은 게 있는데 그 살짝 교전 같은 걸 하면은 졌으면 왜 졌는지 그걸 알아야 되잖아요. 그때 살짝 이유를 알아야 되지 않나.
걸자고는 뭐 판단이 맞았지만 뭐 스킬샷을 못 맞췄다던가 뭐 이런 것들이겠네요.
자, 그렇다면 두 번째 퀴즈도 한번 풀어볼까요?
이거 참 특이합니다.
네, LCK 미드라이너 중 고민 상담을 잘 해줄 것 같은 선수는 인데요. 예후 선수 지금 손을 계속 들고 계세요.
1위 쇼메이커 선수.
땡!
땡입니다.
땡이에요. 자, 땡. 카리스 선수. 네.
1위 페이커 선수.
1위 페이커 선수.
정답입니다.
1위 페이커 선수 무려 24표를 받으셨다고 하는데요.
압도적인데요?
네. 실제로 선수분들 고민 상담 좀 해주신 적 있으세요?
고민 상담을 제가 좀 많이 하는 편은 아니라서.
아니 근데 이제 모임장도 되셨으니까 혹시라도 여기 있는 선수분들이 페이커 선수 제가 좀 고민이 있습니다 하면은 어떻게 좀 고민 상담해 주실 의향이 있으신가요?
화이팅 하시길.
해나 선수가 이제 정말 진지하게 페이커 선수에게 이제 막 고민 상담을 하고 싶다라고 일단 이렇게 남겼었거든요.
정말요?
해주실 생각 있으신가요?
그러면 해줄 수 있죠.
그럼 여기
선수, 네.
내용이 바로 있습니다.
그래요?
해나 선수가 바로 내용까지 남겼습니다.
그래요?
프로 생활하면서 항상 잘하면 좋겠지만 이제 잘 안 될 때도 있고 힘들 때가 있는데 그때마다 어떤 식으로 생각하고 그걸 어떻게 극복할 수 있는지가 궁금하다고 페이커 선수한테 남겨주셨네요. 멘탈 케어에 대한.
일단 뭐 제가 공개적인 자리에서 또 고민 상담을 해주기가 조금 그래가지고 일단 뭐 힘든 일이 있으면은 힘든 일의 원인을 찾아서 제거를 하면 되지 않나. 네.
자, 그렇다면 이제 2위와 3위
진행해야죠.
잠깐 저희 손 드시면서 정답 외쳐주셔야 됩니다.
네. 하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
BDD 선수.
2위 초비 선수.
초비 선수?
맞을 것 같으세요? 초비 선수도.
아니 방금 부끄러워하는 모습 봤어요?
아니 근데 초비 선수도 손 들어주셨잖아요.
네.
누구를 투표하고 싶으셨어요?
이거 정답으로 쳐주시는 건가요?
한번 들어볼게요 저희가.
저 2위 쇼메이커 선수라고 말.
2위 쇼메이커 선수.
두 분 다 땡입니다.
정답.
자, 페이커 선수.
2위 BDD 선수.
2위 BDD 선수.
왜요?
일단은 연장자기도 하고 가장 섬세한 것 같다. 라고 적혀있을 것 같아요.
지금 BDD 선수 왜 이렇게 부끄러워하세요? 지금 너무 부끄러워하시는데요? 지금
자, 2위 BDD 선수 정답입니다. 자, 그렇다면 이제 3위, 4위를 한번 뽑아 보겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
제카 선수 빨라셨던 것 같아요.
3위 초비 선수.
땡. 아닙니다.
정답.
예후 선수.
3위 쇼메이커 선수.
왜요? 쇼메이커 선수?
네, 되게 그 방송 같은 거 봐도 되게 너무 친근해가지고 그리고 미드 약간 울분을 대신 토로해주는 장면도 많으니까 네, 그래서
3위 쇼메이커 선수. 정답입니다.
아니 그 디플러스기아 킹겐 선수가요 쇼메이커 선수에게 걸어온 길이 비슷해서 잘 이해해줄 것 같다라고 써주셨대요. 동의하시나요?
잘 모르겠습니다.
아니 근데 이게 쇼메이커 선수가 이번 랭킹쇼에서 본인이 본인을 투표한 선수라는데 예, 유일하대요. 예. 이게 어찌된 일이죠?
고민 상담 잘해줄 자신 있어서. 네.
아니 근데 그 본인을 투표를 해주시면서 이후에 ISFJ는 고민 상담의 신이라고 네, 써주셨다는데 실제로 좀 고민 상담 잘 해주시는 편이신가요?
네, 뭐 그렇습니다.
오, F들이 좀 공감을 잘하잖아요.
저도 F입니다.
네? 거짓말! 이거 봤어요! 거짓말! 페이커 선수 MBTI 뭐예요?
저 ENFP입니다.
우리가 ENFP야! 우리가!
화이팅 하시길.
자, 그렇다면 4위 하나, 둘, 셋!
정답.
예후 선수.
4위 불독 선수.
불독 선수 정답!
오, 눈치가 좀 빠르시네요. 4위는 불독 선수의 데프트 선수가 F일 것 같아서 라고 해주셨어요.
자, 그러면 딱 하나의 빈자리가 남아 있습니다. 맞춰주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋!
정답.
쇼메이커 선수?
4위 클로저 선수.
다 나오고 있어요. 그냥 지금
PDD
다
선수?
그냥 찍기예요.
4위
찍기.
콜미 선수.
콜미 선수! 정답입니다! 두 손을 모으려니까.
아니 근데 이유가 너무 재밌는데 이유가 오너 선수가요 닉네임 그 자체
고민이 생기면 콜미!
왜 닉네임이 콜미로 되셨는지.
예전 솔랭 닉네임이 프로 연락 친추 주세요인데
되게 직관적이네요. 예.
거기서 유래됐어요.
그리고 이 외에도 이제 한 표를 받은 선수분들이 좀 계신데요. 일단 윌러 선수가요. 제카 선수를 투표해 주셨는데 무력으로 해결해 줄 듯. 아니 실제로 뭐 무력으로 해결해 주신 적은 없으신 거죠?
고민을 상담해 주는 게 아니고 폭력을 행사하는 것 같은데.
네, 아니, 고민을 더 생성해 주는.
네. 자, 그렇다면 세 번째 주제 한번 가보겠습니다.
네, 여기서 못 맞추시면 이제 벌칙을 수행하셔야 됩니다. 여기서 무조건 맞추셔야 돼요.
네.
세 번째 주제 공개하겠습니다.
LCK 미드라이너 중 포커페이스가 가장 뛰어난 선수는 인데요. 이번에는 아직까지 정답을 맞추지 못하신 분들께 기회를 먼저 드리도록 하겠습니다. 누구냐면 제카 선수, 클로저 선수, 추비 선수, 쇼메이커 선수 이렇게 네 분이서 우선권을 갖게 됩니다. 정답을 아시겠으면 손을 들어주시면 되겠습니다. 네.
제카 선수.
1위 페이커 선수.
1위 페이커 선수. 몇 표?
정답 37표. 37표.
아, 페이커 선수 정답입니다. 네. 1위 페이커 선수가 32표 거의 맞추셨어요.
근접한데요, 예.
네, 32표를 받으셨습니다.
아니, 콜미 선수가 페이커 선수를 뽑으면서 이유를 적어주셨는데요. 4개 있어 미드라이너 중 제일 다가가기 어려운 사람이라고 써주셨어요. 콜미 선수 혹시 지금도 좀 다가가기 어려운가요?
아직도 살짝.
그렇다면 페이커 선수 또 모임장으로서 열린 마음으로 한마디 부탁드릴게요. 콜미 선수 다가가기 어렵다잖아요.
어려울 것 같습니다.
화이팅입니다.
알겠습니다.
좋아요.
그리고
2위 그리고 공동 3위가 남았습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
오, 클로저 선수.
2위 초비 선수.
2위 초비 선수.
몇 표?
네, 정답입니다.
오, 클로저 선수가 뽑아주셨잖아요. 이유 기억나세요?
약간 표정에 흔들림이 없어지셨던 것 같아서 제가 봤을 때 그래서.
이어서 초비 선수와 쇼메이커 선수께만 공동 3위를 맞출 수 있는 기회를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 초비 선수.
네, 3위 쇼메이커 선수.
정답입니다. 우와, 이렇게 해서 벌칙 면제가 되셨고요. 쇼메이커 선수 지금 혹시 포커페이스이신가요?
네.
잘하시는 것 같아요. 자, 근데 지금 위기예요, 쇼메이커 선수. 쇼메이커 선수 지금 벌칙 위기입니다.
지금 포커페이스 못 하신 것 같아요.
자, 쇼메이커 선수께 마지막으로 기회 드릴게요.
못 맞추면 넘어갑니다.
제카 선수.
제카 선수!
바꿀 기회 드리겠습니다.
아, 제카 선수.
정답입니다.
아깝네요.
아니 근데 페이커 선수가 제카 선수를 뽑으셨대요. 이유가 어떻게 되시나요?
일단 좀 그
뚝 선수 아까 정답 맞히신 적 있나요?
모르겠어요.
그러면 불독 선수도 마지막으로 기회 드리겠습니다.
BDD 선수.
BDD 선수. 바꿀 기회 드리겠습니다.
콜. 네.
아, 무조건. 아, 진짜 무조건. 진짜 무조건.
이렇게 고통스러워하다니.
2.
콜미 선수.
네?
콜미 선수?
콜미 선수입니다.
콜미 선수요? BDD 선수에서 콜미 선수로 바꾸셨는데
갑자기 왜 바꾸셨을까요?
콜미 선수 정답입니다.
놀랍게도 정답이 맞습니다.
네, 쇼메이커 선수. 정답 어떻게 하셨죠?
콜미 선수가 근데 보면 대회할 때 보면 진짜 무표정으로 하더라고요. 그래서 뭐야 인생 남아 있어가지고 기억에.
근데 지금 불독 선수는 보시니까 이 희로애락이 아주 표정이 잘 드러나시는 것 같아요.
아, 저는 표정이 다 티납니다.
자, 이렇게 해서 모든 선수분들이 정답을 맞히셨습니다. 축하드립니다.
마지막까지 랭킹을 못 맞추신 선수가 없기 때문에 저희가 벌칙을 그냥 넘어가야 하지만 또 그러면 재미가 없잖아요.
한쪽 미드 편인데.
팬분들이 너무
다른 라인 다
실망하실 테니까.
했는데.
네. 그래서 벌칙을 진행해 보도록 할 텐데
이미 답은 정해져 있었어요.
이렇게 막 그냥
그래서 저희가
벌칙은
벌칙이
아니고.
아니라 마지막 게임을 한번 준비를 해봤는데요.
이벤트.
네, 맞습니다. 포커페이스가 가장 뛰어날 것 같은 선수 1위를 차지하신 페이커 선수와 포커페이스 대결을 한번 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
제가 왜요?
그래서
네, 1위를 탈환할 수 있을지.
네.
과연 누가?
그러니까요. 대결 방법은 이렇습니다. 웃는 사람이 패배를 하는 건데요. 진정한 포커페이스의 왕좌를 가리기 위한 방법입니다. 그래서 페이커 선수 그리고 2위가 아까 누구였죠?
소비 선수.
소비 선수 이렇게 두 분이 진정한 포커페이스의 왕좌 자리를 놓고 이제 대결을 펼치게 됩니다. 웃는 사람이 지는 거예요. 아시겠죠? 자, 그렇다면 가운데로 두 분 한번 나와주시기 바랍니다.
두 문제를 맞추긴 했는데
제가 하나, 둘, 셋 하면 시작하는 걸로 하겠습니다.
거울만 봐도 웃긴데?
웃는 사람이
자.
패배하고요. 웃긴 표정으로 상대방을 웃게 만드셔도 괜찮습니다.
카운트 하겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 셋.
우와.
우와! 우와! 페이커 선수 승리! 아니, 소민 선수 왜 이렇게 웃음이 터지신 거예요?
아니 이게 페이커 선수의 이게 표정이 혹시 포커페이스의 왕이라는 건지 장난이 아니에요 이게.
장난이 아니에요? 야, 고생하셨습니다.
네, 자리로 들어와 주세요. 네, 이렇게 해서 선수분들이랑 정말 웃고 즐기다 보니까 벌써 미드편을 마무리할 시간이 됐습니다. 여러분 어떠세요? 좀 잔압이 되신 것 같나요?
네.
네, 알겠습니다. 대답을 들으니까 정말 단합이 잘 되셨구나. 다시 한번 느껴지는데요. 소감과 함께 팬분들께 한마디씩 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 일단 예우 선수부터 시작할까요?
단합대 덕분에 모여서 친밀감도 조금 쌓인 것 같고 네, 너무 좋은 경험이었던 것 같습니다.
다른 선수분들과 같이 모여서 단합대회 해서 너무 즐거웠고 좀 잊지 못할 경험이 된 것 같고
대회할 때는 항상 적이었는데 이렇게 같은 팀으로 같이 얘기도 하고 해서 너무 좋았던 것 같고
네, 저도 오늘 되게 재밌는 시간이었고 앞으로도 황종 미드의 위상을 살리기 위해서 열심히 노력하겠습니다.
저도 제가 좋아하는 선수들이랑 같이 촬영하게 돼서 너무 재밌었고
이런 단합대회가 또 어떤 형식으로 열릴지 모르겠지만 또 기대되는 부분이 있는 것 같습니다.
단합대 마지막을 황종 미드가 주인공답게 장식하는 것 같아서 정말 기쁘고 앞으로도 네, 열심히 하겠습니다.
공감대도 형성되고 다들 만나니까 좋고요. 정말 오늘 웃음이 끊이지 않는 하루였습니다. 감사합니다.
로파크에서 적으로 만나다가 이렇게 같은 팀으로 같은 내기도 하다 보니까 재밌고 이런 것들을 팬분들이 보면서 재밌게 보셨으면 좋겠습니다.
다들 처음 보였을 땐 연예인 보는 느낌이었는데 이번 단합대회 덕분에 좀 내적 친밀감 같은 걸 쌓은 것 같아서 좋은 것 같습니다.
좋습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 LCK 단합대회 미드편 이번에도 마지막 구호를 한번 외치면서 저희가 마무리를 해봐야 될 텐데 모임장님 어떤 구호가 좋을까요? 네.
제가 생각해봤는데 황종 미드는 저희가 너무 많이 사용해서 이미 너무 익숙한 것 같아서 이번에는 미 하면은 드 하겠습니다.
괜찮으신가요? 괜찮으신가요?
네.
좋으세요? 좋습니다.
그러면은 여기 6분이 미 하고
좋습니다. 야, 좋은데요? 자, 그렇다면 이제 LCK 단합대회 황종 미드편 구호를 외치면서 마무리해 보도록 하겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
미드.
안녕히 가세요.
blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. It sets the world on fire. And I will rise again and again, 'cause I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a I'm a fighter.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf as we dive into the final series of the season. It's going to be an absolute banger between both Kwangdong Freaks and KT. Of course, Kwangdong getting the better of KT in round 1 with Bull's debut. Really cool stuff there.
And also beating D plus Kia earlier this week. And I think this series is going to tell us a lot about where we can rank some of our bottom playoff teams right now, because D plus getting beaten by Kwangdong Freaks didn't make us feel very good about their chances of beating KT. But if KT also lose, then maybe the chances of Kwangdong getting past that first round go up massively as well. This series won't really mean anything in terms of standings, as we've talked about earlier. But if you win this one as Kwangdong, you really do shut up the naysayers who were saying, oh, this team might go 6-12 at the end of the season. To finish 8-10 would be a far cry from our expectations, what we were looking at like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
No, exactly right. And it also, like, if Kwangdong Freaks wins in a decisive manner against KT, Humble Life Esports could choose DK. Right? Yeah. Like, there is also that choice that can be made. Right now, it does look like Kwangdong is going to be the obvious decision, but maybe that's not going to be the case. The final check before the playoffs here, as undefeated against all of the Eastern teams in round 2, KT did manage to find some level of consistency, at least in the second half of this season, when the previous half was, I mean, who knew what was going to happen every time they took to the Rift?
Yeah, that is very true. And, you know, they advanced on their own. I think that's a cool storyline here, because a lot of the story was, is FearX actually just going to get it done?
Yeah.
And then Kwangdong just shut them up early, as we were talking about before. Now, head-to-head here with Pyoshik and Cuz. Cuz has had the better end of Pyoshik. Historically speaking, he's been on stronger teams than Pyoshik has been on, but Pyoshik definitely looking like he is very consistent right now here in the LCK. You can see some of the stats here in POG points as well. They're very, very close. Damage percentage as well, almost identical between these two. The kill participation much higher for Cuz. They rely on him a lot more than KT rely on Pyoshik.
Yeah, and it's actually really interesting because Pyoshik being on teams that Cuz used to be on is just kind of a thing now, right?
Yeah.
Like, happened with DRX and has happened now with KT as well, as the bot lane key to victory back in round 1. Absolutely true. You can see Beryl making eyes over at Bull, who's definitely looked like he's got some of his bravado back now that we do have fans back at LoL Park. Certainly does seem to level him up.
Yeah, and that was his debut. He was able to get solo POG on the Callista, as this is very exciting CGV fans. Thanks to CGV, our sponsor.
Absolutely, and with the 3D glasses there as well, that don't look like they're working all that well. As Kwangdong Freaks fans really out in force here as well.
I think a lot of reinvigoration for the Kwangdong fans after that big upset win for them earlier this week against D+.
Yeah.
It was a crushing victory as well. It was not a close series. And KT on the other side here, Atlas, this is the final playoffs check. Going into this week, I thought, okay, I would predict KT over D+, assuming that matchup happens, right? Which we have been assuming for a few weeks because things haven't really changed. And then D+ got 2-0'd, and so I was feeling pretty good about, okay, I'm ready to lock in my KT pred for that playoffs match. But Kwangdong could change everything today, as there's suddenly in recent form Quantum coming in, seems to change the atmosphere a little bit. And KT, I think, have a tougher matchup going into this today than they probably expected when they got the week schedule.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that if Kwangdong Freaks comes out and smashes KT in this one, then we'll have to take those assumptions away as to who's going to be chosen by Hanwha Life Esports. I think Hanwha probably just don't care. They'll probably beat anyone. Beneath them, of course, our top 3 here in the LCK are very, very strong in comparison to the rest on that list. Kwangdong Freaks, they do have an opportunity here to go out with a bang and set themselves up for that first playoffs match that they are likely going to be attending.
And I think, you know, in the bottom lane here, you look at this unlikely duo of Quantum and Bull, players who've played together in the past, obviously, and get called up in weird situations. They get a massive fan cheer as well as they enter the arena. But I feel like Bull and Quantum are polar opposites, and they work well together in that Bull is extremely confident. He's extremely aggressive. He likes to play very far forward. He likes to try to maximize early game, whereas Quantum plays a little bit more reserved, actually has really good game sense around vision control, and he's often a re-engaged player in terms of how they play out team fights. So that dichotomy doesn't sound on paper like it would work out, but I think he kind of reins Bull in a little bit and sometimes keeps him back. And I think this duo has worked very well since Quantum has replaced Ondil here.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a look at our key player matchup here, BDD versus Bulldog. Bulldog actually making some waves with these damage stats, damage per gold, making a lot, and he's played a lot of Aurelion Sol and Corki, and that is probably why.
Yeah, also, you know, this is kind of the story of Bulldog, is he plays late game champions. His gold difference at 14 is 10th right now in the LCK, is very much towards the bottom on that one, but he ends up being very high in terms of damage per gold, his DPM, etc., because they scale up and they play around Bull's early game, gets him to the late game, where then he can carry. And that has kind of been the MO, and I think teams figure that out. We had a huge slump for Kwangdong Freaks, and now they're finding other champions that Bulldog can play outside of the Hui. The Aurelion Sol really coming to mind.
Yep.
BDD, on the other hand, he plays everything well. He's an extremely good Taliyah player, and one of Taliyah's most relevant metas here since the rework, and feeling pretty good about, you know, KT's chances going to this one on paper, but we will have to wait and see. Pyosik, no longer a liability, because it's been, is it good Pyosik, is it bad Pyosik for a lot of his career?
Yeah.
And it was best Pyosik when he got Worlds. But this season, he's been very consistent, so Cuz has a tough task ahead of him.
Certainly does. I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to go. I feel like BDD has had a pretty quiet round 2. They have found some success here on KT's side, but I do think that BDD has definitely had better seasons in the past. Of course, was kind of magnetized to POGs for a very long time, but hasn't really had the greatest form. I'm really hoping that KT can demonstrate that, you know, BDD is in good form moving towards the playoffs, because I think they will need him to be that rock that he has been known for, create that level of stability that a lot of these players require. Looking at you, Beryl, looking at you, Pyosik. Because I do think that he has certainly been a bit of a linchpin for this squad.
No, he absolutely has. And I think the Azir global ban has hurt him a little bit, as he's been so reliant on it. As Hirai is rocking a little bit more laissez-faire with his hair today than normal.
Yeah.
Coming out here. Looks like he's been prepping long hours for this series.
I think so too. I think so too. Or maybe like they were going over some of the strategies and Beryl had an idea, and so he's like sitting there tearing his hair out, you know, like what the heck are you thinking, man? Well, we'll just have to see, because with hair looking like that, I just want to get into the draft and see what it is that has caused a little bit of a ruffle of the feathers of good old Hirai there. And here we are. Into the draft. Of course, Azir still globally banned, as you mentioned before, and the Sejuani going to be taken away from Cuz to begin this one. 2 junglers already removed, and that might mean that this bottom lane pool is going to be somewhat opened.
Yeah, I think after you see the Lee Sin ban come through as well, you as KT here have to start thinking about picks you want to remove so you can threaten that Smolder, threaten that Senna on blue side here, and they will ban the Varus. They'll likely ban Kalista after that. If the Senna isn't banned, it is now, so they can leave that up to Kwangdong Freaks, and maybe Def will end up playing the Kalista or the Smolder. We haven't been as happy with Def's Smolder as we have with a lot of our other late game scaling AD carries here in the LCK.
Yep, he's only won 1 game out of the 4 that he's played on the Little Dragon, so hasn't really been his favorite. I do really quite like the Viego ban.
Yeah, Cuz has been so reliant on. He's been our best Viego player here in the LCK, and the skirmishes that Kwangdong beat D+ in that first game were largely around his Viego popping off and getting resets. So Smolder is left open. Kalista also open, and I think you pick the Kalista over the Smolder considering how that matchup goes, as the Kalista will always have control over that lane.
And it's one of Bull's favorites as well. I think the denial, as well as being able to pick up Deft, one of his best champions over his career. It's really interesting talking about how Deft isn't that good on Smolder. He was also terrible on Kalista when she first came out. He took a long time to figure that one out, as Nico is going to be locked in. To deny that from Beryl, as well as give it over to Quantum.
Yeah, that feels like you're exactly on the money. I think it is going to be a denial ban, but the problem with this is you're not, because you lock the Talia with it, you're letting them know it's not a flex. There's no power of this, in this draft except to deny the pushing Kalista, and does not feel like a very strong pick for Kwangdong, just a weak deny.
Oh,
Rumble flex. Yeah, definitely a flex pick here. Could be played in the bottom lane. And let's see what BDD has planned here for this matchup into the Talia. Could just be Orianna. He's been so reliant on this. It's often banned against him this season because he's been so consistent with it.
Ooh, Vi going to be the consideration here. Of course, Vi doesn't feel as good into the Talia, and so another pick that also doesn't feel good into Talia is Xin and so that's what's going to be locked in here for Pioshik. Now, what is going to be the final one on the side of the Kwangdong Freaks, and that's the Draven. So
I thought this
one of the classics for Bull.
I thought that this might be the way that they wanted to play this. Considering the Varus is banned, the Kalista was left open, and they just want to fight fire with fire here. And unlike the Lucian pick, I think you can actually have a lot of agency in the lane as the Draven, especially with a pick like Nico. All it takes is one route, and then the Kalista's immobile, can't do anything, and then you could actually win that lane, especially if you get that early first kill, that early cash-in. As we will see the Ahri ban, despite the opt-in for the Xin Zhao here instead of the Vi.
Yeah.
The Aatrox ban is pretty self-explanatory in this case.
Maybe an Orianna going to get a look at or something like that here for the Kwangdong Freaks, something that BDD has really liked, so they do take that one away. Top lane might continue to be the focus here as Renekton is still up. Dudu has been absolutely fantastic on that champion. Regardless of the outcome of these matches, he has been an absolute raid boss, so I think that one would be a good idea to take away.
Yeah.
And the Vi instead is going to be the ban.
So the Renekton seems like a pretty fair pick here. It can struggle into the Rumble if that ends up going topside. And it's really difficult to actually figure this out now as Kwangdong Freaks, so they may just want to leave counter pick for top here once they figure out where everything is going for KT. And this is an interesting choice. Flexible here in what it can do. And I do like this as a draft decision. In terms of how the comp works out, it can be very strong as well. To follow up on the Nico ult, it's tons of damage in this Draven.
Cuz has also really liked Jax in the past as well. So sort of just fits in with what they would like to be playing.
This BDD, I mean, he could play an AD mid here as well if he wants to. Because of the Rumble, they can put top. Actually, it does work out if he wants to play something like a Tristana into this. Or, we could just end up seeing the Syndra, which is an old BDD favorite, strong into the Talia, utilized by Bulldog himself, actually, recently. And it is kind of a niche pick right now, as you can see by the pick rate, but very strong into a composition like this.
Doesn't dash either.
Nope.
So very happy into the Talia with all those rocks. And so now it is going to be the Rumble heading towards the top side of the map. Perfect. Going to be playing that one once again. We'll see which champion Dudu is going to elect to head towards the barbecue. But Nautilus Kalista does not really spark a lot of joy into the Nico Draven. I mean, that is going to be so much lane pressure. And I think that they're going to have to require Pioshik in that bottom lane to really get any sort of advantage. Kasante going to come in, the Dusante, as we like to say. He's very practiced at this pick, but it's going to be difficult into the Rumble. So I think top side of the map, pretty KT favored. On the bottom side, that's where things could really be a struggle. And that actually bodes really well for Quantum Freaks because that's how they managed to beat KT the first time around.
Yeah, I really like the draft of Kwangdong a lot better. I think it's more well-rounded. It has a lot of ways to set the Draven up for success with Weaver's Wall. You have so much great engage, plus a strong front line. And I think in terms of KT's late game, if this Rumble isn't extremely fed, it's going to be really hard to play out team fights because your Kallista's super low range. There's so many ways to lock her down and prevent her from actually doing damage in team fights. The Nautilus, as you mentioned, is really going to struggle into the Nico. I think if they wanted to opt into the Rumble bottom lane, obviously that was going to struggle too. If you end up getting rooted and snared there, then you just don't do anything in the lane. You lose that every time, so they couldn't really opt into it after the Nico was shown there with the Draven. I knew that was going to be the lane, and so they end up pushing the Rumble topside. I think they will have to play to it, but that means that Callista falls behind in terms of what she's trying to do in spikes. Syndra teamfights so well with this composition around those first few dragons and those skirmishes, and if you can win the early game, you can close this one out as KT, but I think if it goes even or you're behind, this composition here for Kwangdong Freaks is going to soar ahead when we get to the late game.
Yeah, I think that you're feeling pretty good about Kwangdong Freaks' longevity in this game, but the mid-game power of Xin Zhao Syndra might get them across. Let's see what happens.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Wow, Kwangdong fans, very, very loud. We are, of course, on the Kwangdong side of Lowell Park here tonight. But it's a full house once again for our final day of the regular season. Really good to see everyone showing up.
I think Kwangdong fans just really loud in general, though. You know, obviously we're a little bit biased in being in proximity to them, but when the walkout happened, it was kind of unreal. And I think that Kwangdong fans have been really waiting for this resurgence that they have had, and I think a lot of them have hope they might be able to upset tonight. I mean, you look at these score lines of these two teams, KT 10-7 just to the foil of Kwangdong 7-10. They're kind of opposites right now in terms of setting up for the first round of playoffs. And we'll see if Kwangdong can get it done again. They were able to get the upset last time around.
Yeah, now BDD, you can see, has spotted Bulldog, puts an orb on top of him, as Kwangdong all just going to sneak in here. I believe actually getting out of the way of BDD's vision also, but he does now finally see exactly what's going on. Pyoshik just going to go in, and they do find a decent counter-strike onto the two members. It's already an absolute disaster for everyone, as Pyoshik's just going to walk his way out. Decent Ren value coming on through there for Deft, but they lose control of their jungle. And Bull is just going to throw a spinning axe at a red buff. That is going to be the outcome. Pyoshik just moving straight towards the bottom side jungle.
Yeah, and this is going to end up being a really awkward path for him, as he will, of course, lose his Raptors here. They couldn't extend the invade anymore after, you know, Callista showed up. That's going to be the time in which you need to leave, because she does an insane amount of damage there. But now Deft is backing. Cuz going for the contest here, doesn't have vision.
Yeah, and I think Cuz is going to notice that this Gromp is taken. So Pyoshik just goes back. And it's just going to be a camp-for-camp situation here. Cuz just going to stop on his blue buff. Wanted to check to see exactly where Pyoshik was. Knew he was low, and if he was actually on those wolves, he would have been dead.
Yeah, no, for sure. And this is now going to be such a low eco game for the junglers here to start things off with this really awkward start. As we haven't really been watching the bottom lane, which is really important right now, of course, but it's all about what the junglers are going to do next. Is Cuz going to come over here now and just start his Raptors up. It looks like we're going to kind of normalize from here. It'll be Wolves or Raptors and just path top side here.
Yep.
Or both junglers, but slowed down significantly. Bottom side going swimmingly, though, for Bull and Quantum, which is what I wanted to focus on here, because they need to actually control this lane early, and so far, so good.
Yeah, it's a lot of control that they have early on. Of course, Deft able to pick up a fair bit of this farm underneath the turret. But it does feel like the Draven's doing what it says on the tin, you know, just being able to take control of the lane, has a ranged support alongside him as well. And we saw Quantum do fantastically well on the Nico the first time around. And that is continuing here as Deft misses out on one of those. So down about a wave as the dust settles, and we will hit some equalization. And I think that junglers should be called in, maybe Cuz without as much responsibility. Because, of course, this bottom lane is just generally going well for Kwangdong Freaks, but Pyoshik might need to pay a visit.
And they both know that they're pathing topside, so they can just kind of comfortably be aware that the bottom is safe to push if you're Bull. As yeah, that is not the trade you were looking for if you're Dudu.
Yeah, we mentioned that he was electing to go into the barbecue. I didn't think he was going to go that far into the barbecue, you know?
Yeah, he put his hand on the stove on that one and left it there for a moment.
I did that too once. I tripped over my grandmother's dog.
Oof.
And instead of falling onto the dog, I put my hand straight on top of one of those kettle heaters. What are they? Wow. It's like a gas pot heater thing.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's called, but
straight on top, and it was not great.
That's why dog's man's best friend.
Exactly. Well, the dog was absolutely fine. She didn't even wake up. I imagine that's exactly what it feels like to lane into a rumble that just continues flame spittering you if you are in fact the Cassante in this one.
Yeah. It does feel like he tripped over a dog in this one, but
a bulldog maybe?
Yeah, perhaps. And yeah, he's down teleport now, so Perfect can continue to push these advantages and would love to end up putting him in potentially kill range as the junglers are now both bottom side here, and there's no one to bail Dudu out at this timing. So this actually works out very well for Perfect. And as long as the bottom lane here is stable for Deft and Barrel, which it is so far here, you just feel really good about your setups here going into these first few objective fights. As, I mean, look at this. There's just nothing Dudu can do about this, and he knows he's not going to get any help. Perfect knows he's not going to get any help, and so he's just going to deny more farm up a whole wave.
It's actually just kind of insane, though, right? Like, the fact that KT has all of this pressure from Perfect into Dudu, and Quantum Freaks has all the pressure from Bull into Deft. That's just how these drafts have worked out, of course, but it is still just interesting seeing these young players sort of fighting for like Rookie of the Year and stuff like that, although I think Perfect is denied that one because of the one game that he played at the end of summer last year.
Yeah, he did him a little bit dirty on that one, but either way. And the lane up here going very well for KT. Bottom lane stabilized a little bit here, so at this point in time, KT are feeling pretty good about, looking to group here with their mid prio, and even though bottom prio isn't there, like, they can still fight. The Syndra has level 6. Bulldog doesn't have a combat ultimate here, so we will see what they can get done as Equalizer.
Yeah, there's the Ignite down as well, and look at the items, Wolf. Look at the items. He picks up the Sorcerer's Shoes and just cooks the Cassante. Quantum Freaks are going to be able to set up for this Drake, but Pureshik just waits for the wall to go down. Cuz taking a lot of damage from the Unleashed Power, and so he is out of this one. And KT, they'll pick up where Quantum Freaks started.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate for Kwangdong. Bulldog's timing of his ultimate a little bit too early to actually help them secure the dragon itself. And like I said, BDD, his ult does damage, and he's just going to push Cuz off of it, and that is the secure. It's a bloodless fight there on the bottom side of the map, but it is a successful one for KT, and they need to be able to stack these dragons very well.
Oh, well, this is looking scary as, oh my goodness, the terrifying Rumble just comes in, barbecues the Talia, and heads back towards the top side. Now we understand why this Rumble was picked so early in the draft. Like, I think Perfect was just feeling it.
And the cool thing about, I mean, you can use this lack of teleport really well. If you're Perfect in this case, you get the kill, Dudu goes back to lane, and you're missing, but he's probably just assuming you're heading back to lane because you don't have teleport, and he can reasonably assume that, but it's actually just a roam. So Perfect ends up making such an impact in this early game here, really zoning Dudu out, and when he tries to go in for the CS, he drops the Equalizer on him, gets the slow, and burns him to his death, and that's 400 gold in his pocket, 421. And then here, roams down, and ends up helping Syndra take out Bulldog, so 2 kills early.
Oh, 승민아!
Seungmin, his real name is Seungmin. And
thanks, Perfect. Basically, is what it sort of meant.
He sounded surprised to see him.
Yeah, he's like, wait, why are you just killing my lane opponent? What's going on, man? And you can understand it, because if you, like, remember back, Wolf, to the start of round 1, and Perfect was, trying
7 deaths a year.
Yeah, trying to fit in with all of these veterans, right? And he just, he's very different to that Perfect that we saw. So pretty proud of this new player for KT. Certainly the biggest question mark we were looking at the rosters.
He's not eligible for Rookie of the Year, and we don't have a Most Improved Player award, but I think he would probably get it if he did. He's just shown such tremendous growth, which is amazing to see. A player that has so much potential. We know from his time in Challengers where he split time with Castle, but now mainstay here on KT. And in this game, so far the leading runner for Player of the Game if they end up winning this one. because he's given his mid laner a massive lead. He already had Prio. He's controlling top side. He's now contesting the jungle with Pioshik. And he's not even going to miss any of these minions because it's a cannon wave.
And the cannon was first, so it's not like a casual little melee minion that he misses. No, that doesn't happen either. Whoa.
Oh, -1.
Yeah, -1. So never.
Sorry, I lied to you guys.
Yeah, so cancel that. Pioshik going to pick up the POG for this one. Absolutely amazingly played as Quantum is going to split into 2 Jaxes and gives Def 2 targets to martially pose with. That's kind of cool. That's the real Jax, though, as he's not going to be able to find anything. Actually, very, very cute that he jumped to the Sentinel, but unfortunately just didn't work.
Yeah, no. It was very funny, though. And I think that the way the bottom lane has gone is not well enough for Kwangdong to feel like this is an edge that they have. That could all change with Draven getting a cash-in on this next Drake fight. KT need to be very careful about that, but if they get this Drake without losing anybody, without any Draven cash-ins, KT are feeling really good about their win con heading into the mid-game and the later parts of the mid-game because this Rumble is so significantly ahead and did it without a lot of jungle support here. I mean, he just did it by himself, and that's, you know, the thing is that allows Pierce to kind of babysit everywhere else on the map.
And you have to say that it is a difficult matchup just in general for the Cassante. Rumble has always just been an absolute menace in lane, has Ignite, all those sorts of things. But sometimes, it doesn't often go this badly. As Hook gonna just straight up miss onto Quantum there. Still Deft and Beryl kind of holding their ground and holding on to about the same deficit that they've had for the majority of this lane. As Beryl not gonna quite find the hook onto Santa there.
Not quite. And
everyone making a lot of noise in this lane.
Yeah, I need the Nico to pipe down a little bit.
A few extra full bars, Anyway, KT just going to take control of this for the moment. It is going to be serrated Dirks on both sides. Deft with a bit of a fresher back, but you've got Quantum not able to find the snare. Beryl before couldn't find the hook. And so we're just going to be going back home. And KT with about a 2,000 gold lead. Like you say, feeling good heading towards the mid-game. 30 seconds on the next Drake.
There was so many wards, too. Like, they ended up going in there, taking the red buff away from Cuz, and then put vision next to his Raptors. There was vision on the other side of the Herald pit, as well as now in the pit. Like, they had so much vision to allow Perfect to continue to push this advantage. And with the camps taken away from Cuz, he didn't really want to be topside either. So he's just turned this into a 1,100 gold lead here. Mid lane, obviously, with the assist of Perfect, also going swimmingly here. Bulldog finding himself further and further behind, now 20 CS behind, even before that first item is put together here for BDD. KT going to get this second Dragon now. And unfortunately, the big fear of the Draven getting a reset isn't real if they don't actually show up to the fight on time here. They had no prio to do so.
Yeah, and so this is just going to be taken. Looks like Kwangdong Freaks might try to get some sort of follow-up kill or something like that, but no. Bulldog not even going to pull the trigger on the Weaver's Wall as Mountain Soul. Okay, that's a bit of a scary one here, especially if, we've spoken about this with Callistas that build Jack shows and stuff like that. It will be very difficult to kill a Callista with a couple of Mountain Drakes and a Soul.
But if Kwangdong starts stacking up 3-4, it's going to be hard to kill Cassante ever, so that's another issue. The problem is for Kwangdong is that I don't know if they're going to be getting these Drakes if this game continues the way it is right now. Even without Perfect's help, they're crushing it.
Yeah, and we've already seen that, Dudu does die. Perfect saw to that. And of course, now that he's built up a couple of items with magic resist written on them, he's going to be feeling a little bit better, but it's not really helping as far as CS numbers are concerned. 25 down at the moment. Harpoon to the back of the head. Still doesn't feel good. And Leandri's almost done. Man, Perfect is ticking all the boxes.
It really is. Huni is just looking for a Void Staff now, and then he might be the first one to get the perfect score.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if it's Leandri's into Void Staff, oh my god. It's he must have been watching.
Cuz is fighting here. He doesn't know necessarily. Seems like he might have an inkling though.
Yeah, Q going to miss there as Dudu might have missed that on purpose to try and bait Perfect in, and there is the counter-strike. Pioshik going to turn up, though. Flash comes through. Great positioning of the equalizer, although they do get out of the way. It just doesn't matter, as now BDD, he's teleported in, unleashes the power towards Cuz as a seismic shove is decent for disengage, but Kwangdong Freak's not able to lock down all of that extra money from killing the Rumble.
Yeah, I don't think Perfect necessarily saw Cuz there, but they definitely knew. They definitely knew because they sent Pyoshik up there, and then he walked into the Cassante and baited them into that fight, had a really well-placed equalizer there, and even though the Cassante all-out was actually really nice to pull him away from the equalizers. Oh, Barrel.
There's a flash forward. Pop Blossom is going to come in, but Deft not actually affected by it. Whirling Death comes down. Barrel is just pulled out from the side, and now Deft is able to lock down that kill. Slowed down with the Rand. Barrel out of dashes, out of hooks, and so they're going to let the Nico live for now. But in the 2v2, the Callista comes up trumps.
I really did not know what to expect going into this series, and then going into this game, looking at the draft, I was like, oh man, there's a lot of ways this could go very wrong for KT, but such a dominant, confident performance here we're seeing all over the Rift. Barrel flashing for the engage. You have Perfect crushing the top side there, faking him out. Pyoshik comes up, he's winning the lane, which you do generally as Rumble into Cassante, but he's then spreading that love to mid lane. They have a 2 Drake lead here, and Soul Point is next on the menu. They're even going to be able to get this Herald to help secure Prio for it. And KT right now, it feels like it just do no wrong.
Yeah, it's perfect game pace.
Yeah.
And that's a worry. If you're a KT fan, you heard me say that, and you're like, oh God, Atlas, why are you saying things like that? I'm just stating the fact. It's just kind of how it is.
There will be one throw on Baron around 28 minutes that will make us feel like everything is normal again.
The problem is if that throw comes in, Bull, he doesn't have as many Adoration stacks now, but if he is able to stack up again, that could be a decent influx. Yeah, we saw this. I felt like the equalizer was good in the end, due to, of course, dashes away from it, but it still stops Cuz from following up.
Yeah, it also means that it's really tough for him to actually do anything in terms of retreating and trying to play back towards Cuz. He has to kind of go for the all-in and hope to win. And this ends up being a really great flash there from Barrel, and then Deft follows up with the Fate's Call here, and then splits the damage, and is hoping for 2 kills here. Not quite able to get the second one there. Does Rend for the slow, but Nico does escape. But still, nice attempt there from Quantum to turn things around, but they just did not expect Barrel to drop that ult.
Yeah, that was just a lot of work done, and the Pierce did so much damage. You can see it is going to be opportunity picked up first here by Deft. Also pretty defensive shoes with the steel caps purchased, but
I like that.
The added lethality in Deft's build, he does like to do this and then still goes other things, is, oh dear, Quantum caught backing on a ward, and they're gonna find the right one here as well. BDD locks down the Nico, can't be too tricky.
I mean, the perfect game might actually happen. As I'm starting to think about this because they didn't even get any buffs.
Let's stop even thinking about it. We should. It's going to be too much. KT fans, if we keep saying it, or maybe we just should. Maybe we just link to the meme. I don't know.
We're talking about no plates, no void grubs.
Oh no, there were plates. One plate fell down.
Oh, one plate bottom. Okay, never mind. It's not the perfectest game.
No, not the perfectest game. But still looking relatively good for now as the Rift Herald is going to crash. Nice.
So they get a turret, and now they have insane Prio for Dragon. They're getting an extra charge on this Herald, it looks like, too. Equalizer dropped.
Yeah, Bull down to 50% health. What the heck? Quantum just... he's just gone. He just came back. Yeah. Oh, God. Well, there's another drive here for Beryl as 200 health left on Shelly, and she'll get another charge. Inhibitor turret at 17 minutes.
Never you mind the Drake that is now going to be
perfect game dead.
Up.
Yeah. Bottom lane turret. Dear.
Well,
there we go. Don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, we don't have to stress about it anymore. As forget perfect games, man. Perfect is having one on his own. He's got perfect KDA. He's leading the damage in this game, and now Cuz caught in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and he does actually throw, Pyoshik throws Cuz into death. Not exactly optimal, but it doesn't really matter. Seismic Shove connects onto the Callista, but not able to do enough damage here as now the rest of KT are just going to pile forward. Decent Pop Blossom attempt, but he's just too squishy. Quantum not able to do anything. Fate's Call gets Beryl out of there, and now Dudu dashing forward. They do manage to lock down the kill onto Pyoshik. That should be all they get off the back of this one. Remember, there is no turret in this area all out here as the hook is too good. And now Bull trying to get that cash in. Deft is fighting him, and he does go down. BDD manages to get the kill in the end, but still some decent money over to the Draven. And without Rumble, it's a little bit more honest here in these scuffles.
Yeah, it looked like about 500 gold Bull picks up there on the cash-in, so that's pretty significant here. The problem is that this skirmish alone isn't going to turn the game back around for Kwangdong Freaks here, and the fact that there's no turret allows them to make that play in the first place. As This is just insanity. Perfect is fishing for Bull, but Quantum is cut off by the Equalizer, and he just burns him down. The Herald gets another charge. They take out the Inhibitor turret, and then down here, Cuz is able to buy a lot of time. Like you mentioned, the awkward Crescent Guard doesn't end up mattering too much, but they end up spending so long trying to kill this Jax that things do get a little bit hairy as Bulldog's able to get out of dodge when the ult comes through from Barrel. And then the turnaround is there. Bull does a lot of damage, even though Quantum's ultimate is canceled by his death, which is pretty rare to see. And in live, we do have a teleport, so a little bit more focus on what's going on there. Looks like nothing is going to happen, but yeah, the cash-in does ultimately come in here for Bull, as we probably got to jump back to the action.
Yeah, Banana Brush control for the Kwangdong Freaks. So what we want to be looking at is Beryl at full health. Celestial opposition at the ready as Equalizer on top of Bull once again. He's sort of just pushed against the wall, and the flash forward from Perfect. Whirling Death is decent as now Perfect kind of out of the fight, but Cuz is already dead. Death able to lock down that one, and Quantum once again at 50%. Perfect just doesn't really care, man. He's going down low, but it doesn't really matter. Shape Splitter going to be collected by Beryl, and there is Soul Point for KT.
I mean, he just won the fight on his own. He's like, oh, I pushed Bull out. That's it. That's the end of the fight, and I'm going to keep tossing harpoons in and making sure they don't come in here for a contest. Cuz is dead. There's no way for them to actually smite this. And BDD is just like, well, I don't even have a job to do in this game, I guess. Like, he's not even dropping orbs on people. He's not trying to set up for a scatter. He's like, well, that's just it. Thanks, Perfect. Thanks for the carry. And that's Soul Point. Baron is spawning here, and KT have full control. As you see this moment here from Perfect, where he just drops the Equalizer. Bull has to then flash the wall here when he comes in for the flash. If he doesn't flash, then Bull might actually be able to do some damage in this fight, but he's just pushed out completely. And then Cuz goes down here. And look at BDD. He's like, well, I guess my job is done now. And Perfect is just walking up, harpooning them. Quantum gets away with his clone, and Quantum Freaks just cannot contest anymore against Scatter of the Week and no jungler, etc. So a feeble attempt from Quantum Freaks is completely shut down.
Yeah, just ridiculous stuff. So Bull now getting rendered here by Deft. It is... Yeah, that's 2 completed items. Is now Weave as well going to come on through. Pop Blossom looking for him, gets the shield, and that is about it. Seismic Shove does push Deft into the wall, but that scatter is fantastic. Bull, the Whirling Death is actually for him, and there goes Bulldog as well. Quantum taken down in an instant. The knock-up from Beryl. They are just chaining them one after the other, as, yeah, Dudu takes a little while to die, but Deft is going to be able to take him down, and a celebratory Equalizer is there, and the king of team fights, yeah, I would agree.
So far in this game, that is absolutely true. And
I thought they were just talking about Perfect. I don't think it's king of teams like for KT. I think it's just Perfect. He is just the whole team right now.
Yeah, he's a person executing really fun, exciting control team fights. That's what it stands for.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful.
Edge of Night here going to help Deft get his way out of this, and now Quantum Freaks are in an illegal zone. It's next to BDD Syndra, and it's vintage BDD that we are seeing in this game on the Syndra. He doesn't have to carry, he doesn't have to pop off because the game is 100% donezo, but you know what he is going to punish? He is going to get that 6 scatter when they step way too forward onto Depth there. Chasing down to Callista with Edge of Night. Not ideal there for Quantum Freaks, but they're desperate to get anything, because their only way back into this game is a flashy attempt like that and maybe an overstep from Deft, but with Edge of Night, there is really no such thing, and he and BDD are going to turn that one around. Perfect now has, we're going to talk about this.
Yeah, the Storm Surge.
Storm Surge. He's probably not going to like that, but it is pretty...
I mean, I like it as a snowball item, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're just absolutely crushing, having extra movement speed means you just get to light people on fire more. And they're only going to be running away from you at this point in time,
I mean,
right?
that's true. I guess given the game state, Huni might not mind it too much, and Huni does normally like aggressive things and lots of damage, so... We'll see what he thinks about it. I don't hate it, because I think he can do no wrong in this game.
Decent Seismic Shove there onto Pyosik. Does suffer a fair bit of his health bar in damage as Deft and Beryl hanging out here in this mid lane. Inhibitor still up and available, as of course they only took the Inhibitor turret very early on, as Hook going to connect onto Dudu. Equalizer means that Bull is just out of this fight entirely, all out onto Deft, as he is going to be taken down. But still there is so much damage available from KT. BDD raining hell down upon them. Cuz is going to die. There is the stun onto Bulldog with a Scat of the Week, but the Seismic Shove is still there, and BDD will be taken down. The rest of the 3 on KT, though, they are still going to be able to take this Inhibitor. Inhibitor turret in trouble, and Bulldog not really going to be able to do too much as well.
It's going to be difficult to end here with Bulldog still alive, and he's going to be able to Weaver's Wall his way to safety, and even with the Baron, KT are going to back out. I think they definitely gave some consideration to trying to end, but that wave thins out in bottom as well. Now Perfect.
Nice little sidestep on those Qs as well, as Koshik's at full health. I don't know whether Dudu is really going to be able to do too much, but they do have the band back together. And Perfect now going to get hit by that Q. All right, Koshik, can you actually stop them from continuing to chase them down as that Harpoon lands? And that means that it's just not going to be anything.
He knows with Barrel there and his Harpoon slows, he should be fine. Doesn't even flash the Q3 there, just eats it and then walks away. As this fight starts off a little bit shaky for KT with Def getting caught here and pulled back by Duda. Really nice play from Kwangdong Freaks to split this up. I think if the gold was not what it is, if the wallets weren't that heavy, this probably would have been a win in the team fight decisively for Kwangdong Freaks because of that pick onto Def, but they're just so far behind. The Rumble is the real carry, and this one in Perfect is just bleeding them out. Bulldog does escape, and that's part of why they can't end off the push, especially without Def's damage. But base is now completely open in the mid lane.
It was a good flash from Bulldog there as well to make sure that he didn't die. Still, unfortunately for Perfect, he's not going to get the full score because that's an arm guard. That's not a void stuff. So a little bit of a shame. I thought the Storm Surge could probably be made up for, but with an arm guard there, it's just not happening. As Quantum now going to look for an opportunity, another phenomenal equalizer. Oh my god! If he had a void stuff, then maybe they had have died, but he would have died himself if he didn't have that arm guard, so maybe, just maybe, he'll get away with it. Still, Bulldog's able to lock that one down, but that's a Mountain Soul now for KT, as Dudu's going to get engaged on a hook going to connect there as well, and now Bull is in so much trouble, just knocked up over and over again. Deft finally catches up, and that is going to be the death of the Draven. Cuz knocked into the sky as well, and he's going to be the last kill. As well, I guess Bulldog is still here. He's just trying to take care of the base. Made it out unscathed.
Yeah, he's going to manage that wave, and the inhibitor is still down for 3 minutes time, but I will be able to deny that as BDD is just going to push sides. No Baron up right now, so KT are just going to push some deep vision and then continue to try to remove those remaining outer structures there on the side lanes. Bulldog, I mean, he's the last hope of this team. He does have Death Cap. Finish now, he's pretty big as well. Deft also picked up his 4,000th assist.
Absolutely crazy. The first 80 carry to do it, and he is, what is it, like 1,300 assists over the second place 80 carry, who is Teddy.
It's so insane. He's just been here for so long, and we thought maybe he would probably get it this game because, if it's a longer game, he's going to get some assists, but ends up getting it here in game one. And that Storm Surge proc and the damage there onto the Nico is kind of insane. He does eventually run out of buttons, so does die here to Bulldog.
I feel like he could have just walked at Bulldog and probably just killed him, but instead, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and then
he's done
this fight, Bull does some traveling, but is not able to escape from the
Oh, okay, well this is a bit of an engage onto Perfect. He looks for Bull, but he is going to be taken down. Cuz grabs that kill, as now Beryl looks for a little bit of a re-engage. Deft over the wall, actually, is going to be able to keep himself safe, and the Jax is going to go down. Another seismic shove is decent for the disengage, but Kwangdong Freaks, they just want out of this one. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, and honestly, you kill this Rumble, you're feeling very happy to sacrifice Cuz.
Yeah, the problem is that they don't have enough control after the fight, so they still will just lose more of the map. And
all right, so the good news does end.
Yeah, the good news does end that you got some money again out of this Rumble. Arm guard's broken, so they knew they could focus him down. We're missing some context as to how that fight started off and why Perfect was that far forward, but probably just pushing that vision and trying to get additional information.
Oh dear, there's the Hex Flash over the wall. Dudu not exactly the prime target, but they'll take whatever they can get. As Quantum looking for a re-engage angle. There's the all-out to get him out of there, and that is actually going to work. Koshik down to 50%. Win becomes lightning as Dudu maybe don't go too far forward, my friend. He'll get knocked up and taken down. Fate's call now for the re-engage. As Quantum, he'll try and dash cannon his way out, but there's another dash here for the Xin Zhao. And now Cuz on that flank angle going to be spotted by the vision, and they cannot just go in one by one, especially not when KT are this far ahead.
Yeah, and to give Quantum a little bit of credit, I mean, when your game is this lost and you have no map control, the Nico is going to die a lot.
As Scat of the Week onto Bull. managing to find that target. Kind of ridiculous there from BDD as these Nexus turrets just fall down. It's the end of the game, guys. We'll see whether KT go for some more kills, as that is a really nice Q3, to be honest, out of Dudu, but the Scat of the Week is going to come through. Bull is going to be the last one to die, and then the Nexus will be finished off. KT getting some revenge over the Kwangdong Freaks after round 1.
At least in this first game, and it was dominant. It was hardly, you can hardly call it a game of League of Legends when we watch it. And that's why I was going to give Quantum a little bit of props, as people might look at that scoreline and say, man, 7 deaths on an eco, this just isn't it. But when you lose that much map control, your engages are always going to look a little bit silly when you're fighting against a Syndra comp that has so much power in the mid game as well, and the Rumble's equalizers are super good. You are going to get focused down in ult. Like, that's rare. If the Nico is dying while ulting, that means you're so far behind that can even happen. And it's tough for him. But I think that the composition for Kwangdong Freaks wasn't the problem. It was just that Perfect got such a lead. Nobody stopped the bleeding on the top side. And it just felt like Cuz was relatively invisible this game outside of one big Counter-Strike in the early game. Just couldn't get anything done.
Just didn't quite work out. Very proud of KT and how they managed to play around how strong Perfect was throughout this entire game. The fact that even Deft and Beryl were able to get one up over the top of Bull and Quantum after they laned very well earlier on. And in my head canon, Wolf, I have a feeling that Perfect, after the game, just types to Quantum and says, don't worry, buddy. Doesn't matter if you go 0-7, it gets better from here.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Because you know that it happens to the best of them. And Perfect just had a pretty amazing game. Time to go to a break. When we get back to space, and then game number 2.
이거 우리 파워줄 수 있나?
나 이거 풀스턴 볼게.
나궁 돌아가지고
라인 지켜봐, 라인 지켜봐.
미드로 가보자 이거.
라인
끝날 것 같아.
나궁 풀체크 전 풀체크.
살려 노플 살려 노플.
두번 노플.
나궁 없어.
생각 볼게. 나궁
아
봤어.
잭스만 풀 있어.
끝. 타워. 안 걸어도 돼, 타워.
아나 잠깐 연습해. 가운데서 공 한번 할게. 들어가도 돼.
살짝 고.
나도 살짝 고. 끊어줘. 그렇지.
굿바이.
나이스.
and welcome back to the space. We are here after KT absolutely decimated Kwangdong Freaks in that first game. It wasn't very close, and it almost felt like they were extending the game to do it even more and longer. It was not very nice, but it was a win by KT. So, any thoughts on that first game?
We didn't even have a KT moment where they do the thing where they like throw a Baron or they try to dive the fountain, and there was none of that. It was cold, it was merciless, it was calculated. Really, exactly how I think KT wants to look, and in stark contrast to their expected opponent in playoffs, which obviously will be DK.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, they kind of like there's some little bit moment of they actually kind of have some fun, you know. Like I wouldn't say it was like actual perfect game, but still, like the earlier I think with the starting the draft, like they were just easily having so like all lane just get to prio, and with the Zinza really strong jungle in early phase, and I think they really used really well. Like short early game it kind of got screwed over because I think Kwangdong Freaks play really well with around the level 1 the status. Like, oh, if they get the 3-lane prio with the actual Zin jungle, like and just go normal game, Jax wouldn't be able to actually get the farm, or like would be having tough time. So they make a really good plan. But I think the KT will also recover so well that just win as experienced all the game.
Yeah, big thing here is the Nico, because it locks out the Renata, which is something that we've seen very often, and ideally paired with the Kalista because it uses her all-in power. And then the Rumble obviously is a flex pick, did end up going over to Perfect, but that keeps KT's draft still kind of vague. And then the Draven specifically often is really, really good, but after we look at highlight 1, we'll look at KT's response, because I think they were very ready for this Draven. Actually really like the adaptation that they went for in-game.
Yeah, it was very nice. It was pretty interesting that they also got Nautilus after everything. It's like, oh, well, Kalista Nautilus is also really strong, so
it's great.
We'll just play that instead. Let's take a look at this early really we have set up here, including a bunch of kills from Perfect and his friends.
This guy played really, really well. It actually kind of, I was like really happy with just watching this game. Like, oh, he actually had a perfect time to base, and he solo kill after, and then this is like the 2v1 moment. Like I was already ready for it. I already called, oh, I think he definitely can actually easily win with 2v1, and they have TP to cover, and jungle was covering as well. And especially after solo kill, he immediately just go to enemy jungle, put down the ping core, and then raw mid. It's just insane game for Perfect.
Simultaneously, while that was happening, this was the win condition that was left for Kwangdong because their top side was on fire. So getting this kill from Deft and Barrel basically meant that the one out that you do have, if you are Kwangdong, is bot lane getting a kill on Draven snowballing, even though it obviously would be really hard to play. And I want to specifically highlight the reason why Kalista is so hard to play into Draven is because Draven just wins, especially with lethal tempo and any longer trade because of the insane amount of AD that he gets. But because Deft went for this Kalista build, you never actually interact with the Draven. We saw Quantum take like a single Q, it took like 30% of his health bar, so really good itemization here from Deft, and the Rumble itemization.
Cirque boots and just going to Leandre first, it's just all set. Like you have to do it, and I really like that Stormsurge as well. I was like a little bit just sad that he didn't go to Darksteel. Like if I was him, like I go Darksteel, Magi's no matter what that game.
Yeah, I mean, especially after that first kill, I think that would have been a good choice, even before that as well, just to capitalize on it early. But some nice builds here, pleasing both of our analysts. Let's take a look at the 17-minute Drake fight, which also, we saw this and we're like, okay, yeah, the game was already over, but now it's really over.
Wasn't really a lot of coming back after this one. Bit of a rough game for Cousin. The Jax, his level 1 was great, using the lethal tempo there, trying to apply some pressure, but I think they were really looking for some early kills, which they didn't get. And then here they're like trying to make it work, and because of the game state already, like they end up getting a couple of counter kills. But at the same time, you look at this and you don't feel really afraid for KT's chances in this game at all. And this was the last sign of life that Kwangdong showed.
I mean, the total whole number is a 4v5, but it actually just doesn't matter because they actually fight with a 1x1x1x1. Just turn out the fight was like actually just was no good.
Perfect was just pushing,
which is
living
that's good.
his best life.
That's a whole his job.
Yeah, we do have the PUG ready, guys. Let's take a look at who it is. It's going to be the fiery guy in the top side.
Yeah.
Yes, Perfect does pick it up for his Rumble.
I mean, he's my boy. Like as I said, I mean, just after this whole kill, it was like even like these actually makes like us really happy to watch. Like put the Pinka down and it's like actually wore down and it's like flash over to the mid lane. It's just he basically carried along in all he faced.
And I want to highlight as well is the arc, and the cost is this as well, but it's such a great example of how to utilize the good parts of a rookie, which is the willingness to go for these risky plays and the aggressiveness. And Perfect himself is obviously putting a lot of work, but I want to give credit for KT. By all accounts, they provided a really good environment for this player to get so much better in the span. Like he was kind of running it, and this happens.
Hooney's boy.
Yeah. Like he was having such a tough time in the first couple of weeks. So to see him get to this, getting the Hooney approval, this man does not approve easily.
He got it. Just
he did
easy.
It. 5 stars.
I mean, you know, there was a little bit obviously with the arm guard, but you know, like I wasn't thinking about is this the 4.5 game? No, but like all the game was too great, so I would just stick with the 5 stars.
He just played too well, right? Carrier played really well when he played in support. Perfect, probably even better, I would say, in this game. So that's part of the reason why he does get the 5 stars. And that was game number 1, guys. We do have a second game on the way. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and Perfect was indeed perfect. Absolutely amazing stuff, and really great hearing Hooney actually proud. You know, oftentimes it's just molding Hooney when people build Swifties and dash cannons, and it's all very disappointing. And this time, for what feels like the first time, we hear him talk about a top laner that played Rumble and feel happy. Isn't that great?
It is great, and it's a great moment for Perfect as well. A player who, while not technically a rookie, is still super young, super inexperienced, and has really come into his own in his first full season here, and this is his last regular season game, and going through a full split will do a lot for a lot of players, but I think Perfect, like we mentioned before, most leveled up. Got a ton of fans here in the audience as well. He has done so much with the time he's been given, and I think a lot of Challengers players prep with the team, they get ready, you know, they grow incrementally, but he's spent his own free time to grind and to study and to improve, and it's really showed.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic stuff, and we'll just have to see whether he's going to have another good game here in game number 2. Into the draft we go. Quantum Freaks on the blue side this time. Of course, KT did start off with side selection in round 2, and so that is definitely a benefit for them. Losing in round 1, of course, where Quantum Freaks did have the advantage, so maybe we'll see a third game. But Quantum Freaks, they get rid of the problem, which was the Rumble. And the Lee Sin also gone from Pioshik's playbook as no first pick Callistas for Quantum Freaks this time around.
Yeah, with the Callista and the Senna gone, that's kind of it's very rare to see those on the same side, unless you're planning on picking up something like a Smolder yourself. I do wonder if Deft has got that on his mind, or perhaps a Zeri pick going into this game.
Yeah.
As Varus, of course, is still open so far, and that's Bull's go-to when the Callista is gone. BD once again going to lose his Orianna here, but let's see. I'm going to leave that Varus up, and the answer is no. So I don't think we're going to see an AD carry pick here for Bull. If they slam the Lucian down, I will be a little bit unhappy. I don't think that's the right call at this moment in time.
It could be an option. Of course, we have seen Lucians find a lot more success recently, but it's been a lot better players that have been playing it, just in general.
Vi much better here. Great into Smolder, great into Zeri. And anything that Def would want to play in this case. And it looks like he's going to be the one to opt into the Lucian here. And I think given the caliber of player here, this is definitely a decent call. I would not have been as happy if Bull was piloting this. Now, we get to find out here whether Bull is going to be confident to play the Zeri Lulu lane with Quantum into this. I think it's very likely that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I would assume that they're probably just happy to handshake it. We'll see whether instead, yeah, I like the Taliyah pivot here. BDD, of course, obviously a phenomenal Taliyah player, but seeing Taliyah picked up blind, it just makes a lot of sense these days. Even though Bulldog didn't find a victory on it, it wasn't his fault in the last game. She has just been very powerful.
So does Bulldog play away here, or do they just lock in their bottom lane? I think this is what the conversation is going to be right now, as he will lose it. He's actually looking for the Ahri Vi angle here, which, again, this is a very strong duo, but we have seen some of our weaker teams kind of flop with it. As once again, just showing early solo lanes here. If they lock this Jason, I don't know about that. The Twisted Fate a lot safer as a blind pick.
I really like the Twisted Fate option. Of course, Dudu known a little bit more for the Aatrox, and so is going to lock that one in instead. Of course, it has to be a Nami pickup here. And now we're going to be going into the depths when it comes to the bottom lane picks as well. With the fact that Kwangdong Freaks prioritize their top side so much, it does make sense because they rely on the top side of the map. Because Dudu, Cuz, and Bulldog are really the veterans of this team. Bull and Quantum with by far the least experience on this squad. And so prioritizing their picks, KT getting a little bit of added time just to think about what they want to do, which is why they didn't just instantly lock in the Nami, because they were always going to do it.
I think the safest bans here are Lulu and, believe it or not, Draven, actually. I think a lot of people are thinking towards scaling picks here for Bull, but he has not looked good on late game picks, and obviously the Lulu is going to give you some ability to control that bottom lane. So we'll see the Pyoshik Kindred ban away, which I think is a decent ban in this case, considering how much value it could give to the solution and how good it is into Vi. But if you ban Draven here, you push Bull out of his comfort zone, and that's what they're going to do. So I like this ban a lot, because now you're saying you can't fight fire with fire against Def this time around. You will have to go for a scaling pick, and that's pushed him out of his comfort. He won't have the Lulu to back it up either.
It could be a Caitlyn lane angle.
I would love that, actually. I think that's an angle I'd much rather see than to see Bull try to sit back and scale and manage the lane. Is they leave the Twisted Fate open here, actually, and ban the Renekton instead, and I think perfectly happy to lock that one in and say, all right, so now we have very likely a winning bottom side. We have Talia in mid, which is going to be stable, and then, well, okay. I was going to say a winning top side as well, so a lot of work for Cuz to do. But they will actually lock the Cassante in instead.
And I think it's good to have a bit of added frontline. If you do lock the Twisted Fate, then you're pretty committed to just playing for side lanes, 1-3-1s, things like that. Just because you are very, very squishy in a 5v5 scenario, and then an Aatrox will kind of just tear you to shreds.
It's a Caitlyn angle!
Man, we're the draft whisperers this time around.
I know.
So Caitlyn and the Ashe, both of them locked in for that added lane power. And what is Pyoshik going to do to respond to this? Once again, a fair bit of priority being drafted here for the Kwangdong Freaks on that bottom side. And last time, didn't actually matter, as Briar, okay, Beryl. Is that actually happening? Surely not.
Don't think so.
It's Rammus. It's Copy and Rammus. All right, okay.
So Rammus is actually quite good into Vi and engage comps in general, dive comps, where if you can lock down the Aatrox when he's coming in to try to get on top of that Lucian and taunt him up, and then you end up pushing him back with Weaver's Wall and just blow him up, this comp can work extremely well, and you can set it all up with a Cassante Q3, and it's hard to actually fight into this comp. Now, the Ahri, I think, is going to be so important in this game. It's how well Bulldog plays it, how ahead he can get, because the Ahri is the one pick into this comp that has insane agency. If he can, outmaneuver BDD's rocks, if he can get in the backline, it's a squishy Nami that's support, so difficult to control vision. If they can get super far ahead with the Caitlyn lane, and then Bulldog is played to, the Ahri Vi win condition comes through, I really like this draft for Kwangdong Freaks, and I think the Caitlyn pick is just what Bull needed to have a lane that he can win guaranteed, where he's going to have that range advantage, they can push it in, because without the Draven, he has looked somewhat helpless, and it's a really big test for Bull, but I like that CV Max and Kwangdong Freaks were very self-aware about what their team is good at, and I think that has been kind of an issue during the big trough that Kwangdong Freaks had in the middle of Round Robin 2. They seem to be solving very well here at the end of the season.
Yeah, definitely putting some work in. I am worried about double 80 carry and a lethality Aatrox into Rammus, who just straight up doesn't care about that. Hopefully Bulldog can make up for it by being able to do big damage. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Man, fans extraordinarily loud this evening as Kwangdong Freaks, they're doing it again. Level 1 of an Ashe, often pretty good as BDD able to surf his way out of there. Full information given over to KT here. And they are just going to park themselves in the enemy jungle.
Pyoshik gets a ward. That's some significant information that they will have now going into this. Of course, they know where they are now, but want to see if they back off or not, and when he's going to be pathing up towards the top side. This is going to be a full back off, as they did just handle that extremely well. This will be the first Caitlyn of the season for Bull. I'm looking into his lifetime stats on it right now as well, and I see he has a 71% win rate on it across 7 games. So
yeah, not too bad.
5-2 on the pick career. So he has some experience on this. Ashe starting Doran's Blade as well, trying to add the pressure to this lane in a heavier sense, and will of course get his World Atlas on the first back.
Yep. This Rammus skin is very cool though. Has a lot of things going on. I'm generally a King Rammus enjoyer myself, but players don't often use that because you just can't get it anymore, really.
Yeah.
As Bulldog down to about 400. And is going to get shoved in here by BDD's Talia at the beginning of this. As Beryl and Deft, yeah, it's going to be really quite difficult to stand your ground in this lane, as heal is going to be used just to try and get them back towards these minions to at least get some experience.
Yeah, it does give them a pretty big health advantage, but it's still the range that's the main issue. Before level 2, Deft can't really use his passive, so really annoying here. Love the zoning coming out from Quantum. And Bull actually went for Fleet Footwork, which is going to give this Caitlyn a little bit more power later on, rather than going for double Halo Blades on a super all-in lane. Yeah, don't necessarily need it. I really like that choice. A lot of other players just go Halo Blades and go all-in on this, but he does not.
And it's also, we have seen a fair few Caitlyns just opt in for the full lethality. I think going crit this time around, being able to, you know, cut through this Rammus maybe a little bit more effectively than you would otherwise be able to do as a lethality Caitlyn makes a fair bit of sense here as well. So I don't quite mind doing that instead, as now Quantum does immediately use the barrier just to try and mitigate the damage from Deft. Works out, although that is still a summoner spell in trade for a dash.
Yeah, but they get a plate out of it, and I think that was the goal. Deft is like, I'm going to go for this so you can't get the plate. He's like, nope, we're holding it. I'm grabbing barrier, and we're pushing it. We're grabbing the plate secured. And the back timing here pretty easy for Quantum now, should he want to go on this and grab the World Atlas. They continue the pressure unless Pyosik comes down, because it's covering, so they definitely want to keep the pressure on right now. And early levels for the Rammus, not going to be able to tussle with this Vi with Bull having this much control.
Yep. Deft throwing out some Ardent Blazes left and right, but not really able to get back into any sort of control in this lane. 7 CS down at the moment, as Pyosik standing on a ward. And Cuz just not going to give away that he has a ward there, as BDD finding a threaded volley on top of Bulldog. Not really the greatest of times for Bulldog right now, as Deft getting chunked under the turret. Bull utilizing that massive range as Cuz waiting for Pyosik here as defensive ball curl, trying to get some work done, but really not working at all, as Ghost going to be used, and yes, pretty shocked.
Shocking turn of events here with that thread from the Vi early, before he has any items whatsoever. Not going to be a great time, as we were mentioning before. And the push here from Bull does continue. They actually went in for the biscuits as well, so they have a little bit of extra sustain to keep this pressure on. This is so frustrating for Deft and Beryl. Doesn't mean that Beryl obviously will have his support item completed much faster than Quantum, but I don't know if they really care about that, as Bull is just uncaring.
And Deft also a bit uncaring as well, was at about 100 health, and is actually going to wait for Bull to finish clearing out this wave as well. Missed 1 CS, and so that means that gap is going to be closing just a little. As Deft, if he does pick up this wave, it's actually not that far behind, to be honest. And Bull just making sure that Deft is the one that goes home first. Yeah, Deft missing the majority of these. Yeah, does manage to get the last one.
This ward is really big that Quantum's going to clear out. This is actually really huge for him to take this one out and get some additional freedom of information. It's also really good that BDD has that there, so he can know that the Ashe is on the roam.
Yeah, well, here is the bouncy ball. Coming after Cuz and Dudu. BDD picks up the aggro of this Bob, as that's a decent little charm that's going to connect. Pyosik just trying to soak as much of this as possible, and it's working. Perfect will turn up, and Cuz just has to get out of there. Does Pyosik know how to take damage? I guess not.
He's not really aware of how it works. He's like, I guess I could just keep walking towards them. They can't hurt me.
Yeah, there's another taunt to come through here, as BDD not able to find the seismic shove, but Bulldog does have to dash to get himself out of the way with the Spirit Rush. And Cuz is now having to walk away. Looks like Pyosik is going to be able to deny this Raptor camp.
And with double cloth armor picked up here for Pyosik, as well as the additional movement speeds you can get from those boots, he actually is pretty oppressive in these skirmishes, whereas Cuz hasn't actually will actually buy his claw right now. And that advantage he had actually really changed a lot of how that fight was shaped out to be, as Bulldog was really the only one who could hurt him, but only with his abilities, not with his autos. So couldn't really hurt the Rammus. So Pyosik does push them away. There being a win in the skirmish. Bottom side, though, still in shambles, as we do have the Noon Quiver picked up here for Bull. We already knew he wasn't going lethality based on the fleet footwork here. Does seem like a wise choice. And that advantage comes through Boots, and of course the support item that was picked up here for Quantum. And they're just going to keep putting that pressure on. And Pyosik can't solve this lane. You know, his Rammus is not going to be able to stop this lane from pushing through, but we'll see what he can do on this upcoming Drake fight, for example, because that's where maybe he can have a big impact if he can hit 6 before the Infernal is started off.
Not to mention the fact that I think that Deft and Beryl, once they're just chilling in the mid lane, catching waves back and forth, it should be just all right for them, as the final bub is going to go over to Cuz. Pushing power for the Caitlyn, absolutely fantastic as Deft dashes on in. Bull is going to stand his ground, though, as Bubble is decent. Quantum has to use that barrier once again as they chase them down with the heal. Beryl just standing in the way so that these volleys don't connect. That is a lot of damage. The Peacemaker not very peaceful at all, as BDD realizing that there's been a bit of trouble down here.
Got Weaver's Wall if he press it right away.
Yeah, and Bull is going to be in trouble. Does still have his flash available, uses it to get out of the seismic shove as BDD coming in with the bailout money. You love to see it.
So 3 summoners burned off this play.
Oh, that's a really nice hook, and Beryl realizing that he'll have to take that one, and does so.
Very close to a kill, though. Good call there from Beryl, of course. Pretty easy to block that one as long as you are paying attention, but he does, in fact, make sure he does it, as if he doesn't, that's a kill. And Pyosik going to get pushed onto here on top side. Bulldog roaming up with the Spirit Rush.
Yeah, all 3 of those dashes used just to get over here, and the charm will connect. Pyosik just gets himself out, though, and he is just going to just slam his way out.
The Blast Cone rock synergy with BDD there as well?
No, it's like he also kind of is just a Blast Cone. Is now All Out going to be used, and yeah, he is indeed All Out.
Okay, well, nobody dies, but a huge win, I think, in the fight here for Guangdong Freaks. As, yeah, he's just going to get out of there, which is pretty funny. Bulldog not able to put any threat or pressure on anymore here to this Rammus, who does escape. And Bulldog is the champion who does do the most to Rammus in this game, obviously, right now, because he's the main source of AP damage. Really the only source in this game of AP damage is BDD.
Oh, he's just going to sidestep the
walking strat.
And it was the continue walking strat. Like, man, they're leveling up. Even the walking strats are getting more and more impressive.
Yeah, very slick move there from BDD. He clicked downwards. So
yeah, and then like didn't click downwards again and kept going downwards.
Yeah.
Whoa, insane.
No adjustments.
Yeah. As Cullen going to be used, as Deft will be able to clear out the wave. And all right, Soren. Is the slam going to come in? No, he actually didn't have it. He's just going to taunt, and Deft is going to be able to help take down the kill. Still, Cuz coming on in. Deft was the one tanking the turret, so suboptimal on that front. They do manage to take the Caitlyn down, though, and we'll see whether the rest of KT are going to be able to get out. Great bubble there from Beryl to make sure that Pyosik will be all right, and even throws him a heal on the way back to the jungle.
Pyosik is making this Rammus just look not just viable, but actually insanely strong. How well he's playing it, how carefully they're playing around these timings, and just how tanky he is such a frustration for Guangdong Freaks in this composition. The Rammus pick makes so much sense when given the context of the damage profiles here. And this Ahri isn't ahead. Yes, the Caitlyn got ahead in lane. They weren't able to get any kills onto BDD or anything like that. And remember the last play with the Weaver's Wall that BDD set up with, yeah, didn't get any kills there, but he got critical summoners, which is why Bull, unfortunately, is unable to flash. The aggression coming towards him is taunted up here and promptly taken out. Yes, they do get the trade back.
And Pyosik actually walks out of turret range, so Deft picks up the aggro again and dies.
That if he doesn't die there, they'll probably get a little bit more out of this, actually, but the slows in the Ashe can't stop that ball from rolling.
Nope, and now Cuz, he's on the wrong side of the rift at this point in time, as Powerball. And Pyosik, he's going real quick. Does have his boots too now completed. This turret is not long for the world, and Bull and Quantum have definitely done their job when it comes to making the money from the structures. This, though, is going to be a bit of a difficulty as Pyosik does put up the defensive ball curl. And look at that value. Isn't that beautiful?
Quantum, he looks super comfortable on this Ashe pick, and we know how strong Ashe is, and yes, it is pretty simple to, aim an arrow at a... Okay.
Oh, if at first you don't succeed, just go back when the arrow isn't actually available. Now the culling is going to follow up. Bull is able to walk his way out, and Deft is just dead because Bulldog is going to turn up for this one. BDD's in there, and there is the ace in the hole from Bull. He's going to help lock that one down as well. Kwangdong Freaks, they had the cavalry ready to arrive.
They certainly did.
Although Cuz is just going to die. The flash forward was aggressive and strange, and Beryl, he's not going to die. BDD is going to be so massive after this fight. My God, 3-0 is on a killing spree.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just what went from bad to good to bad for Kwangdong Freaks here as they do overextend on the play. Ends up being BDD winning huge. He's actually going to be able to grab a plate here, if not two, off of this massive wave that's crashing into the turret. He's going to back off to be safe, but this all starts off with a bit of a crazy scenario here where Yoshi comes in, is denied initially here, and then comes over a second time. Okay, there's something happening in live. Bulldog's doing things.
Yep, BDD is taking some damages. Quantum's there as well, as BDD's going to get flashed on. He does flash the Orb of Deception, as now Quantum is going to sacrifice himself to make sure he gets that kill. And now there's even more happening. Deft able to sidestep as Bull doesn't hit the Peacemaker there, and they will just back off.
I actually don't know if that's really the right call for Quantum there, because, yeah, you want to get that shutdown goal, but you're the support Ashe, and BDD is just going to get more money. And now his bounty is gone, but onto somebody who isn't going to utilize the gold as well as the rest of the team could have. So I don't know if that was really the right call, but
they do get rid of all the minions on the turret towards the bottom side, so they are denying a lot of gold by making sure that he dies.
That is true. That is definitely going to be a nice thing for them in terms of how that does shake down. As Pyoshik, he's not done.
Yeah, no, he's never done. As Bull gonna have to flash, and soaking up the arrow is Pyoshik as he just rockets his way out of there.
Very clean buffer there,
Yeah.
and
it's like a very long cooldown rocket jump is the good old soaring slam.
Yeah, I like to think of it that way as well.
Yeah.
Imagine if Rocket Jump had the big AoE effect on land.
That'd be pretty cool. Maybe we should update Tristana.
Yeah, sounds like it's time for a rework.
I think so too.
I don't think she's strong enough.
No, her kit is, it's too simple. She has had a rework already. Do you remember the dot? Her explosive charge wasn't actually like the explosive charge that it is now. It was just a fiery dot. Oh God, the damage from Deft here. Kind of massive. Cuz not going to be able to find the Vault Breaker, and he gets bubbled. Deft just needs one more auto, and this Vi is dead. There's the flash forward barrel. He loses patience entirely and is just going to die. They do manage to take down the jungler, but here's the Weaver's Wall. BDD tries to look for Bull, but he's not quite able to get there. This turret is going to take the fire, but first turret blood will go over to Kwangdong Freaks from this bottom side.
It is a really interesting game because it's not cleanly defined. All of these fights, all of these skirmishes we are seeing are having obviously results that are super even in terms of who's winning the fights and when we're seeing like, oh, is it multi-kills, is it a trade? Like, oh, it looked really good, but then it looks bad. Like in this moment here where BDD is able to get a lot out of this. And then they look for the punish here. This is from a while ago now, but this is where Bulldog does come in here with the teleport, gets the charm. Quantum has the slow, and BDD just is so big at this point in time.
He hadn't even backed.
And then the flash as well, where he actually gets out of the edge of the Orb of Deception was quite massive there for BDD, really understanding the RE range extremely well. And Quantum does secure the kill and gets the shutdown and denies those minions like you mentioned. But at the end of the day, KT feeling pretty good about BDD's win cons in this game.
Oh yeah. I would agree with you.
And I think, okay, Bulldog?
Yeah, not going to be able to find the charm, but they do get the arrow onto the Nami. That's Fish Food. And
okay.
That's a really nice pick because they have this Rift Herald as well. Possibility to open up this mid lane entirely. You can see that Rammus does want to stop it from happening. Gets a taunt onto Quantum, but the seismic shove not going to be used in time. Quantum gets himself out, and Pyoshik, he is looking a bit worse for wear after that one.
BDD loses half his health off of that, and there's a little bit of time for them to regroup before this dragon does spawn. Beryl did not have Tidal Wave when he was picked there just moments ago, and so he's going to have it up and ready for this next fight if they can group for it, as it would be huge for Kwangdong Freaks to stack this second dragon here, albeit fairly late.
Deft actually walking over Vision, does have the rest of his teammates hanging around now as they do get the control ward down. Banana Brush, so incredibly important. As Cuz was spotted, Pyoshik's still at 50%, not exactly optimal, as now Weaver's Wall going to come down. Bulldog in such an awkward position. And there's the seismic shove, just hand-delivered to the bubble dispenser. And Beryl's going to be able to help take him down there. That's another kill going over to Deft. They will lose their outer turret in mid lane, but they're set up for a Drake take now as this Cloud Drake is up in 5 seconds time. But still, you can hear the Quantum Freaks fans. They're psyched about these structures falling.
Exactly, and they will not be able to start the Dragon up before Bulldog can teleport in. Like, they cannot finish it in time, so this is a little bit awkward for KT, because it initially looks like, all right, well, we got Bulldog, this is a free Dragon, but not necessarily. And he's got a great teleport ward to come through here as the Observers are showcasing here on the flank. He might be able to get straight into this backline and make magic happen. Cuz already here for the contest.
Yep, teleports coming in all over the place, as that is going to be the steal for Cuz. Fantastic work. Now Bulldog makes his way into the backline, and that is going to be a dead Talia. The priority target absolutely is now the Soaring Slam, trying to get Pyoshik out, and Ace in the Hole just really doesn't do damage to a Rammus.
Yeah, no, and the flash attempt there to follow on Blast Cone for Bulldog was optimistic at best, and so his flash is now down. Pyoshik will escape.
Yeah, Deft is just dashing on top of Cuz here. Wants to block the Vault Breaker as Charm connects, and Perfect not exactly too worried, although it does do a fair bit more than I was expecting.
Yeah, it's being kind of wild there. The Rammus is just so tanky here. The Cassante does feel tanky as well, but perhaps as tanky with how that kit is going to shake up. Does have his first item completed, and watch this fight again. A lot of this again is KT just feeling like there's no, like, yes, Ari's going to come, but we don't care because she has no flank angle. But she does actually, in fact, have a very wide flank angle they're not aware of here, and BDD just gets collapsed on here. The tidal wave to try to save him is a feeble attempt, as Pyoshik will miraculously get over this wall with his ultimate, and then despite Bulldog's flash attempt to deny him, escape.
I would recommend for Bull as well, press R on anyone that isn't Rammus.
Yeah.
That would be my recommendation, because that just really doesn't do anything at all. Pyoshik over here is going to be able to take this red, delivers one over to Deft as well. Now, Quantum Freaks, I mean, they're just never done. They just want to keep fighting as often as they can.
I mean, they're utilizing the Ahri Vi extremely well, and Deft is actually struggling to kind of control this mid wave and get farm. He's 10 CS behind here still in this mid game. You talked about how we get to this point, and then you just, soak up the minions with the static shiv, and it ends up being, pretty standard for Lucian, but he's constantly under threat. Not able to lock him down this time around, but I love how proactive Quantum Freaks are playing this composition. They know Bulldog is so important to shut down this Rammus. The magic damage is so needed.
Oh yeah.
And they're trying to get him further ahead.
Well, the arrow is going to stop the culling entirely, and that's not... we wouldn't have been able to stop the Rammus. But he is going to opt out.
Quantum is
far in.
He's hitting some good arrows, though, in this game. I mean, some of them simple, but at least he is able to pilot this Ashe very confidently, and we've seen a lot of our rookie players here in the LCK really struggle on the Ashe, even though it is generally just kind of push lane, win game. You have extra vision. It's a very simple support to play it a lot of the time, but has some subtleties, and he's hitting all the marks, at least, helping his team escape from some of these Pyoshik engages.
His arrow onto BDD actually in the Dragon fight was fantastic. I missed it the first time around, but caught it in the replay. As Dudu is going to get bullied off the Gromp. Gromp supremacy here for Perfect. It's good.
Yeah.
7-7 is going to be the kill score, though, and really not a whole lot in it. All right, let's see what the kitchen sink does to Pyoshik. And it looks like it does actually take him down. It's now Bulldog dashing forward. Pyoshik is obviously just going to survive. Quantum in trouble as BDD not quite able to land the last few shots. Finally, Deft is going to start getting this work done. Quantum almost survives. Once again, Beryl has to flash in to get work done, and he is going to be able to lock that one up. So KT grab themselves a couple of kills, and they should also be able to collect this mid lane outer turret as well.
Somebody in the comms is like, stop focusing the Rammus! Because they threw the kitchen sink at him, and it still wasn't enough, actually. It's still, in fact, it was not enough to kill him. He gets away, and KT turn on it. TP to come through.
Yeah, now Dudu could be in a whole lot of trouble. Teleport from Bulldog as well, as both mid laners coming down. It's just solo laners only in this moment, as the threaded volley not really finding the mark, as Deft is going to turn up even though he wasn't necessarily invited. And the rest of KT are all here. And Pyoshik, yeah, he is just an orb of destruction. And we'll just roll into the Ahri.
Bulldog was optimistic there for the teleport play. They do end up getting the kill onto BDD, but to trade down. Would have definitely been worse if he didn't.
Oh, let's
commit.
watch the gameplay. Let's watch the mechanics.
Wait for the
Walking.
R.
그냥 공 쓸게 나.
There we go.
He said, I'm gonna use my ult.
Yep.
And he used it.
빠지면서 천천히 해봐.
And he's like, all right, just back out as in play it slow. And
잘해봐.
I don't know. I mean, it's like
잘해봐.
basically do your best. Like,
yep. Good luck, guys.
I'm out.
It's really funny. Like,
미친
he's basically just like GL, I'm out. Like, I'm not in this one, but like, good job, bros.
And he did his job, you know, like he ate a lot of cooldowns by existing.
Yeah, this Rammus is like, especially with his skin, just feels like a stress ball that Quantum Freaks keeps squeezing.
It even looks like a stress ball when he presses Powerball.
Yeah, it's so silly. And then this fight, obviously, the teleport is necessary to at least somewhat save the play. They end up getting Deft's ultimate, you could argue as well, but there's never going to be a winning play. They did end up trading down 1 for 2.
Deft is now an entire rapid-fire cannon ahead, basically.
Yeah, he's been given so many of these kills in these skirmishes that the Caitlyn just isn't able to keep up right now, and the Caitlyn is mostly hitting a big stress ball.
I was gonna say, like, when he presses Powerball as well, like, with this skin, the bouncing animation is so satisfying.
It really is.
Bulldog is going to really get chunked by this Lucian.
I mean, he has IE. This is a big
he's
Lucian.
a monster.
It's crazy how much damage he's going to do here. Like, watch this.
Yeah, oh my god, okay, cuz he dives in. They are able to take down said Lucian, but Bulldog not going to be able to do too much more. He's going down so incredibly low. Pioshik continuing to tank everyone, and this time KT don't have the follow-up. And so they lose 2 in the fight. And Kwangdong Freaks now looking for this ocean
Everybody's
break. And remember,
low.
this is Soul Point as well.
BDD has his ultimate available. They really were considering maybe going in on this, but I think without Pioshik, there's just no point. He can't contest the smite, and winning the fight is going to be difficult here with no Leandries for BDD. If you had Leandries, maybe you kind of poke at them and then eventually get a kill or 2 on exit, but will not happen as Quantum Freaks go wild. The fans here in the arena is, yes, Deft does a lot of damage to Quantum, but the reaction is so instant on the side of Kwangdong Freaks to punish for his poke. He ends up getting deleted instantly, and without him, this longer fight is just not winnable, and without him, there is no Drake contest here for KT. So even though they did a ton of damage to Quantum, Bulldog was super low, they can't actually stop it. So Soul Point, as you just mentioned, now Edge of Night done for Dudu. Baron could be on the menu here for Kwangdong Freaks. They have such great turn.
And great damage as well with this crit Caitlyn, who hasn't actually been back since we mentioned her items before. So Bull is going to be able to do some purchasing.
Yeah, he's sitting on around 875 right now, so it's a little bit more gold before he's going to buy that first component.
Yep.
As that's the only lead for KT right now is Deft, as you guys could see there on that gold graph. And he's doing a lot with it, but he needs to make sure he isn't punished next time around.
Yeah, I think if he does manage to find some sort of defensive item to purchase next, does need a Lord Doms, absolutely, is Quantum. Oh dear, he's really dead. He's going to connect the arrow, and that means that Pioshik gets the kill. So I guess there's that as the silver lining. And KT, I don't know whether they're going to be able to do a Baron, but they might start it.
Yeah.
Just getting some vision over to the top.
And that's the problem with this Ashe, you know, you're so squishy. If you do end up trying to clear out vision like that, you will just get blown up by insane damage from the solution. If you get caught by a shove, you are dead. And they are going to start this up now.
Yep, Dudu has teleport, and they want to get it. He is immediately going to come towards the top side of this fight. Let's see whether Cuz can steal this one away as well, or whether KT are going to be able to find this turn angle. There's Bull making his way out of the brush, and they've got a little bit of a wraparound here as Tidal Wave's going to come in. Bull, he was on the wrong ledge, and there is the ball. It just slams down on top of them. Bubble is going to be there for the connection. The layering of CC is so good, as cease and desist is just not going to be listened to whatsoever. KT do not do that. They do not stop. They just continue, as Bulldog is trying to deal with Perfect, who is extraordinarily tanky. That was a phenomenal turn, and the Baron belongs to KT.
KT was such a good angle there for Deft and Barrel. The tidal wave was fantastic, and you were just never going to be able to get out of that with your lives, Kwangdong Freaks. As Perfect will avoid the charm here as well, and KT in a phenomenal position now. The Baron buff is rolling, and Deft is just doing such an insane amount of damage. But look at this angle for Deft and Barrel here, and Bulldog is on the wrong side of the fight, so when Deft just pushes the cull here with tidal wave, it's GG for Bull, and Bulldog is walking back to his team going, wait, I'm walking back to my team. Where's my team? I was trying to flank.
What
I was looking
team?
for the backline. There's no backline here. Where are they? Oh no!
Yeah, no, it didn't quite work out, but it was beautifully orchestrated there for KT. It's not often that you get the flanking tidal wave to really be the game changer. And so unfortunately, the Caitlyn not really getting too much done. And right now, you know, when you're like 2 and a bit items, it is the most awkward time for a Caitlyn. You just don't really do that much. You want to wait until ultra late game or something like that. As now Pioshik possibly going to get charmed up and is, and okay, another kitchen sink going to be delivered. This time, they kill him. All right, Kwangdong Freaks nailing it.
I guess the lethality Aatrox was the answer. I guess that's the damage they needed.
Yeah. As Quantum now just going to get engaged on by Perfect, so cease and desist going to be utilized, but now Cuz is very far away from the rest of his team and will just be absolutely zapped by the rest of them. KT now turning their attention to Dudu, and it's just 2 split. The tidal wave stops them from being able to follow up altogether, and now Bull is trying to deal with a BDD who is able to throw so many more rocks than her bullets can handle.
That could not have been a more split up fight for Kwangdong Freaks if it tried, as Cuz is going in on the Deft, who's super far onto the left side of the map, so instinctually you're like, oh, Deft's out of position. I think I have this angle here, but your team is also so far away. It's actually absolutely correct for Deft to continue to push that way away from the rest of Kwangdong Freaks. And then they turn up that fight as it is so extremely split. Perfect looks like he's going to grab this turret here with the Baron buff still rolling for another minute. That's almost 5,000 gold they pick up in total here. As look at this, like, Cuz and Bull.
It's a 4v5.
Yeah, it's a 4v5. Cuz and Bull tried to do something together, but Bull had already backed away because he was going to get pushed on. And when Cuz comes in, the rocks are laid down for BDD. There's no follow-up here whatsoever. He's just adding so much damage, this burn onto the Aatrox coming through, and then Dev's culling zones, Bulldog out, and Quantum already so low. It's just super split. There's no way to collapse. There's no way to focus down a single target when you are just so disjointed as they were in that team fight.
And now Quantum, he's going to get slammed into one more time. Bull taking more damage than he's dealing. Pioshik presses his defensive Bull curl button, and the Caitlyn kills herself by shooting him.
Yeah, it's
that's not fair.
He has Jack shows. He is not getting hurt by anyone.
Yeah.
As Quantum has spent so much time dead in this game because he's been pressured by Deft and then blown up by Deft all this game long. He's several levels down on Barrel.
Someone needs to tell Bulldog that that is not his home. That was his home in the last game. As he's going to go golden underneath the inhibitor turret. It's his favorite one, and that's where he's going to die. Dudu now going to at least be able to get a turret back here towards his top side. So this game is rapidly devolving.
It certainly is. Down goes that top side turret. And Pioshik is just threatening non-stop here. If he locks anybody down, Deft just dashes and blows somebody up. Like, he actually has flash too. If Pioshik actually hit Bull there, I think Deft could just flash on him and kill him.
Yeah.
He's just that far ahead. He has a
items
Bloodthirster
to
completed.
2.5.
Yeah.
He has nine kills, so I guess there's that.
There is that. It is a lot of money he's been able to farm up. He's farming minions, but he's also farming the champions.
Yeah.
BDD looks like probably just hit an item spike based on the fact that we took a look at him. I don't know what he did just purchase. Might have been Death Cap. Nope, actually just half of it.
Yep, not quite there yet.
Does have the Leandries, the Seraphs, and the Horizon Focus, so took him a while to get the Leandries, but that damage is really, you could feel it onto Dudu here in these team fights. How much burn he is doing to that Aatrox. The front line feels relatively non-existent here for Kwangdong Freaks as Deft just keeps nuking people.
Well, now we've got a Weaver's Wall, and there's an Orb bouncing along. That is just going to guarantee this inner turret for KT. We'll use that to line their pockets and also create way more vision denial around this Baron. That's going to be up in a minute 30. Okay, there's a dash forward from Deft. This culling is really starting to hurt. Thankfully, they do make their way out of it majoritively.
It's hard for Kwangdong to come back in this game just because they have no map control, and with the support that's this squishy and this far behind, and Vi, who doesn't have great follow-up in this comp anymore since Caitlyn's just been trapped in the trough, it's really tough. I mean, Pioshik, does he care?
No. No, Bulldog ran out of spells, and so therefore he stopped taking damage. Dudu finds the backline, though. Maybe they care about that, but the massive slam is going to come down. They get rid of Dudu. Deft is still alive. He had that Bloodthirster from earlier, and it worked out so well. Quantum will fall the double tap to get rid of the Ahri. A teleport of about 1.5 meters for Perfect. They'll take down these inhibitor turrets, and I think KT are looking to just say goodbye to this game?
I think so. They just have such a huge lead here, and these turrets are going to disappear before the might of Deft.
Oh my goodness. All right, Bull is underneath, is in his fountain, but is just going to be unceremoniously slaughtered. And Deft, he claims that kill. That's his 12th of the game. Absolutely gigantic performance on this Lucian. Couldn't have done it without his hedgehog in the jungle. Pioshik's Rammus, what an absolute joy. But honestly, that was just a game with a lot of things in it, Wolf.
Yeah,
and in the end, KT won.
It was a wild game, and there were definitely moments where we were like, okay, Bulldog's skirmishing a lot. He's getting value. Will this Rammus fall off as the RE gets stronger? I think Deft, I voted for Deft ultimately for POG because I thought about it a lot. Well, Pioshik did a lot in the early game. He was tanking a ton of damage, but if Deft doesn't play that advantage he had as well as he does, if he doesn't keep pushing those advantages, keep poking and chunking people down non-stop and fishing for those picks, I think there was a world where maybe Kwangdong Freaks actually get out of the Caitlyn Trough and end up coming back in this game to be relevant in maybe some of those last few team fights, but KT do lock it up. Perfect here is just so hyped. He's got so many fans here in the arena for him. But you know what I will say, KT, they finished off this week way cleaner than D+, and that was one of the big questions we had going into this week with Kwangdong Freaks facing off against both of those 4th, 5th teams. And KT definitely came out the stronger end of it, and a very dominating performance here, especially in Game 1. Kwangdong Freaks put up a good fight, but it definitely looks like KT is the king of round 1 here in playoffs.
Not to mention, I think BDD really reaffirming himself as King of Talia in this game as well. Really looking fantastic on that pick. Deft, pretty good at the Lucian. Still not used to the camera guy asking him for a pose after the game. You'd think that after this many years, he would be, but not to be the case. Never change, Deft, never change. I think there's a few POG votes for this game. I think Deft, absolutely. I think Beryl's follow-up bubbles were absolutely golden as well. I think
his tidal wave was great on that Baron fight.
The amount of Rammus kitchen sink acceptance from Pioshik, brilliant. And BDD was exactly where he needed to be. I mean, that fight in the bottom lane, if that hadn't have been, you know, BDD coming in and landing absolutely every bit of damage possible, that could have just been game over because the snowball capability of a bottom lane like Caitlyn Ashe is so dangerous as we check out some of these highlights.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's definitely a vote for all 3 of those players. And, you know, Pioshik, like, maybe, for moments like this.
Look at it, he's a tank. Do you know what he did? He tanked as much as possible without dying.
I think that Pioshik would have a damage taken number on his POG portrait if he does win it. And it's not outlandish. Like, I did consider voting for him, but Def just did so much. I mean, plays like this, yes, Beryl sets him up with a tidal wave, but also, like, I mean, Def just, you got 100-0 Bull, and then is just ripping through these team fights. And all of the setups in mid where Deft is just threatening and constantly pressuring. Moments like this where it's just so easy for Deft to just turn around and go, well, where's your team? And the Vi disappears, not the Lucian. He had a great game. His positioning was good. And he made Lucian look super busted in this game, despite obviously having a laning phase that's tough to pilot into the Caitlyn. So I went for him. I think probably not going to see any votes for perfect this time around, just simply because most of this game he was...
No, he just wasn't on the screen very much, was he? It's just one of those things. I think it was a great team effort, though. And when Perfect did finally make it to the team fights, as you can see here, looked pretty good.
He's calling for the end. It's so funny watching Pioshik in this game.
Honestly, Rammus is just a dopamine champion, man. It just makes me happy.
I love that he has these Pioshik exclusives, you know?
Yep.
He's the only one playing Mundo, remember back in 2021? Like, he's got
he was
his
the
own
one
way.
that started the Udyr here in Korea as well.
True,
after taking some notes from Ganavi. And yeah, KT, they'll say goodnight to this game. And man, what a performance. And they're just talking about how the fact that Lucian is good.
They're not going to focus on the Rammus. They're just going to talk about the Lucian. Which gives me faith in my POG. But let's see how much damage Def did. 36,000.
That's a
in
lot.
a 30-minute game on Lucian. And he wasn't just shooting at tanks or anything like that. He was popping squishies.
So over 1K DPM on a Lucian in a 30-minute game.
Yeah.
Yep, I reckon your PG vote's pretty safe there, Wolfire.
I felt pretty good about this performance.
I think you're doing kind of okay. We'll have to see whether the spaces are there alongside you. But that is going to be it for us here on the Caster Desk. Thank you so much for watching, and we're going to throw it over to the space and get into a bunch of team interviews as well.
Up next, the space, and thank you so much, casters, for casting the final match of the regular season. That is it, essentially, before we do get into playoffs, of course. We had a Rammus, we had another KT victory. This one a little bit closer. Quantum Freaks, I feel like, had some moments in this one where it actually looked like they could get ahead and could actually win the game, but wasn't quite enough.
Unfortunately for Kwangdong, not as the casters already highlighted. Really want to echo again that this is a great look for KT, dispatching very handily of their opponents, and I think they're going to be feeling great. They look really cohesive, but they still look silly, and that's something that I think that is a really big boon for this team. And it has Pioshik and Barrel on it, so it's not surprising. Here, Rammus, Ari is a notoriously bad tank buster because the only thing you have is basically the true damage on your Q. And outside of that, it's all AD. So Rammus is just going to be living his best life.
Yeah, I mean, it was like there was a lot basically back and forth, and in the middle of the process, I think it was like it was really great to see that from the Kwangdong Freaks, they still do have the momentum actually fighting back to the even number 5. It was like really doable, and I really still like the pick. They went for like really strong pick, which is like the Ashe and Caitlyn on the bottom, and it's like the Vi was actually trying to coordinate as much as they can. So I mean, I still really love it, and as you said, I think the silly Ramos pick, it was in the Summer's Rift. He was rolling. He was rolling down everywhere. It was pretty fun.
Point and click, CC, it's very strong. You roll at them, you point and click, but, you know, what's more important than that is actually just Rammus on his journey.
We need to witness this. At ending the split, we wanted to do it with some fun, some enjoyment, and really highlighting how important of a game League of Legends is, right? You know, these players, they grind day and night. Getting to the LCK in the first place, incredible opportunity, and then you get met by this man. Woo! Playing a bouncy ball. Look at the stuff he does.
He's not even rolling, he's actually flying the map.
He flies, he rolls, he taunts.
He soars, man. Look at him go. They can't kill him. He's emoting the whole time. Look at this. Walks in, rolls away, doesn't do anything.
Bounces out.
Look, walks at them, presses his button.
Point and click.
Unbothered. Unfazed.
He doesn't even look at them, he just saw you, mate.
Well, gets caught by a trap. Anyone dies there. You know who doesn't?
The bull. You get out every single time. But it actually mattered for the game.
Well, that was a very epic moment. I love the music as well. Great choice, guys. That's all that mattered, really.
Really wanted to showcase, the gravitas and the impact of Rammus' journey on this game.
Thank you, Pioshik. Thank you, Rammus. All right, let's take a look at the second highlight as well. We did have a fight on the Nash, and it was kind of what ended the game. We did have a bunch of back and forth fights. Quantum gets caught, and then KT decide we're going to start the Baron, and then we're going to kill our opponents.
I mean, a lot of fight, like as you see, the Lucian starts to fight a lot of time, and the Lucian Nami is like, that's why really strong, and I think they were really abusing really well. But the thing is, like, when they're actually winning from the Kwangdong Freaks side, they were so ready for Lucian dashes. As soon as the Lucian dashes, they just immediately punishes, but this time they were so zoned, and they actually got the Ashe got picked, and no one was actually ready for the Lucian dashes.
Deft in general had a really good game here. Barrel, I think, played a decent Nami, but some of his plays were classic Barrel, and some of his waves, I think, weren't as good. But Deft really showcasing, and we've seen this more, Viper, I think, showcase this as well, why the Lucian is still heavily prioritized, even though we often put some question marks with it. When you see games like this, you're like, oh, okay, it makes sense.
It just does damage faster than every other meta pick. I mean, I guess there's Varus, right? But Lucian has a bit more kill threat, right? If you can get like that one dash, that one big play, and you know, that's why we still see him. He's just doing big damage. And yeah, anything else that you guys noticed from this game outside of course, Rammus?
Yeah, so Kwangdong coming into this, I think we're always not expecting too much. Quantum also coming in here today, I think had a bit of a rough one, but this is of course him trying his best after Andil's unfortunately not still in the best of form, although he was playing a challenge. I think he looked a little bit better, so hopefully he can return to form as well quickly. For Kwangdong, just making playoffs in the first place, I think, after their summer in particular, really the main thing that they were looking towards.
Well, guys, we do have the POG ready to go, so let's see who does pick it up here for this game 2. And it's Rammus!
Hey! It's him. I mean, it's not. It was. I mean, it's a little silly, but still, the fact that he actually just rolled down to the like diving bottom and just actually killing the bottom, the AD carry, and it's like actually leaving with the 1 HP multiple times. It actually really mattered for the game.
Look at the outplay here. You know what he does? He walks at him and he presses the button.
E.
We always talk about Vi Talia. We talk Vi Ahri. Why do we never talk about Rammus?
Oh, you're talking about IC.
Point and click CC. Yeah.
Well, mid-jungle duos as well. You know, we went over a bunch and we were like, huh, Rammus is there as well. And he comes out again. Koshik showing off what it can do. And let's take a look at the votes here. We did have to have a casting vote, so that means there was a tiebreaker. And Hooney went ahead and broke the tie.
Got you back. I mean, he deserves. Bro, it was a really nice game.
He does.
I think base media on this one. I think the death vote was fine. Did actually play really good. I like that it's a split vote. Really, the only one that shouldn't get votes here was Perfect and probably Beryl. So this split makes complete sense.
Yeah, totally fine. We did have Wolfio this time. We did have the 4 votes there for the side of BDD as well in the mid lane. So good stuff. And soon we are going to have the team interviews. Not ready just yet, but we are going to talk with all of the different players. Anything you guys would like to ask the players? Not that we'll actually get the question.
They don't get so 1-star Hooney.
Who is Homalife going to choose? after seeing this series included.
We'll see. I don't know.
Yes, we do know.
I don't know.
It's the LCK. They'll pick Kwangdong. You're not picking DK. Not after the KT incident.
If they do pick DK, why would they pick DK?
Because they just stomped them and DK look probably worse than Kwangdong right now, but it is a best of 5. It is playoffs. So I think you just don't take the risk.
Yeah, I think I would choose Quantum Freaks if I were them. And they do have until 9:30 to choose, and so we'll get that by the end. But guys, we do have the weekly ceremony. Let's take a look at who had the best ceremonies from this week. Zeus.
Unlike last time, I don't really have a very clear favorite in mind. It was Teddy back then.
I think it was Quantum this week. Little spoiler, he's coming up soon.
Roach in the back is like, backing off. Was this after the Smolder?
Yep.
Maybe you get it just for that.
I mean, I like the this week the ceremony. There was a lot like really good active one, you know.
It's so wholesome because he's so nervous too, but it's like, it's very cute. It's great.
Oh yeah, look at his.
It's a good one.
Man.
Yeah.
Swallowing, and then the rest of the team just immediately chuckling, as you'd expect.
It was a good one as well.
Lovely.
Very wholesome. Very lovely.
I'll dribble.
This one I liked. Because, as you guys may not know, or you may do know, Bull Woo is fire in Korea. So
especially after them getting 2-0 over DK, really nice to see Quantum immediately lean into it.
Yeah. And let us know who you guys think should win. My vote went over to Deer for the big translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the post-match interview translation, joined by the winners of the final match of Spring Split, the entirety of KT roster. Please welcome Perfect, Pyoshik, BDD, Deft, and Beryl. Congratulations!
네, 먼저 퍼펙트 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
We'll start off with Perfect. You got the POG for Game 1, and as soon as you debuted in the LCK, you became a starter. So how do you look back at the regular season? Before the Life Esports match, I felt like I was only playing matches that I regret. So now I've come to this point where I want to play matches that I cannot regret. I want to be able to play games that I don't regret about. So you got a unanimous POG in Game 1. What a perfect Rumble game. Perfect. How would you rate your performance out of 10? That Rumble game? Maybe 8 to 9 points out of 10? I think you deserve a 10. There are some things that I wasn't truly happy about, so do you think the next time you'll give us a 10-point performance? Yes, I'll try my best. So you faced the best LCK top laners this season. Who was the most memorable? I think Keen and Zeus. I think I definitely want to learn a lot from them, and I think I had struggled the most from them. So, regardless of playing against these top-level top laners, you're improving day by day with the support of your more experienced teammates. So what will be your goal for the first playoffs? I want to have a performance that I don't regret, and I want it to be memorable. Next up would be Pyoshik. You got your revenge on Kwangdong Freaks from that loss in round 1. And what an incredible performance with Ramis. You were so surprised with that POG vote. I just didn't think I did very well. And they still gave me POG. I think BDD definitely deserved that POG. And in the last game, you pulled off a super save and said good luck to your team like a cheerleader. What made you pick Ramis? We decided that the opponent didn't have any champion that could actually kill Ramis. The main ults that the opponent had was actually all down, so I think I just had to really rely on my teammates in that highlight. So this is your first season after returning to the LCK, and how was this spring compared to all the other seasons you've played? This spring, yeah, it's been a while since I came back. I think it's still very hard, and I think it's just as rewarding. So yeah, it's time to aim higher for you. How high do you want to go in the upcoming playoffs? Of course, I want to make it to the finals, and to make it to the finals, I'll make sure that we are prepared. Next up will be BDD. This is the season with some new teammates. How was it? Were you satisfied? I think our performance was a lot better than I expected. It's actually, we got to the point that we were satisfied to pretty quickly earlier on during the season. So, what are your thoughts on the POG votes? To be honest, I thought I would get it, but you know, it's okay. So now, depending on Hana Life Esports' decision, you'll meet either the 5th or 6th place team in the first round. Between D plus Kia and Kwangdong Freaks, who do you want to face? I don't think there's a huge difference between the two teams, so regardless of who our opponent is, I think we'll just try our best. So now you'll play some best of 5s in the playoffs with the new patch. What mindset will you prepare with? We'll make sure that we can climb as far as we can, and we'll come back even stronger. And moving on to Deft. With today's victory, you have become the first AD carry to earn 4,000 assists. How does it feel to make history?
일단 원딜 입장에서는 킬이 제일 좋은데
From an AD carry's perspective, of course, we care more about kills, but in terms of the assists, I guess I stole a lot of assists, and I mean that also means that my teammates also stole a lot of my kills. But it's an important milestone. Would you like to say a word of congrats? Us, our year 3, doing being a part of the same team. And it's an honor to be a teammate of yours. I'll make sure that I take care of you. So, do you have any good feelings about this playoffs?
이제 저희가 강팀들한테 많이 져가지고 복수를 하고
I think earlier on, because we lost against a lot of the stronger teams, so I really want to get my revenge. And we'll be playing on the new patch, and I believe that a lot of the champions that I like are going to be available. They're going to be good. So I'm actually really confident. I'm very excited for it. So any word of encouragement for Beryl then? Lately, Beryl has not been in the greatest condition, so I hope that he remains healthy. Let's do well. And Deft, you have some good memories in the 2018 KT days that you need to revive. So what is your resolution for the playoffs? Just like what I said earlier, I think we need to prepare with the new patch, and I hope that you will continue supporting us for the upcoming playoffs. Now lastly, we'll talk to Beryl. This was the last day, and KT Rolster's performance was on point. How do you feel?
LCK 정규 시즌 마지막 날에 경기하는 그런 느낌이
I feel like I'm always playing on the last day of the regular season in the LCK. And yeah, I sometimes, we had some days we won, some days that we lost, but I'm really glad that I'm able to finish with a victory. So with the memories of winning Worlds alongside Deft and Pyoshik, you must be excited for the playoffs. What do you think will be important? I think you just have to have a lot of cards up your sleeves, and I think that's what will give you the most strength to be successful in the playoffs. Any word for Deft? Deft, he always lays down right after eating, and I know that's really unhealthy, so I hope you take care of your health as I will take care of my health as well. So Deft, any word for the fans who will continue to cheer you on? Throughout the spring season, you guys all remain so supportive, and I know that it's going to be even harder during the playoffs, so I hope you are ready. And once again, congratulations to KT Rolster on their victory. We look forward to a good showing in the playoffs. Please give it up to KT Rolster.
자, 이렇게 해서 KT 롤스터 선수분들과 인터뷰를 모두 마쳤습니다. 자, 그렇다면 이어서 광동 프릭스 선수분들
Now next up
모셔보도록 하겠습니다.
will be Kwangdong Freaks joining us for the team interview. Please welcome Dudu, Kuz, Bulldog, Bull, and Quantum onto the stage.
광동 프릭스를 감동 프릭스라고 또 이렇게 멋진 티어플이 있네요.
Kwangdong Freaks. There's a fan sign that says
준비되셨죠?
Kwangdong, wordplay with Kwangdong,
자, 그럼 이어서 광동 프릭스 선수분들과 인터뷰
meaning
나눠보겠습니다.
heartfelt,
정규 시즌 마지막 경기 정말 고생 많으셨습니다.
heartfelt
고생하셨습니다.
freaks. Good work, guys, for the spring season.
네, 두두 선수, 커드 선수, 불독 선수, 불 선수, 퀀텀 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 먼저 두두 선수,
First of all, Dudu. Although it was an unfortunate loss in the last match of the season, we were able to witness Kwangdong's growth. So what is your overall thoughts on the season? Yeah, there are good moments and bad moments. And I believe that even from today's loss, we have a lot to learn from. And we'll come back with an even better performance for the playoffs. This is actually your first playoffs as a starter, so what are you looking forward to the most? This will be my first playoffs, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. I want to see how different it is from the regular season. So it sounds like your resolution must be like no other. Let's hear it. I want to climb as far as I can. It won't be easy, but working together as a team to make sure that we have a playoffs that we don't regret about will be my biggest goal. And Kaz, you had a great performance as the general of Kwangdong Freaks. So what was your mindset at the start of spring? At the beginning, it was a new team to build team synergy with. I think I just really wanted to work on teamwork the most. And with your performance in the regular season, you locked in your place in the playoffs. So what is your goal? Since we made it to the playoffs, we'll make sure that we continue winning in the playoffs to make it to the round 2 of playoffs and make it to the finals. And I want to do well and keep it up to the point where we make it to Worlds. And so any message to your younger teammates who will prepare for the playoffs with you? You guys work so hard, you guys go through a lot, and I feel like I didn't do so well today. Next time, I'm even more determined to win. So I'll carry in the next match, you guys.
네, 커즈 선수의 뜨거운 각오를 한번 만나봤습니다. 자, 이어서 불독 선수 만나보겠습니다. 불독 선수, 커즈
Next up will be Bulldog.
더 많은 것들을 얻은 스프링이 아니었을까?
Thanks to Kaz, this spring season had a lot of takeaways. So how do you look back to spring? We made it to the playoffs, but I feel like there are a lot of regretful moments during the spring. I think there is so much room for improvement. So depending on who Hana chooses, you'll play either the third or the fourth place team in round 1 of the playoffs. So between Hana Life Esports and KT Rolster, who do you want to play? I don't think the opponent really matters that much. I think we just have to focus on our own plays and do our best. This was a pretty difficult question that you answered with confidence. So what is your resolution for the playoffs then? I'll do my best.
자, 그렇다면 이어서 이제 불 선수 만나보겠습니다. 네, 불 선수.
Next up will be Bull.
시즌 최고의 아웃풋 선수가 아닐까 생각이 되는데요.
You got to be the player with the best output this spring. How do you look back to your experience with the LCK? In the LCK, I think I got so much attention from the fans, and I'm just very grateful. You faced so many top-level AD carries this season, so which match do you think was the most memorable? I think the most memorable match was my debut match, for sure. Yeah, your ceremonies are always so full of energy. What is your resolution for the playoffs? Now that we made it to the playoffs, I feel like we have so much that we learned from this today's defeat. And from this defeat, we'll make sure that we cover those mistakes and improve from here. Lastly, we'll talk to Quantum. And after joining the LCK in the later half of spring, what was something you wanted to achieve?
열심히 하려고 노력했던 것 같습니다.
I think I just put my best effort to do my best.
선수로 선정이 되셨습니다. 혹시 알고 계셨어요?
You were voted as one of the candidates for the best ceremony. Did you know? Yeah, I was in the waiting room and I saw from the TV.
다시 한번 또 이렇게 세리머니를 하면서 우승자로서 어떻게 한번 세리머니 선수로 한번
Would you like to reenact
보는 건 어떨까요?
여기서요?
네.
the ceremony that you did with Bull?
둘, 셋. 따뜻해라. 롤파크가 정말 따뜻합니다.
Wow, so warm.
이렇게 멋지게 또
The entire it feels like the entire Lowell Park has become a little warmer.
부탁드립니다.
계속 부족 연습.
So would you like to say anything to your teammates? I'm so sorry for all the things I lack in during practice. Thank you so much for taking care of me. I'll do better.
네, 그럼 끝으로 주장인 커즈 선수가 팬분들께
Lastly, we'll have the team captain, Cuz, share any final words for the fans out there.
팬분들한테 정말 감사함 느끼고
Thank you so much for the continuous support.
감사함을 토대로 정말 열심히 준비해서 이번 플레이오프 잘
With how grateful we are, we want to repay you with a good performance and showing in the playoffs.
오늘 함께 해주셔서 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
And that was the team interview from KT Rolster and Kwangdong Freaks. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steer, for that awesome translation. We have Wolf here joining us. Max will be here soon. Shirley, also Ox, right there, as you can see, very clearly with us. Let's take a look at the final standings of 2024 Spring. This is the way it turned out. Anything that surprised you guys this season?
No. No, actually, I'm really mad at myself because this is what I initially went for in the week 1 overreactions, and then I swapped Kwangdong and FearX because I was like, there's no way that Kwangdong still make it, and then they made it. So I'm a little sad.
Yeah, but it's not really surprised. We'll see. Like, I think the playoff, that's where the real battle started. So let's go.
Speaking of the real battle, let's take a look at playoffs here. Home Life Esports has not chosen a team, but let's assume that they do select Kwangdong Freaks here, and then KT will play up against DK. Who's going to win?
So Hanwha, that one I'm very confident in. Probably KT. I feel like KT should definitely win, but I also remember both of those best of threes between those two teams, and they were memorable in many ways.
Yeah, it's gonna be excited. I mean, there's really high chance that Hana Live Esports they would choose the Kwangdong Freaks, right? Like, it's gonna be hype though, because I do also believe the Kwangdong Freaks could get some upset game as well, because that's a Kwangdong Freaks.
You never know. We'll have to wait and see what they are like. This is me with Atlas, who has joined. Anything you want to say?
Not really.
Okay. And there's Ox. Yeah, he has joined us as well. So, by the way, guys, that is going to be on Saturday. Keep that in mind. So, with this schedule, we do have it at 3 p.m. on Saturday. So, don't miss it. Thank you for watching the entirety of the regular season, and we'll see you on Saturday. Have a good night.
올라갈 일만 남았고 올라가야 되는 겁니다. 광동 프린스 미친 않다. 광동이 플레이오프 갑니다. 쇼메이커 플레이메이킹 메이커. 루시드 쇼메이커. 아니 디플러스 기아의 이런 저력.
그때 기억 잘 살려서 다시 우승할 수 있게끔 이끌어보도록 하겠습니다.
하나생명이 스포츠입니다. 내가 없는 곳에서 최강을 논하지 말라. 지지율이 많이 올라갈 것으로 예상돼요.
LCK 최초의 3,000킬입니다.
Make what was that?
이게 T1이라는 이름이군요.
초비가 한판 엎어치기를.
이게 얼마짜리 토스인가요?
대왕된지 완전 호랑인데요.